May 20, 2024, Jiangzhou City. A new spatial rift has appeared. Monsters emerged from the rift. In response, the 3rd Division was ordered to attack them. Among the monsters was a 6-eared wolf king with a gold level. The monster stated that these people were still stubbornly resisting, but destroying them was only a matter of time. One of the hunters noted that if the monster had a gold level, then the rift must be much higher in rank. The 6-eared wolf king replied that it was too late to think about that now. One of the hunters said that he would take care of this monster himself, while the others should destroy the others. The hunters rejoiced. Mr. Wen Yuan had appeared, so now they would not perish. The female hunter reported to the leadership that with the help of Lord Wen Yuan, they had successfully defeated the clan of 6-eared wolves that had attacked them. The leader praised them for their excellent work. The chief noted with regret that this was yet another new level C rift. It was already the 6th in the last decade. At this rate, it would become impossible to defend Jiangzhou. The man added that the academy would no longer be able to cope with this on its own. Starting this year, martial arts university students would be exempt from cultural exams, and the passing score for masters would be halved. Classes at the school were over. One student asked another if he had been daydreaming again during class. It would be a shame if he couldn't get into the martial arts university because of his low grades in cultural subjects. The young man said dreamily that he would like to sit next to the beautiful Yanzhan. Why did Subai deserve all this? Lin Yanzhan said that they would soon be graduating. Was Subai going to apply to the academy or the martial arts university? Subai's student replied that he didn't know. He had no idea. Go to the academy? His grades were average. What use were foreign languages or advanced mathematics nowadays? Go to university? His family was not wealthy. They couldn't afford such a luxury. Besides, he had no special talents. What should he choose? Subai thought he had fallen into another world. Shouldn't he have some kind of supernatural talent or ability, such as awakening the system? He began to doubt whether he had really been transported here. Lin Yanzhan suggested that the young man go with her to the academy. She had a way to help him get there directly. Subai was surprised. What kind of method was that? Lin Yanzhan asked him to keep quiet and not attract attention. The girl displayed a large table in front of him and said that it was her own system. Yanzhan asked what was wrong with Subai. Why was he sweating so much? Was he okay? Subai assumed that no one else could see it. The other students were outraged. Subai should immediately take his hands off their goddess. Wasn't it enough that he was sitting next to her? Subai needed to be taught a lesson. The teacher entered the classroom and told everyone to calm down. She announced some good news. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University had just published an important announcement on its website. Starting this year, all students could be exempt from cultural exams and apply directly to the Martial Arts University. The class erupted in noise as the students expressed their obvious joy. Cultural courses had been cut in half. Now they were definitely going to apply to the Martial Arts University. It would be nice to become superhuman as well. The teacher said that if the students already had awakened abilities or knowledge of martial arts, they should come to her office to register. Subai thought this was interesting. He had just awakened his abilities and could now enroll in the martial arts university without taking any exams. Lin Yanzhan wondered, was he really going to go there? The protagonist's name is Subai, and he has been in this world for some time. September 18th, 1906. The sky suddenly split open, revealing huge spatial rifts. Monsters began to emerge from the rifts, and soon they began to destroy everything around them. The armies of all countries engaged in battle with these creatures, and after 3 months, were able to destroy those that had escaped from the rifts. However, as long as the rifts remained open, new waves of beasts continued to appear. Therefore, humanity decided to send mercenary squads to explore the rifts. What the mercenaries discovered on the other side turned out to be a vast, endless land. To prevent an endless stream of monsters, the armies of different countries united and decided to build military bases inside the rifts. From there, they were able to contain the beasts at their source. A new era of humanity began. On March 6, 1907, a second rift appeared in the sky. Then a third, a fourth. Over the next century, the number of rifts and the frequency of their appearance grew steadily. Now they have spread all over the world. Each rift was connected to a different race of monsters. Scientists called the battlefield behind the rifts the battlefield of myriad races. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the earth began to recover, and people gradually awakened their combat abilities. As the battles progressed, conventional firearms became useless, while people grew stronger and stronger. As a result, superpowers replaced firearms as the primary force. The war between humans and the myriad races continues to this day. From the reforms at Zhangzhou Martial Arts University, it is clear that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. Subai decided that if he had the system, he had to protect his family in this crazy world. The fastest way to become stronger was to enroll in a martial arts university supported by the army. Fortunately, the protagonist now has the ability to tame beasts. He only needs one tamed monster to enter the university without exams. The first step is to go there. Subai calculated that the more than 2,000 coins he had saved up should be enough. The system said it would automatically find a suitable beast. But why was there still no response? The young man was greeted warmly and asked how he could be helped. Subai announced that he was a monster tamer and asked what creatures were available. The girl pointed to a black cat. It was expensive for an ordinary monster, but it had the blood of a dark cat and could easily evolve to the silver level. Subai thought the price was too high. Next, the young man was introduced to a 4-eared dog, descended from a 6-eared wolf. Again, the price was prohibitive. The manager asked which monster the young man liked best. However, the young man was nowhere to be found. Subai left the establishment, thinking that they were trying to cheat him. Why was everything so expensive? Was it just because these animals had a drop of monster blood? What had happened to his system? None of the monsters were suitable. Subai returned home. There was a small aquarium in the room. He noticed that the system was finally responding to something. Could it be the little turtle? Subai thought his system was broken. Could his first tamed beast really be a turtle? But it's so tiny. What can it even do? The hero understood that he couldn't go to the battlefield yet to tame a stronger beast. Later, he would have to find someone better. The turtle suddenly grew, increasing in size right before his eyes. Subai was delighted. Now that was something else. The blood of a black turtle. How much was it worth? Now he didn't want to part with it. Su Xiaomei's sister entered the room and asked menacingly what her brother was going to do with Xiaoba. After all, it was their father's treasure. Subai said he hadn't done anything to the turtle. At that moment, the little turtle crawled into the grocery bag. The brother and sister looked into the bag and were surprised. Why was this turtle eating so much? Xiaomei said that their father had already fed it in the morning. The protagonist suggested that Xiaoba's appetite had increased significantly. Was he about to evolve? In that case, they would need to get more food. Half an hour later, the young people's parents entered the room. Their faces reflected extreme surprise. Had the house been robbed? The parents saw a large turtle. Could it be Xiaoba? Xiaomei tried to run away with a bag of groceries from the turtle chasing her. The woman was surprised. Could turtles really run that fast? Subai said he would try to explain everything now. The kitchen was indeed in shambles. Subai thought that his parents were already having a hard time. It would be better not to tell them that Xiaoba was a bottomless pit. He had to come up with something else. Xiaomei expressed extreme dissatisfaction with what was happening, while the turtle, Xiaoba, was completely satisfied after a hearty meal. Subai assumed that the little turtle was finally full. At that moment, a huge energy beast appeared above Xiaoba. Xiaoba's flashed shadow disappeared in an instant. His lineage had not yet awakened, but he began to eat much more. In this regard, Subai decided to ask for help. The manager greeted Subai and asked if the young man had decided who he would take. The protagonist replied that he had not come to make a purchase this time. The young man announced that he had a pet with the blood of an unusual beast flowing through its veins. An administration representative overheard the conversation and decided that it was worth looking into the matter. The man told the manager that she could leave. The manager asked if the young man would like to take a walk and talk. He had heard that the young man's pet had the blood of an unusual animal. Could he take a look? The man thought that this guy was not lying. The animal's blood was indeed of the highest quality. He asked how much the young man wanted for it. Subai thought that he had to work hard to extract the blood from Xiaoba. It must be worth at least 100 coins. The man offered 1,000 coins. Seeing the young man's reaction, he said it was a joke. With such quality, it was unthinkable to ask for such a low price. Of course, he was mistaken and offered 10,000. The protagonist's eyes lit up. 10,000? The shopkeeper misunderstood the young man's reaction and said he couldn't offer more than 15,000. Subai had no idea that Xiaoba's blood could be so expensive. The hero struggled to hold back a smile and agreed. The shopkeeper wished the young man good luck and added that if he found anything interesting, he could feel free to contact him. Subai realized that the blood of exotic animals was a valuable substance. It turned out that this turtle was not ordinary at all. The phone rang. It was Teacher Li. He said that the academic lists had been published and that there was important news. Subai had to come to school to fill out an application. He shouldn't be late. The young man tried to find out what the important news was, but the connection was lost. He was in a narrow alley. The protagonist received a message from the system. 3 people nearby were particularly aggressive towards the owner. They were no more than 10 meters away. Subai realized that these hooligans were already very close. And indeed, it was true. The gang leader said that judging by the shop owner's behavior, the young man had something valuable hidden away. They needed to search him. Subai said he just wanted to sell some things. He assessed his opponents and realized that only one of them was a fighter. That wasn't so scary. The bandit laughed and said that the guy was clearly afraid of them. Then Subai took out the turtle. Xiaoba hid in the shell. Subai swung and threw the turtle right at the gang leader's head. The turtle hit the bald man's head and flew to the side. The bandit thought it was very painful. Subai continued to fight back and kicked his opponent in his most vulnerable spot. The pain was unbearable. The other 2 bullies shouted that this young man was clearly asking for trouble. How dare he touch their boss? Subai ran away and asked the turtle how it was feeling. Xiaoba replied that it felt nothing. Subai noted that the turtle really did have incredible protection. Xiaoba wrapped his paws around the young man's fist, and Subai struck the bullies who were chasing him with the turtle. The villains were neutralized. The bald leader of the gang raised his head and shouted angrily that he would now destroy this boy. Subai told Xiaoba to hide his head and swung again. The turtle hit its target, and the bald gangster flew far backward. The villain fell on his back and screamed loudly, writhing in pain. Subai approached the thugs lying on the ground and said that they had brought trouble upon themselves. The young man looked at the turtle and wondered what it was eating. Xiaoba, ignoring what was happening, continued to drink the liquid. Subai shouted at the turtle to spit it out immediately. He snatched the bottle from the turtle's paws and realized that it was a potion of qi and blood. Such a bottle costs tens of thousands. Subai was angry at the turtle. It takes a warrior a month to absorb this potion. Could Xiaoba have digested it all? The next moment, the protagonist felt his strength growing. What was happening? It was an incredibly powerful potion. The hero's characteristics increased dramatically, and he gained a new talent. In addition, Xiaoba had noticeably increased in size. Subai remembered what they had been taught in class. Exotic beasts with power rarely reach 30 units. Xiaoba was already extremely powerful, even without activation. The hero told the turtle that it was time to leave. The academic results had been published. Now it was time to submit applications. In addition, there was another important announcement. The teacher announced that tomorrow, a representative of the Military University Admissions Committee would come to the school to test the applicants. This year, there are 2 guaranteed places. Lin Yanzhan asked if Subai had finally decided where he would apply. Was it still the military university? The answer was affirmative. Yanzhan said that the young man could enroll with her. After all, the military university sends students to the battlefield. Subai must understand how dangerous it is. Subai replied that someone had to go to the front lines anyway. He would go to fight to protect the people close to him. Yanzhan wondered, could she be that close person? A young man approached the girl and asked where Lin Yanzhan was going to enroll. Subai thought that perhaps, since she had not trained, the choice of university was obvious. Yanzhan replied that she hadn't decided yet. She needed to think about it. Teacher Li reminded them that this was a very important decision. Everyone needed to take their report cards and discuss everything with their parents at home. Tomorrow they would have to submit their applications. The girl sank into a hot bath and called Subai on the phone. Lin Yanzhan said that she would also enroll in a military university and added that she had a surprise for the young man. Subai was surprised. Was Yanzhan serious? The girl said she had thought it through long ago. Subai said he had important things to do and they would talk later. At that moment, Xiaoba climbed back into the grocery bag. The protagonist said that Xiaoba was nothing but trouble. He was always eating and going to the bathroom. The young man added that he couldn't even imagine how awful it smelled after he went to the bathroom. Teacher Li addressed the distinguished applicants from the podium and said that she wanted to introduce instructor Zhang Kai from the military university. Zhang Kai was a senior and also graduated from high school number 1. The instructor stated that a year ago, 126 students from the first school were admitted to the university, but only 65 of them survived. 2 years ago, 98 were admitted, and 32 survived. 3 years ago, 86 applicants became students, and only 11 of them are still alive. Zhang Kai added that he did not want to intimidate anyone, but he reminded them that admission to a military university was not just about getting a certificate. Applicants face dangers, difficult decisions, and the sacred duty to defend their country. The military university trains those who are strong in spirit and ready to become even stronger. Everyone liked the instructor's words, and the hall erupted in applause. After that, it was decided to begin assessing the abilities of the young people. Instructor Zhang Kai approached one of the applicants and asked if his name was Subai. The young man confirmed this. The instructor announced that the young man had been selected for direct admission to the military university and should prepare for the entrance exams. Subai was surprised. Was this really true? Zhang Kai added that a bus was already waiting for him at the school gate to take him to the university. The applicants looked at each other. Why had he received a direct invitation? Did he have some influential connections? Envy flashed in their eyes. After a while, the bus arrived at the university. The staff member in charge asked the young people to follow her. A huge monument with the educational institution's motto engraved on it towered above them. The sight was truly impressive. The girl told everyone to continue following her. Each of them would be given a training uniform and then taken to the dormitory. She pointed to the building and explained that the men's rooms were located there. They could change and rest. She would announce the time of the exam later. Subai headed for room number 303. From inside, he could hear a story about how the path of a martial arts master begins with an awareness of the importance of resources. The young man continued his story, adding that his father had once purchased 3 drops of blood from an extremely rare beast in Yushang, and then commissioned a master apothecary to create 3 vials of first-class elixirs. One of them was now in his hands. The listeners were amazed. Was it really the blood of a beast? The door to the room swung open, and the protagonist entered. He greeted them, introduced himself, and said that he would also be living there. The young man with the vial introduced himself as Han Jiagan. The other applicants also gave their names, Tao Jiakun and Fang Chao. Fang Chao said that they could do without formalities. After all, they were now neighbors. He also said that Han Jiagan had rare animal blood. Jiagan repeated his story about the 3 drops. Subai wondered if it was the blood he had recently sold. One of the applicants asked how much such a rarity would cost. Jia Gang replied that it wasn't that expensive. Each drop was valued at just over 30,000, and altogether they cost less than 100,000. Not a bad price. Subai thought that the shop owner had cheated him and made dozens of times more. He was definitely a swindler. The young men looked out the window and noticed a beautiful girl walking across the courtyard. If there was a beauty contest on campus this year, she would definitely be worth voting for. With her long legs and slender figure, she was simply a goddess. The attendant noticed that this was a men's dormitory and wondered who this beauty was looking for. The applicants buzzed with excitement. A real beauty queen had appeared on their campus. Who would get such a girl? The girl announced loudly that she was looking for a young man named Subai. The attendant shouted to the entire dormitory, "Who here is Subai?" The young man had to respond because a beauty was waiting for him. The protagonist told his roommates that he would be back soon and left the room. The young people were stunned. The applicants looked at each other. Could it be that the beautiful woman had come for this guy? How could he have kept this a secret? Lin Yanzhen said that Subai looked great in uniform. The protagonist smiled and replied that he would not deny the obvious. Yanzhen noted that the young man had become even more attractive. The applicants peered out of the windows and were surprised. The beauty was adjusting his clothes. Were they really that close? Lin Yanzhen asked about admission. Was he angry with her? The young man replied that he was not, but admitted that he had planned to apply on his own. He added that he understood that Lin Yanzhen had done it for him, and he was grateful. The girl was surprised. She thought he would be angry. Yanzhen reminded him that the entrance exam was the day after tomorrow and gave him an elixir of improvement to help him. Subai said that she had already helped him a lot, so she could keep the elixir for herself. The girl waved her hand and said it was time for her to go, but they would see each other again soon. His roommates began to ask the protagonist about this goddess. Were they acquainted? Subai replied that she was not a goddess at all. They were classmates and had known each other for a long time. The young people reminded him that they were friends and neighbors and asked Subai to introduce them to the girl. After all, it wasn't difficult. Jiagan suggested that they get together again for dinner to discuss everything in detail. The neighbors said that Subai could rest for now, and they would go prepare. Subai took out Xiaoba and decided to check what kind of elixir Lin Yanzhen had given him. Subai decided he should go out and get some fresh air. The young men had the chi potion in their hands. He said that the turtle was waiting for a treat. Subai smiled and asked if Xiaoba knew what would happen after drinking this potion. The young man said that he would not go to such a luxurious restaurant. The young people advised Subai to eat and drink well. Everything else was not his concern. Jiagan said that it was a great joy for all of them that Subai had come to the university and made friends with them so quickly. The first toast was raised for this. Subai replied that such formalities were unnecessary, as they were friends. Subai said that he and Lin Yanzhen had studied together in high school. He would talk to her later about meeting them. The protagonist noticed that he needed help. Subai added that he had the blood of some rare animal and wanted the young people to help him sell it. Fang Chao examined the vial and said that it was even better than Jia Gang's. Jia Gang agreed and added that he didn't think he would ever see anything like it. Jigan said that he couldn't give an exact price right now. However, he needed to contact his father, who would come and give his assessment. Subai said they had to hurry because the food on the table would get cold. His father answered the phone and asked if his son had spent all his pocket money again. He had sent his son to university so that he could become a strong master, not so that he could party every day. Jiagan assured him that he was not calling about money. He had something extremely serious to discuss. The young man told his father that his roommate had 7 drops of blood that he wanted to sell. The quality was even better than the blood his father had given him. However, he couldn't name a price. The man was excited. Could the blood really be of better quality? Jiagan suggested that his father come and see for himself. The man found out the address and added that he would take Master Cao with him. An hour later, Master Cao had already examined the sample and said that it was incredible. The energy here was the best he had ever seen. With this blood, first-class purification pills could be created. The man asked if Master Cao was sure of his words. The specialist replied that there could be no mistake. Even when tested with first-class equipment, the value of the essence would be even higher than he expected. Who would have thought that Subai would have such a rarity? Master Cao asked how much the young man wanted for the blood. Subai said that his friends had told him that the blood of rare animals could not be sold for money, but could be exchanged for potions of equivalent value. The man noted that since Subai was now his son's friend, he would not pressure him. He would take all the drops and send 14 bottles of blood qi in return. The man asked if Subai wanted to become part of the Han family. In the future, they would be able to provide the young man with all the necessary resources. Subai thanked him for the offer and said he wasn't interested yet. Mr. Han suggested that the young man think about it some more. A girl entered the room and said that this guy didn't want to become part of their family. Lin Yanzhan added that in that case no one should force him. Subai was surprised. What was Yanzhan doing here? Jiagan was also surprised. Had the goddess lost her way? The girl replied that she had seen them by chance. Master Cao was extremely surprised when he saw Lin Yanzhan. Mr. Han smiled and said that there had been a misunderstanding. Subai and his son were studying together and were good friends. Lin Yanzhan suggested that the young man accompany her to the campus. Subai agreed and added that he had just finished everything here. Subai said goodbye and said he would see Mr. Han again in the future. Master Cao wished the young man well. Jiagan asked him to wait for him and added that he would also return to campus. His father told his son that they were not done yet. Mr. Han told Jiagan to make sure to get close to Subai. The future of the Han family might depend on it. They had to make sure that girl didn't get in the way and come between their friendship. The son replied to his father that he understood. The next day arrived. The training ground of the military university campus. The instructor announced that in the next few days there would be a special test for all first-year students. The location for this event would be the battlefield of myriad races. The cadets were surprised. Wasn't that too dangerous? The instructor replied that the main thing was to survive. It didn't matter if they failed the test. However, the area had been cleared and nothing would threaten their lives. The instructor added that a squad would be formed from the next 50 people. Each would have their own teacher and a bronze-ranked supervisor. He wished the cadets victory. Lin Yanzhan told the protagonist that they were in the same group. The young man realized that the girl had arranged it that way on purpose. Their roommates were happy that they were on the same team. A woman approached the young people and told them that the 8th squad should gather. It was instructor La Yuxin. Yuxin warned that she would be giving out all the assignments. The students noted that their instructor was very beautiful. Yuxin pointed out that the first thing the cadets had to do was write their wills. The instructor added that they had one day to do so. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, she would be waiting for them at the teleportation square. They would be going to the battlefield, so they should not be late. Lin Yanzhan asked what Subai was thinking about. The protagonist replied that he had nothing to write in his will and would return to the dormitory. The girl said that in that case, they would meet tomorrow. The cadets noted that this was very cool, because tomorrow they would be going to the battlefield. Jagan suggested that the protagonist rest before tomorrow's performances. The young man replied that he had a lot to do, so he wasn't going anywhere. Jagan saw an interesting turtle and said that its shell was harder than usual. Subai admitted that it was his pet Xiaoba and that it was a real gourmet. The young people said goodbye and said they were leaving, but would see each other soon. Subai wished them a good time. Subai noticed that Xiaoba did nothing but eat. The young man had bottles of potion in his hands. He said that today he would let the turtle eat its fill. However, as soon as they were on the battlefield, it would be better to show her what she was capable of. After eating, our hero checked the indicators and noted that the blood chi powder had done its job. The characteristics were impressive. Now there was hope that Xiaoba would be able to prove himself on the battlefield. The next day arrived. An order came to report to the chief instructor that they were fully ready. The person responsible for conducting the test said that they were waiting for orders from the instructor. An order came to prepare for teleportation. By this time, the portal had already been activated. The cadets were surprised. Only at a military university could one see such a massive teleportation system. Lin Yanzhen asked Tsubaya to be careful. The young man advised the girl not to worry and added that they would definitely succeed. After a while, the cadets found themselves on the battlefield. The combat officer asked why the deputy battalion commander had come out personally. The instructor said that enough had been said. It was necessary to assemble a team to defend the cadets together with him. La Yuxin said that they were heading to military zone F-269, a jungle where the animals had already been eliminated. The cadets' task was to separate the hearts of ghost cats from their bodies on the battlefield. The new recruits reported to the leadership that they were ready for testing. The combat officer told Teacher Liao not to worry. Clearing the battlefield was not dangerous. Sending these new recruits into real combat was like sending food to the enemy. They didn't need it. But why was the deputy commander personally leading the defense group? Yu Xin thanked Deputy Battalion Commander Li Da for his concern. The officer replied that these new recruits from the military university were future soldiers on the battlefield, and protecting them was his direct responsibility. The imperial capital is the highest center of military command in the Dragon Nation. The chief of staff received a report about an emergency situation. According to the latest intelligence from the battlefield of all races, a huge number of ferocious animals had broken through the line of defense. 12 powerful golden-level ghost cats had joined the attack. They were targeting 12 military bases on the southwestern border. The chief of staff ordered the immediate tracking of the ferocious animals, and all military bases strengthened their defenses. Right now, first-year students from all military universities are undergoing training on the battlefield of all races. These students are the future of the nation, and they must not be harmed in any way. Military Base F-269. An order has been issued to clear the battlefield as soon as possible. The danger is increasing with every passing minute. Lin Yanzhan said that the fur, flesh, and claws of these ghost cats can be used to make weapons or medicine. Subai replied that now it's no wonder why so many people are rushing to the battlefield of all races. Rare materials are everywhere. Xiaoba will feast at night. Subai said that they needed to collect more animal hearts to exchange for chi blood powder when they returned. Then Xiaoba would be able to level up again. The protagonist noted that the last warning had been received. It concerned the novice warrior. This time, the threat was level 5. Yanzhan asked what was going on. Subai approached Instructor Liao, who was sitting on a tree branch at the time, and said that something had happened. A large group of ferocious animals was approaching them from the southwest. This was reliable information. The instructor climbed down from the tree and told the protagonist that this was a battlefield for all races. This was no place for frivolous conversation. Did the young man realize the consequences of causing panic among his classmates? Subai declared that he was not joking. A huge number of ferocious beasts were indeed approaching. The instructor asked if Subai really felt the animals attacking. She was sure that there were no animals within a 2-kilometer radius. Subai told the deputy battalion commander that he was not joking. There were at least 100 ghost cats moving in their direction. They were now 3 kilometers away. The deputy battalion commander was surprised. Was the student really claiming that his premonition ability was superior? Instructor Liao suggested that Subai was just nervous because it was his first time on the battlefield, and that he shouldn't take everything so seriously. Lin Yanzhan noted that conclusions should not be drawn until the situation was clear. She believed what Subai was saying. The protagonist added that the animals were indeed approaching, and urged them to believe him, as he was an animal tamer with a special sense. Instructor Liao was surprised. Did the student really have such an ability? But why hadn't the school noted this? Suddenly, a huge monster, a large white ferocious cat, jumped out from behind a hill. The beast was immediately attacked. The attack was carried out with the help of Xiaoba's turtle. The turtle was unharmed. Instructor Liao was genuinely surprised. What was this? Was it really a turtle? As expected, her appearance made things awkward. Subai announced that he was a beast tamer, and that Xiaoba the turtle was his animal. The protagonist said that Xiaoba would deal with the small ones, and he would take care of the king of cats. The students were surprised. Was this turtle really that powerful? How could it defeat the king of cats? Lin Yanzhan thought, was this really Subai's tamed beast? Subai instructed Xiaobai to demonstrate the wild cat's capabilities. The students were amazed. Where did this turtle get such speed? The deputy battalion commander was amazed. Did Subai really have such strength? Instructor Liao also did not expect this, and noted that this student's animal training skills were exceptional. The wild beast swung its paw, intending to sink its claws into the turtle. However, something went wrong. The turtle's shell was much stronger than expected, and the wild cat broke all its claws. The deputy battalion commander said that this was insane protection. How could a mid-level creature withstand the blow of the king of cats' claws? But now was not the time for surprises. The order was given to finish off the king while he was surrounded. The armed soldiers covering the students set about their task. The deputy battalion commander jumped high above the beast and swung his sword. The young man knew that the weak spot was the stomach. Subai ordered Xiaoba to use his best move. The students were surprised. Why was the turtle spinning in place? What did best move mean? The book said that the weak spot of the king of cats was its belly. Subai prepared to attack the beast. The young man swung hard and kicked the turtle, giving it the necessary acceleration. The turtle crashed into the king of cats at tremendous speed. The deputy battalion commander noted that Xiaoba had hit the weak spot precisely. Would the beast survive? Bleeding profusely, the huge beast stopped and began to sink to the ground. The monster was finished. The Cat King lay in a pool of blood. Soldiers and students surrounded him. The students cheered. The Cat King had been defeated. The deputy battalion commander thought, had they really won? Lin Yanzhan threw herself into the protagonist's arms and said that Subai was simply incredible. After all, he had defeated the silver-level king of cats. Jiagan also admitted that Subai was incredibly cool. But where did the young man get such a turtle? They wanted one too. Subai wondered what Xiaoba was eating there. They had to return immediately. However, the turtle paid no attention to anyone. It had the coveted crystal in its paws. There was a rumbling in the sky. The deputy battalion commander said it was dangerous. The king of cats was calling his own kind with his last howl. Could there be an even more dangerous creature? Operations headquarters. The man said that, according to the analysis of energy waves from the front line, a huge number of animals of unknown level had been detected at base F-269. They were extremely dangerous. Mr. Wen Yuan expressed his hope that the military would be able to provide immediate support. The officer said he would assemble a group of scouts to escort Mr. Yuan to the battlefield. Wen Yuan replied that it was not necessary. He could not wait, and would go there himself. Mr. Yuan added that he would be on the battlefield in 20 minutes. The officer replied that he would immediately give the appropriate orders. The soldier thought this was terrible. If Hu Lin got angry, the whole of Jiangzhou would not be able to restrain him. The monster that appeared in the sky said that humans were just a lower species. Teacher La Yuxin was shocked. How was this possible? How could it speak human language? An animal that understood human speech must be at least gold level, and should not appear here. It was necessary to immediately take up a defensive position, and send the wounded to the center. The monster descended to the ground and asked how these inferior beings dared to destroy its kind. The deputy battalion commander was amazed. Why was this monster eating the king of cats? That was impossible. How could something like this appear in this area? The system informed the protagonist of an extremely high danger. A gold-level beast had been detected nearby. It was necessary to leave this place immediately. Everyone present realized that it was indeed a gold-level beast, a mutated ghost cat king. It was in a bloodthirsty berserk state. The students thought that even their teacher had probably never encountered such a creature. Lin Yanzhan announced that she wanted to go home. She didn't want to die. The deputy battalion commander said that they shouldn't expect any support. The officer held his sword forward and shouted for them to take the wounded and retreat. He would cover everyone. After that, the deputy battalion commander rushed to attack the mutated king of ghost cats. After the monster's first attack, the officer was thrown far back. The mutated king said that such warriors posed no threat to him. Subai ordered Xiaoba to immediately protect the deputy commander and throw the turtle forward. The shell of this turtle was exceptionally strong. Therefore, Xiaoba was ready for battle. Xiaoba was attacked and thrown aside. Deep scratches remained on the shell. Subai asked anxiously if Xiaoba was okay. Blood appeared from the protagonist's mouth. Lin Yanzhan was surprised. Was Subai really injured? Instructor La Yuxin was amazed at how this young man could have been hurt. The deputy commander suggested that it was because of his talent as an animal tamer, the fusion of origins. Liu Yuxin objected that this was impossible and decided to check. There were no visible wounds or injuries. Could this guy really have the legendary animal tamer skill, merging origins? Subai calmly stated that he was fine. Liu Yuxin announced that Subai was indeed taking the attacks of the silver-level cat upon himself to protect the tamed animal. She ordered that he be helped immediately. Jiagan agreed and added that the young man should not be left alone. Soldiers and students from all sides rushed at the monster. The silver-level cat king growled that they were just a bunch of bugs in front of him. Lin Yanzun shouted at Subai to be careful and covered him with her body. In the next moment, there was a powerful explosion. Subai realized that he had finally absorbed the crystallization of the silver-level cat king. The little turtle's level rose to bronze. Its shell could now absorb energy to restore its protective barrier, tripling its defense. Instructor Liu Yuxin immediately realized that she was looking at an evolved animal. The deputy commander was amazed. Could this creature really be of epic level? Lin Yanzun asked Subai how he was feeling. He replied that everything was fine. Subai ordered the turtle to destroy the beast and indicated the direction of the attack. The silver-level cat king was struck and thrown far back. The deputy commander thought that Subai's tamed animal was only bronze level, but it already radiated a terrifying pressure. The monster rose on its hind legs and growled that it would destroy everyone. The soldiers noticed that the cat king had fallen into a rage and gone berserk. They had to retreat urgently, or better yet, scatter in different directions. The berserker growled that no one would leave alive and sent wild black cats after them. Everyone except Subai began to retreat in panic. He ordered the turtle to stop the berserker and put an end to his madness. The huge bronze turtle delivered an energy blow to the black cats, and the beasts, tucking their tails between their legs, were forced to retreat. Subai ordered the turtle to unleash its full power. A loud roar sounded, and a powerful energy stream burst from its mouth, aimed directly at the berserker. People were amazed by the power of this wave. Mr. Wen Yuan, watching from a high tree branch, thought, "Is it really over?" The battlefield looked terrifying. What they had to go through. The deputy commander gave orders and supervised the clearing of the area. Mr. Wen Yuan came closer and was delighted to see that Lin Yanzhan was unharmed. Instructor Liu Yuxin was surprised. What brought this gentleman here? The officer reported that he was the deputy commander of the military base. One of his units had joined forces with the university's teachers and students and engaged in battle with a large group of ghost cats. They managed to destroy more than 800 creatures, including several bronze level and one silver level. A representative of the gold level was also spotted. Losses are currently being counted and the wounded are being treated. Wen Yuan was astonished. Could it be that a golden level creature had appeared? It was hard to believe that it had been defeated. The deputy commander reported that it was Subai who had done it with his tamed beast. Wen Yuan asked if it was true that Subai had destroyed the Cat King. The young man modestly replied that it was a joint achievement of the deputy commander and the teachers, not his personal victory. Wen Yuan asked if Subai would like to continue his training at the Zhangzhou fortress after graduating from the institute. He was willing to personally mentor the young man. The hero thanked him for the offer but said he had not yet made a decision. The officer reported that the battlefield had been cleared and was awaiting further orders. Mr. Yuan ordered everyone to return to base. An order came in. All candidates must pass through the portal one at a time. The students were required to return and train properly, as this was the strongest group the deputy commander had ever encountered. The officer noted that these guys were special. Student Subai stood out in particular. He had enormous potential. Instructor Liu Yuxin couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become in the future. Upon his return, Subai was delighted to be back at the academy. The students were happy. It had been a truly exciting adventure. Lin Yanzhan breathed a sigh of relief. The heroes were greeted with honors. Student Subai was recognized as a true hero. The instructor said that he had already read their battle report. All of these students were true heroes of the university. Their grades would be the highest in history. Subai said he wanted to return to the dormitory, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. The young man noted that this time, they had truly accomplished something great. Surely the university would count their military achievements. Jiagan wondered how many resources these merits could be exchanged for. After all, Subai had defeated a golden-level animal, which was a huge achievement. Now he would be able to exchange his reward for a whole basket of resources for training. Jiagan asked the protagonist what kind of turtle it was. He wanted one for himself too. At that moment, Xiaoba was sleeping soundly and having a pleasant dream. There was a knock at the door. Jiagan got up and asked who was barging in so early in the morning. Girls with gifts were standing at the door. They introduced themselves as members of the Jongwoo Student Council and brought the heroes breakfast prepared by their older sisters. It was impossible to refuse. The girls asked which of them was Subai. Jagan let the girls in and said that the older sisters were incredibly kind. They would not let their care go to waste. The girls were still interested in which one of them was Subai. Each of them wanted to take a picture with him. Jiagan said that Subai had already gone out for his morning run. The girls were surprised. Why hadn't they been told right away that Subai wasn't there? The boys asked if Brother Su had become a celebrity. The girls suggested turning on the TV. The army channel was indeed broadcasting important news on huge screens. Meanwhile, Subai was jogging at the university stadium. The morning news reported that the day before, there had been large-scale attacks on army bases in several provinces, where tens of thousands of clans of ferocious animals were active. Among the attacking creatures were golden-level beasts. Many students from different provinces were injured. In these battles, the teachers and students of the military university heroically repelled the attacks. They managed to destroy one ferocious gold-level beast, as well as many others. Among the students, freshman Subai distinguished himself by single-handedly holding back a gold-level beast. Under the guidance of instructors and a bronze-level expert from the army, he performed an outstanding feat. All front lines were destroyed, but the military university emerged victorious from the battle. The country's army decided to collectively award the students and instructors of the university with a second-class merit award, the Great Wall Silver Medal. Student Subai will be awarded a first-class merit award and will receive the Great Wall Gold Medal. Everyone in the stadium cheered. The human race would now surely be victorious. Everyone wanted to meet this student. Subai thought it would be best to leave the stadium as soon as possible and hide in the dormitory or library. His sister contacted him and happily said that he was being shown on TV. Subai replied that he had already seen it. The girl added that his parents wanted him to come home. They were going to reward him. His father said that his son deserved the great honor. All the neighbors were talking about him. His mother said that his third uncle's younger sister had called. She said she wanted to introduce Subai to her girlfriend. Xiao Mei said that her brother should come and visit them, otherwise his fans would break down their door. Subai agreed. The test had just ended, and he had a 2-day break. He would pack his things and go home. The neighbors were shocked that the hero had returned to the family. Everyone came out to greet him. Subai was touched that everyone was waiting for him. Neighbors and relatives said that the great hero had returned. Xiao Mei was very happy to see her brother. The neighbors invited the young man to come into their homes and stay for lunch. The hero's father thanked everyone for their support and said that his son would stay at home. As soon as the young man had rested, he would visit everyone. The children continued to line up and offered to introduce the young man to their sisters and friends. Once home, the hero said that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would have sneaked out at night. Xiao Mei said that it was useless. Her aunt had posted a guard at the door and was waiting for Subai to return so she could introduce him to her granddaughter. Mom said that dad would feed everyone now, and her daughter could help them. Subai found himself in his room and thought that now he could finally get some rest. The young man logged into the system and checked the necessary information. Something surprised him. An animal for the contract had been found. A small kitten. Xiao Mei asked her brother what had happened. Subai asked if their family had gotten a cat. Xiao Mei pointed to the kitten and said that it was Bai. He was eating right now. Xiao Mei approached Bai and said he was very cute. A few days ago, she had stumbled upon him on the road and brought him home to raise. Subai thought that if his sister liked the kitten, it should stay. It was a cute creature. He was surprised when he realized that this stray cat had the blood of a white tiger. Xiao Mei noticed that the kitten liked her brother. Subai decided that he needed to be tamed. He said he wanted to discuss something with his sister. Could he, the Lord of Beasts, take this Bai? The answer was a categorical no. Xiao Mei said that her brother couldn't take her little Bai away from her too. Subai suggested they come to an agreement. After much persuasion, Xiao Mei declared that she didn't need a new laptop or pretty dresses. There would be no deal. 2 days passed. A small white kitten rode in the protagonist's backpack along with the turtle. The hero finally returned to the university. Xiaoba told Bai that this was their boss's school. From that moment on, the turtle promised to protect the kitten. Bai said that Xiaoba was pressuring him. Passers-by recognized the hero, the gold medalist. Many girls went to the dormitory to meet him. Subai suggested that he would now have to wear a mask on the street. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that student Subai should report to the principal's office immediately. Subai wondered why the principal wanted to see him. At the meeting, the director said that Subai was a worthy person. Thanks to his actions at the military base, the university had decided to reward the young man. He asked what he wanted. Subai replied that his success was only possible thanks to the university and his mentors. The hero knew that the director was notorious for his stinginess. It would not be easy to get him to pay for food for Xiaoba. Subai said that it was not necessary to spend too much. 100 gold-level animal cores would suffice. The director was frightened. Where would he get even one, let alone 100? Maybe Subai wanted to take his position? Subai added that 100 silver-level animal cores would be acceptable. The director refused again. With his military merits, the hero couldn't even count on a single piece. Then Subai said he was willing to exchange his gold medal for 50 silver-level cores. After all, he had sacrificed for the university. The director said that the strong protect the weak. It is both a duty and a mission. Saving students is Subai's mission as a strong person. Subai suggested ending the unnecessary conversation. 50 silver animal cores. Period. The director acknowledged that the army and the university would not forget a hero like Subai. The leader said that he had made a decision. He was ready to allocate 10 bronze-level animal cores. Subai replied that this was not enough. The director decided that the young man was simply bargaining. Subai thought that the old man, as expected, turned out to be very stingy. The director said that in addition to the award, he had something else to tell the student. The university had chosen Subai as the freshman captain for the 100 Universities League competition. The young man realized that the reward was just a pretext, and that the director wanted to tell him this. He said that it was unfair. The director stated that as a student of a military university, Subai should bring glory to his educational institution. In addition, the awards from the league would be substantial. Subai said that experienced players participate in the 100 Universities League and that it is not easy to get a rank. The man replied that he shouldn't be so timid and told him to get ready. Tomorrow morning, Subai must show up at the training hall without being late. The director thought that young people were becoming more and more difficult these days. Subai decided that the rumors about the director's stinginess were completely justified. The next morning in the training hall, the director announced that this time the 100 Universities League competition would be held by the army. Although the Ministry of Education had allocated fewer resources than to other prestigious universities, he still hoped that the students would perform at their best. The director suggested starting the roll call and first named third-year student Hu Qing-shu, who used the abilities of a medium bronze-level tree. After that, the roll call continued, and other students were called. One of the students said that this was unfair. Their military university was founded later, so the resources allocated for training were much less than those of prestigious schools. The director replied that 10 representatives from the university would participate in the competition this year. All those present were the best students in each year. He then announced that Subai would be the team captain for these competitions. The protagonist decided that the director had made a mistake. The director added that this decision had been made by the university committee after discussion. One of the students objected. Qing Shu was stronger and more experienced than everyone else. Why was a newcomer made captain? Another student also said that Subai was only at the initial bronze level in terms of strength, a whole rank below Qing Shu. The director reminded everyone that they had all seen the news in recent days. Subai had destroyed a ferocious gold-level beast. If anyone wanted to be captain, let them do the same. Then Subai would immediately give up his place. One of the students said it could have been a coincidence. No one present believed him. Qing Shu was ready to challenge him right then and there. Subai thought that the old man had gone too far. Now he would become the target of universal criticism. The director said that there were no more announcements, and that the students could go and prepare. There were less than 3 weeks left before the competition. He was counting on everyone. Subai quickly left the room and said he had urgent business to attend to and needed to return to the dormitory. The students were indignant. Where was he rushing off to? One student said that Subai was actually a real coward. He was simply incapable of dealing with a ferocious golden-level beast. Qing Shu added that when the competition began, he would make this guy regret what he had done. Subai brought Xiaoba some treats. 15 bronze animal cores should be enough to level up. Subai handed the core to the turtle, but the cat tried to take it away. The young man said that he also had something in store for Xiaoba. The protagonist noticed that the cat's level was too low. First, he needed to start with the Qi blood elixir. Meanwhile, the turtle's plate was already empty. Subai showed the turtle a bag of crystals and said that one bite could be worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. He asked how much it needed to evolve. Subai warned that if the turtle did not begin its evolution, he would give everything to the cat. The turtle took the threat seriously and began to transform. Its body glowed with a powerful light. Subai thought that Xiaoba's level had finally increased. Although the amount of talent had not increased, his abilities and parameters had clearly improved. He noted that Xiaobai's level had also increased. The little kitten had risen to a high normal rank. Now he was awakened. Subai noted that the kitten's agility was extremely high. It was a real leap forward. Both pets had completed their enhancement. It was simply fantastic. Subai thought that now all that remained was to wait for his animals to show their skills in the arena of the 100 Universities League competition. Jiangzhou Military University Library. The students did not expect it to be so huge. The woman at the library said that this institution existed even before the university was founded. The library is the cornerstone of Jiangzhou's heritage. She was surprised that the newcomer had 180 access cards. The woman showed him where to find books on animal training, which interested the young man. He was free to search for the information he needed throughout the library. Subai looked around and realized that there were a huge number of works on animal taming here. It would take a long time to go through them all. He picked up one book and noticed the name Luo Fanya on the cover. He had heard that name somewhere before. Subai opened the book and read, "Heaven and earth converge, eternal soul, divine weapon, sacred animal weaponry, roots of herbs and trees, merging of streams." The protagonist took the book with him. He remembered that he had already encountered a technique called merging streams. But what did eternal soul and armament of sacred animals mean? Qingshu and the other students saw Subai. One of them said that animal tamers had no future, no matter how long they studied. Subai did not expect Master Luo Fan to be so powerful. He created 3 divine techniques: merging streams, weaponizing sacred animals, and eternal soul. It is said that he fought alone against the invasion of all races. Unfortunately, he was still outnumbered and died on the battlefield. Subai decided that he must study this book carefully. While reading, the young man felt the book begin to levitate. He was overcome with surprise. It seemed as if some force was penetrating his body. Subai approached the library administrator and asked if he could borrow the book. The woman replied that the book did not have a classification number. It did not belong to the library, but he had taken it from the shelf, hadn't he? No matter how hard the woman tried, she couldn't open the book. Subai was surprised, because just a minute ago, he had been reading it without any problems. He took the book back, and it opened immediately. The woman decided that there must have been a malfunction, and suggested that the young man take the book and return it after reading it. Subai was surprised. Could he really take it for an unlimited period? The answer was yes. The administrator contacted the director and reported that the student had taken the very book he had left on the shelf. The director was amazed. Could the student really open it? The administrator confirmed this, and the director was pleased. The head of the academy said that perhaps Master Luo Fan had finally waited a century for that very person. If he had known about this in the underworld, he would surely have been happy. 2 weeks passed. It was announced that the 100 Universities League competition would be held in 5 main areas, designated exclusively for combat. 2 teams would meet in each area. The reporter announced that 8 military universities in the province would gather for the tournament. One of the streamers told his subscribers that this year it was almost impossible to get tickets to the 100 Universities League competition, so he would be broadcasting live for small donations. One student was surprised. Did the military university of Longyin really dare to come? They would simply be crushed. A student from a rival university replied that we would see who else would be crushed. The spectators took their seats according to their tickets. The huge stadium was ready to welcome the participants. Instructor La Yuxin appeared in the locker room and asked if everyone was there. One student replied that Subai had not yet arrived, but the rest were already there. Surely he wouldn't run away at the last minute. At that moment, the young man appeared at the door and said that he was not going to back down, especially at the last minute. La Yuxin noted that in a few days, this student's strength had increased significantly. The instructor said that it was good that the captain was already there. The pairing was about to begin, and everyone needed to get ready. Subai replied that he had already thought everything through. The host addressed the audience and asked them to remain silent. Just a month ago, myriads of beast races had thrown significant forces into weakening the human army. At that time, small groups of ferocious animals attacked rear military bases, and military university students in those provinces were almost completely wiped out. The host asked the audience, should they take revenge? The crowd shouted that humans must defeat and destroy all ferocious animals. The host continued, if the human race has such spirit, can the beasts avoid defeat? With that, he declared the 100 Universities League competition officially open. He explained the format of the tournament: team battles. Up to 5 representatives from each team participate in each match. The losers are eliminated, and the winners advance. The team with at least one fighter remaining is considered the winner. Now the pairs are randomly determined. Qingshu said that they would face Qingyun Military University. Longyun University had already faced Shinmin, but their lineup had not yet been determined. The academy director appeared nearby and asked what lineup Subai had decided on. Subai said that he would go first, and the other four would decide for themselves. The students were surprised. Was this really the captain's strategy? Qingshu asked if they should base their strategy on Qingyun Military University's lineup. What if the captain who went first lost? It would be a disgrace for the entire university. Subai told the team not to worry. He would not let them down. The director noted that the young man had grown noticeably over the past few days. His confidence and prudence were impressive. However, the director warned Subai not to go too far. He needed to leave his comrades at least a little booty. Otherwise, they would be offended, and it would be difficult for the young man to get along with the others later. After the first match, it was announced that Shinmin Military University had won. Instructor La Yuxin said that this year, Shinmin University was indeed strong. They had quickly defeated Longyang. Now it was Subai's turn. Subai headed to the arena and told everyone to watch him closely. Qingshu noted that he was interested to see the captain's abilities. Lin Yanzan declared that Subai must win the competition. The rivals met in the middle of the arena. The opponent asked our hero, "You must be the freshman who destroyed the fierce golden-level beast?" Subai did not deny it. Our hero's opponent turned out to be Li Lingfeng, a middle bronze-level owner and captain of the Qingyun Military Institute team. Subai opened his backpack and told Xiaoba to come out. Lingfeng was surprised. Is this really his animal? His opponent laughed. Did a freshman really bring his pet to the competition? Subai replied that he was in a hurry that morning and didn't have time to eat breakfast. The young man took food out of the bag, while Xiaoba stretched his legs intensely. The audience was surprised. Why did Subai bring a small turtle to the competition? Was there really no one more worthy at the military university? Instructor La Yuxin was surprised. Is Subai really eating peanuts and drinking Coke right in the arena? A team member said that their captain seriously underestimated the opponent, an intermediate bronze-level opponent. Will the captain be able to handle it? Subai said that Xiaoba had absorbed many animal cores and now should not disappoint. The turtle was determined to win. Li Lingfeng felt the powerful energy emanating from the turtle. Where could this animal get such strength? Could the turtle really be tamed? Xiaoba took the form of a black turtle. Lingfeng immediately admitted that the beast looked terrifying. The audience was also surprised. Where did such a huge turtle come from? Does it really have skin like that? It shines like armor. One eye is the size of a basketball. No wonder Subai was able to destroy a gold-level animal. Lin Yanzan noted that Subai had become even stronger. But when did Xiaoba grow so much? Subai told Xiaoba to hurry up. The turtle hurried and the opponent was deactivated. Lingfeng was lying on the arena. He admitted that the turtle was very fast. Subai asked Lingfeng to hold on a little longer. He wanted to finish his Coke before it was all over. Lingfeng thought it was an unexpected attack, and now he needed to gather all his strength. His opponent told the protagonist that now they would definitely find out who was stronger. Lingfeng swung to strike. The turtle was approaching. The opponent changed his mind, turned around and started to run away. The turtle set off in pursuit. The audience saw Lingfeng's eyes on the screen. They were filled with horror. Instructor La Yuxin was forced to admit that Subai had indeed won. The director noted that the younger generation was simply monstrous. A student said that the turtle was too strong. One of the spectators wondered, why didn't Qing Yun, the captain of the university, dodge such a strong but slow blow? He was told that the turtle's speed only seemed slow because it was very large. Even the holder of the intermediate bronze level could not stop this turtle. Xiaoba is invincible. The host announced that Subai and Jiangzhou Military University had won the first match. Now it was time to bring the second representative of Qingyun University, Zhang Xuan, onto the stage. A girl armed with a machete appeared on stage. She decided to rely on speed to win and not let the turtle get close to her. Xuan was a mid-level bronze player. The audience watched as Zhang Xuan used her speed advantage to dodge the giant turtle's attacks. Xuan decided she had found her advantage. One strike was enough for her to win. La Yuxin noted that Zhang Xuan was dodging in search of opportunities. At such speed, the turtle couldn't touch her at all. Qingshu noticed that Subai was once again underestimating his opponent. Xuan jumped high once again and said that the turtle was indeed strong. The girl jumped over the turtle, landed in the arena near our hero, and declared that she would now deal with the tamer himself. Subai thought it was too late to change positions. Yuxin shouted that they were in trouble because Xuan was going to attack Subai directly. Yanzan shouted for the young man to be careful. Xuan approached to a dangerous distance, swung her arm, and declared that Subai had lost. The young man did not react in any way. The next moment, the turtle swung its tail, and Xuan, failing to reach her target, was forced to fly away. The students acknowledged that it was a magnificent swing. The move is called the Divine Tail of the Turtle. Lin Yanzhan breathed a sigh of relief. Her colleague said that their captain had won again. Isn't that too fast? Yuxin added that this guy was really very strong. Subai admitted that Xuan was very close to him, so Xiaoba hit her too hard. Nothing personal, said the young man, and wished the girl a speedy recovery. Zhang Xuan was carried away from the arena on a stretcher. Subai said that now he would take more serious action. The protagonist asked who was next to come out and fight him. The next candidate was also defeated. This happened several times. In the end, the judge announced that Subai and Jiangzhou Military University were the winners. The audience noted that Subai was eating peanuts the whole time while the turtle was fighting in the arena. However, the victory was still awarded to him. They had never seen such an invincible opponent. Yanzhan thought that the young man had won 5 victories in a row. Subai thought, why does that sound so strange? It's as if they are calling me a turtle. After the matches, Yuxin congratulated the young man. The director announced that Subai had single-handedly defeated the entire Qingyun Military University and brought great glory to Jiangzhou Military University. Qingshu said that the morning matches were over. It was time to rest a little, and after the lunch break, the second round would begin. In the hall of the Fuchuan Military University, the instructor said that if they faced the Jiangzhou Military University in the next match, they would most likely send Subai into battle. One of the students admitted that his beast was practically invincible in close combat. What should we do? He asked. The coach continued. If they do face Jiangzhou, Mao Kai will have to fight this guy. He is the team captain and uses poison abilities. Therefore, it is necessary to keep your distance and use poison to take down the turtle. Mao Kai agreed and added that when the time came, he would keep his distance and use poison. In the hall of the military university, Xinmin was also receiving instructions. The coach said there was no need to be discouraged. Subai is strong, but his weaknesses are also obvious. The only way to win is to find an opportunity to bypass the turtle's line of defense and defeat Subai. The team captain said that the director was right. If we face Subai today, this guy can handle him. Zhang Xuan's strategy this morning was correct, but he lacked speed. The director added that Li Lingfeng had good speed and excellent fighting skills. We need to find the right moment and attack him. The host said that the morning matches were impressive. The students showed energetic determination and a fearless spirit. The second round will begin very soon, and now there will be a random distribution. The audience noted that the other members of the Jiangzhou Military University team would not even have to fight. Subai alone could handle the other universities. It's great to have such a member on the team. Viewers said that in a clash with military universities from other provinces, Jiangzhou Military University will be defeated so badly that it will not be able to raise its head. The results of the second round of the draw were announced. Subai's first match will be against Li Feng from Xinmin Military University. Li Feng noted that they had already prepared a strategy specifically for this opponent. Subai told Li Feng not to be nervous. He would soon be finished too. The match began, and Li Feng, a high bronze-level player and team captain, immediately demonstrated his unique abilities. The young man moved discreetly around the turtle, trying to trick it. His opponent activated the pure wind step skill, and even managed to kick the turtle's shell. Li Feng claimed that he would now find the beast's weak spot. The audience wondered, can't the turtle hit Li Feng? The audience wondered if Li Feng would have a chance to win if he suddenly attacked Subai. Some female spectators admitted that they liked Li Feng. The stands urged Li Feng to be more active and attack more intensely. Yuxin suggested that the opponent was trying to lure the turtle away from Subai. But why wasn't the team captain doing anything? Qingshu suggested that Subai was looking for something. The protagonist took a can of soda out of his backpack and said that he had finally found it. Subai said that the lunch was too salty. The young man took a few sips. The audience demanded that Li Feng finally attack his opponent. Li Feng thought that at such a distance, even a tail strike would not work. Li Feng took a running start and rushed past the turtle towards Subai. At the same time, he claimed that his opponent was underestimating him. Subai stood with his back to his opponent, finishing his soda. Li Feng became even more angry and declared that he would make his opponent pay for this. However, he froze in mid-jump and did not understand what was happening. Why couldn't he move? An illusion skill had been activated. A huge image of a turtle took hold of Li Feng and prevented him from moving. Subai told Xiaoba to stop playing around and finish the battle quickly. The turtle sent a powerful stream of energy and blew his opponent off the arena, sending him towards the stands. One of the spectators said that now everything was clear. It wasn't that Li Feng wasn't strong enough. Subai was just too powerful. How could anyone possibly fight him? A participant asked the director, "What should we do?" Li Feng was injured and was in a deactivated state. The director said that they needed to surrender. The host announced that instead of continuing the match against such a strong opponent as Subai, the rivals had decided to surrender. Jiangzhou Military University's next opponent will be Fuchuan Military University. The audience was puzzled as to how they could surrender without a fight. This Subai is definitely very strong. Is it really better to surrender than to be humiliated? The instructor said that it was good that Shinmin voluntarily surrendered. Now Subai can save his strength for Fuchuan. Qingshu noticed that the captain of Fuchuan uses poison. He is not so easy to deal with. The match began. The opponent suggested not rushing into the fight. The young man acknowledged that Subai was very strong, and he knew he was no match for him. But how about a deal? Mao Kai was a mid-level bronze player and the captain of his team. Subai was surprised. "What deal are you talking about? I didn't come here to negotiate." Lin Yanzhan was also surprised. "What does a deal have to do with it?" Mao Kai said that he really wanted to discuss animal taming with his opponent. Subai was surprised. What is this guy up to? What is he even going to talk about? Mao Kai kept his hands behind his back. Some of the fingers on his right hand were coated with poison. The protagonist realized that his opponent was trying to stall for time. The ability to use poison takes time to activate. Subai ordered the turtle to attack his opponent. There will be no deals. Mao Kai said that Subai had unfortunately realized this too late. No matter how good he was at taming animals, he would not be able to escape the poisonous mist. Mao Kai began to be covered in a green poisonous mist of increased concentration, and added that now there was no way to prevent it. Qingshu shouted at Subai not to underestimate his opponent. During previous trials, Mao Kai had poisoned many high-level animals. The instructor was puzzled. What should they do now? The director called for calm. Panic only gets in the way, because the outcome is still unknown. Mao Kai moved forward, and the poisonous mist began to envelop the giant turtle. The opponent said that Subai couldn't see through the poisonous mist, so he was invulnerable. Mao Kai wanted to see how long Subai could last in the poisonous mist. This guy was too careless. As soon as he released the poison, the competition would be over. Mao Kai saw his opponent's outline through the mist and thought, is he meditating to resist the destructive poisonous mist? However, Subai would have to face more than just that. Subai thought, could it be that Mao Kai has decided to attack me from behind through the poisonous mist? It was unfortunate that his opponent had encountered him. Mao Kai was surprised. How is this possible? How did this guy withstand my powerful poison claw strike in this poisonous fog? The director announced that it was the Merge Streams skill. It was a high-level tamer talent. Subai had already learned to use the tamed animal's defense on himself. Subai said, it's time to wrap things up. This poisonous mist has already gone bad and is starting to stink. Mao Kai saw the outline of a huge turtle above him through the green mist and thought that he was now defenseless. His colleague admitted that Subai was too strong. He had thrown the poisoner out of the poisonous mist. Lin Yanzhan declared that she would not let Subai get past her. The host announced that since Mao Kai from Fuchuan Military University was unable to continue the battle, he also chose to surrender. Jiangzhou Military University was declared the winner of the provincial competition. Subai thanked the turtle for its help. The director said that Subai had brought glory to the university this time, for which he was grateful. The young man asked the director to allocate additional resources to him to improve his level. He needed to level up. The director thought that this guy wanted to use him, but he was not so easy to fool. The director said that since they had won the provincial competition, the army would award the young man points for his achievements. He would be able to go to the transportation department and exchange the points when the time came. The team members were upset. How did the points relate to them? Only the captain participated in the competition. The director said it didn't matter. In 3 days they would go to Luo City to participate in the regional competition. Who wanted to participate? Subai expressed his desire. The director said that everyone could go back and rest. They needed to prepare for the regional competition in 3 days, and he was counting on everyone. Subai asked the director, what about resources? The director said he would be waiting for an amazing performance from the team captain. See you in 3 days. The news reported that the Ministry of Prodigies had shown its best side in this competition. The most dazzling was Subai from Jiangzhou Military University. He won the competition, defeating 5 opponents single-handedly in all 3 battles. Strong young people will make the country strong. The young man found himself in the training hall and thought he had finally found a quiet place. Subai took the white cat out of his backpack and said he understood. Xiaobai was nervous. Subai said that he was only able to exchange his military merit points for 4 silver-level animal cores. Therefore, it was better to consume them little by little, chewing them well. The white cat purred, its eyes expressing satisfaction, and began to devour the silver-level animal cores. Suddenly, Xiaobai began to grow in size, glowing intensely. Subai learned the necessary information. The high normal level had been raised to the initial bronze level. The little kitten was evolving into a sharp golden-white tiger. Subai said that in that case, Xiaobai could eat a few more cores. Subai told the cat to eat calmly. No one would take them away. After that, he would be able to raise his level again. The protagonist thought he had given all the cores to the cat, but there was no reaction. What went wrong? However, Xiaobai did evolve and began to increase in size again. The protagonist noted that this was even cooler than Xiaobai's previous evolution. Subai activated the information board. He realized that the tamed animal was a sharp golden-white tiger with an average bronze level. The guy thought it was worth it. He spent 4 silver-level animal cores. These attributes defy the heavens. The young man declared that the regional competition would depend on Xiaobai's performance. In the imperial capital, in a suburban villa, a video of Subai's performance was being watched. The man suggested that this Subai had many secrets and was quite interesting. The man told his assistant to find out everything about this guy. It was quite possible that his turtle was even more ferocious than the one Luofan had before. 3 days later, the Luohe Military University competition took place. As expected, the competition field for this university was several times larger than the previous one. The director looked at the stands and said that the spectators of Luohe Military University were trying to scare them. Subai asked the director why there was an empty seat there. The director replied that he had heard that only 9 military universities were participating in the competition. 1 university had voluntarily withdrawn. This meant that 1 university would be eliminated during the random selection, a game of chance. The eliminated university would immediately advance to the next round. Subai decided that it was worth hoping that they would not be eliminated during the random selection. The young man hoped to play more matches to earn military points for his beasts. Qingshu asked the director for permission to participate in the competition this time. Other students told the director that they also wanted to participate. The director reassured them that this time, everyone would have a chance to compete. The dice were rolled, and the host announced the pairs. The first pair was Luohe against Fuquan. The university that advanced in this round would go on to the second match. The director said that Subai was indeed their lucky charm. They would skip the first round and go straight to the next one. Instructor La Yuxin said that the young man was lucky and offered to buy him a lottery ticket. Subai was upset because he had missed the round. The host announced the start of the first round of the match. The representative from Fuquan held on with all his might, while the representative from Luo he continued to attack. 2 hours later, the end of the first round was announced. Next, the results of the second round would be announced. The university that skipped the round was again Jiangzhou. The audience assumed that there was some kind of shady dealings going on. How was this possible? Perhaps Luohe University was afraid of facing Subai and deliberately let them pass. An army representative called for order. After a thorough investigation, it was found that there was no evidence of bias or foul play. The competition continues. Director Zhang Zhou said that was great. They had at least taken 3rd place in the competition. If they won 1 more match, they would be able to compete in the final. Subai thought, why was there another skip? Why aren't they giving us a chance to compete? An hour later, it was announced that the exciting moment was coming soon. The final match of this round was about to begin. Qingshu was delighted. It was finally their turn. Each of the students wanted to go first. The director asked them to calm down. Even though they were very lucky, they couldn't be overconfident. The director said that Luo Yonghao and Bai Ningbin would go first and second. After them would be Wang Qingqing and Hu Qingshu. Subai would go last in the grand final. The students agreed and promised to bring glory to the university. Subai thought that he was already exhausted and had no chance. Luo Yonghao went first, trying to defeat his mid-bronze level opponent with his low bronze power. In the end, he almost lost. Bai Ningbin was next. He immediately went into a berserk state, completely abandoning his defense and fighting fearlessly. He constantly forced his opponent to retreat. The victory went to Jiangzhou Military University. Wang Qingqing, the beauty of the university, showed her serious combat skills. It was a soft whip technique that combined offense and defense. She sent her opponent out of the ring. Jiang Zhou was winning. Instructor La Yuxin announced that they had won again. The director suddenly felt that the strength of the other students had skyrocketed. Perhaps this Subai had influenced them? Next, Jiang Zhou's representative, Hu Qingxu, was called to the ring. He suggested that his opponents come out together to save time. His opponents told Qingxu not to show off, or he would definitely lose. It was announced that the rules of the competition allowed one person to fight several opponents at the same time. The match began. Subai thought, 2 against 1? Qingxu really isn't going to give me a chance. Qingxu apologized to his opponents for his supernatural tree ability. A magical tree appeared in the arena, from which suspicious leaves began to fall under the influence of the wind. The opponents decided to hold on, because the opponent's power was short-lived. Subai was surprised. Could a user of a wood ability really create such a maple tree? Hu Qingxu's power was truly terrifying. The director thought that Qingxu's power had grown again. The student was clearly demonstrating which family he came from. The opponents fended off the leaves and wondered, is this guy not tired yet? Qingxu moved to a new level of attack and activated Breakthrough. The intensity of the falling leaves increased significantly. The opponents were deactivated and fell to the arena floor. It was announced that Jiangzhou Military University had won this round of the competition. The tournament host congratulated Jiangzhou University and Luohe University on advancing to the national finals. The director said that Qingxu had surprised everyone this time. The student thanked the director for his support. The director continued, nevertheless, the real hero of today's competition remains Subai. The young man was surprised. Was the director laughing at him for not being able to appear on stage? The director said that if Subai hadn't secured their passage through 2 rounds in a row, they wouldn't have won so easily. The man told everyone to rest and prepare for the next day. In a week, they would go to the national finals. This time, in addition to the Army Merit Awards that each student would receive at the competition, the university would allocate additional resources as a reward for training. The students were satisfied. Subai thought that this time he was returning empty-handed, and now he needed to figure out where to get the resources to feed his animals. The Lin family estate. Intense training sessions on hand-to-hand combat techniques are underway at the training ground. Lin Yanzan is sparring with interactive androids. The man told the girl that it was time for lunch. The girl replied to Uncle Wen Yuan that she was not hungry yet and wanted to practice for another hour. Wen Yuan thought that since Subai appeared in the 100 Universities League competition, she had been constantly watching his matches and training like crazy. She completely ignored the balance between work and rest. Lin Yanzhan told her uncle that the pills he had given her earlier were almost gone. Could he ask her father to give her some more? She wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible. Wen Yuan said that many high-ranking families in the imperial capital had proposed marriage to her, but Yanzhan had refused them all. It was unclear what Subai had infected her with. Subai replied that she didn't know herself. 7 days passed. The magical city. The gates of the university were made of pure gold and simply shone. Subai guessed that these gates cost billions of dollars. It was just a waste of money. The director noted that their cost was much higher. The director added that the gates were built in 1 day by 20 gold-level experts and 5 platinum-level experts. One must look at the university's motto and these huge gates. They demonstrate the spirit. Only the strong can protect the race. The representative of the magical city invited students from Jiangzhou Military University and welcomed Director Zhou. It was Zhang Ming, vice president of the university's student assembly. Zhang Ming invited them to follow him. The Jiangzhou delegation thanked him for the warm welcome. The students thought that the military university of the magical city knew exactly how to raise its prestige. Their director had personally made the entire journey, while they had only sent the vice president of the student assembly to meet them. Zhang Ming showed them the training field for practicing weightlessness. It was located in a high-rise building. Subai said that if their university had something like that, they would train at least 100 silver-level students a year. The guests were shown the hotel where they would be staying and having lunch. There was a 24-hour buffet on the first floor. Zhang Ming said that the university provided all the ingredients, meat from ferocious animals of all kinds, and the dishes were prepared by the best chefs. This food helped the fighters restore their blood energy. There were no restrictions on the amount of food. Zhang Ming added that the guests had come a long way, and the university would not allow them to go hungry. They could eat as much as they wanted, within reason. Subai was delighted and said that his beasts were in for a feast. The young man rushed to the buffet. Zhang Ming asked if this student was really that hungry. Qing said that if Subai got there first with his turtle, there would be nothing left for them. The students acknowledged that the competition venue in the magical city was truly on another level. They had only seen such things on television. Director Joe asked the students not to act as if they had never seen the world before. He wanted to explain the rules of the competition. There are special features of the final round with 30 military universities. The Great Wall Military Academy is under the control of the Army and is automatically included in the top 4. There will be no exemptions. The student was surprised why the Great Wall Academy was automatically included in the semifinals. Everyone agreed that this was unfair. The director explained that it was a training base for military geniuses. It is the only university on the front line of defense against invaders of different races. The students were surprised. Is it really a training base for military geniuses? Subai thought it was very powerful. Director Joe added that this was why the national finals were full of hidden talents. No one should be underestimated. Subai should be allowed to participate, and Qing-Shu should be his support. The host announced that the teachers and students should take their seats. The finals of the competition between hundreds of universities were about to begin. The draw was announced. 3 matches would be held simultaneously. Director Joe said that luck was on their side. They would not be fighting any of the top 3 in the first round. Subai said he wanted to go first so that all the universities would know how strong their university was. His opponent said that Jiangzhou made it to the finals, which is already amazing. However, that's where it will end. Subai opened his backpack and asked Xiaoba to hurry up and finish it. The turtle grew in size and took up a significant part of the arena. The audience was surprised. Did Jiangzhou University really send a tamer to the competition? Why did he bring a turtle? The opponent saw the turtle and said it was too big. This was cheating. He did not agree to this. Subai was surprised. Was his opponent really that weak? He hadn't even started eating the peanuts. Stunned, the opponent believed that tamers should be weak, but they were so easily controlled by martial arts. The audience noted that this was the national final, and Subai brought a small stool. This was definitely disrespectful. The audience said that this turtle had insane defense and strength, and was definitely silver level. Now, a rival with a metal glove on her hand entered the arena. She said that Jiangzhou University should know them. The girl rushed to attack the protagonist and said that he would pay for everything. Subai was looking at comics on his smartphone at the time and did not react. Xiaoba began to spew flames from his mouth and literally blew the girl off the arena. She never reached her goal. The judge declared Jiangzhou University the winner. A colleague said in surprise that this guy not only ate peanuts, but also brought a stool. The director noted that Subai really didn't know how to keep a low profile. How could he humiliate his opponents like that? Director Joe wondered how he could look the Yokohama University leadership in the eye after this. Qing-Shu said that it was too early to rejoice. Soon, Subai would face a real test. He would compete against the captain of the Imperial Capital University team. A powerful warrior who had never been defeated would face this captain. However, the fight was short, and the referee declared the Imperial Capital Military University the winner. The young man apologized to his opponent for hitting him too hard. Director Joe noted that this fighter uses fire and is at the top of the silver level. The student said that a silver level fighter who uses fire is a terrifying force from the Imperial Capital University. Qing-Shu noted that if the Great Wall Academy did not enter the fight, only the Magic City University would be able to compete with him. After another battle, the judge declared Subai, representative of Jiangzhou University, the winner. Wang Mingkun, a silver level fighter, said he would force Jiangzhou to fight alone against 5 opponents. University director Luo, he told Ming Kun to use his speed to win, rather than face the turtle head-on. Ming Kun replied that the director should not worry. Min Kun acknowledged that luck was on Subai's side in the previous round. But this time, Jiangzhou University would be less fortunate. Subai noted that he was facing a silver-level military ability user in the arena. However, this did not change anything, and the young man told Xiaoba to attack his opponent. Ming Kun said that Subai would now feel the power of the wind and see the might of the silver level. The team captain used his unique abilities. Ming Kun jumped high and declared that he would definitely destroy this boy now. Subai thought that the wind was preventing him from eating. Ming Kun continued to approach, escalating the situation, and said that his opponent's defeat would be quick. After a strong wind picked up, the arena was covered in dust. Visibility was 0. Ming Kun apologized for the overly powerful blow and advised his opponent to rest or seek medical attention. However, when the dust cleared, Subai appeared. He continued drinking soda as if nothing had happened and asked what Ming Kun had just said. Min Kun was surprised. Did Subai really know about merging streams? How was that possible? Could anyone have mastered Luo Feng's divine technique? Subai asked. Was the user of the wind ability confident in his speed? Subai opened his backpack and ordered Xiaobai to return. The turtle reduced its energy component and hid in the backpack. Instead of the turtle, Xiaobai, a white fluffy cat, entered the arena. The protagonist said that Xiaobai's moment of glory had arrived. The cat stretched after being in the cramped backpack. Ming-kun laughed loudly. Did Subai really bring his pet cat with him? His teammates were surprised. What was Subai doing? Was he mocking his opponent again? First a small stool, then a can of soda, and now he had even brought a pet to mock him. Qingshu asked in surprise, was it from work? After all, the opponents used the power of wind. The director suggested not to rush. This was no ordinary cat. Ming-kun demanded that Subai return the turtle to the arena. The protagonist advised Xiaobai not to hit too hard. This was just a match, not a battlefield. Xiaobai roared loudly, and an energy image of incredible size appeared behind him. Ming-kun was forced to cover his ears with his hands so as not to hear the roar. Ming-kun looked around and glanced at the audience. Did it seem to him that everyone really saw the huge energy image and heard the loud roar? Xiaobai had indeed grown in size and lunged at his opponent. The audience noted that this was not a domestic cat. It was a huge white tiger. Even in a zoo, you don't see tigers this big. Qingshu noted that this tiger was Subai's second tamed animal. The student was surprised. How was this possible? Even a silver-level tamer would find it difficult to tame a second animal. Director Zhou suggested that this young man had many more secrets that they did not yet know about. At one point, Xiaobai appeared behind Ming-kun. The young man thought, could the beast have disappeared, leaving only its image behind? How could a white tiger be so fast? Ming-kun looked around, but Xiaobai, moving quickly, managed to stay out of his opponent's field of vision. Ming-kun decided to ignore the white tiger. He said he would win as soon as he defeated Subai himself. Ming-kun accelerated, gained increased speed, and declared that Subai would now be destroyed. However, a huge beast appeared between the opponents and blocked Ming-kun's path. Ming-kun thought this was impossible. He didn't have time to think any further. The huge beast deactivated him, and he flew far back. The audience saw a huge white tiger on the monitors. The judge announced that Jiangzhou University had won. The stands were stunned again. Subai had defeated such a strong opponent. A mid-level bronze fighter had defeated the captain of a prestigious silver-level university, practically surpassing him. The audience felt that the white tiger was even more ferocious than the turtle. What kind of beast was this? The audience chanted the protagonist's name and claimed that he was the true winner. The judges were also surprised. They had never heard of Subai before. What year is he in at Jiangzhou University? Even the leading students from the capital's elite universities are not that strong. The judge noted that this year, Jiangzhou Military University had produced a real monster. This university would definitely rise in prestige right now. In the recreation hall of the Military University of the imperial capital, the observers admitted that the guy from Luo, he looked very weak. However, this country bumpkin brought 2 animals with him and even fed them in the cafeteria. The students said that if they encountered him, they would not let him go so easily. Team captain Cao Zixuan noted that Subai was too aggressive. If he made it to the semi-finals, he would not get off so easily. The students agreed. The team captain was right. This country bumpkin needed to be taught a lesson. The referee announced that Subai from Jiangzhou University had won. In the next fight, the protagonist and the white tiger also emerged victorious. The audience congratulated Jiangzhou University on reaching the semi-finals, shouting Subai in unison. Director Zhou looked up and said that heaven sees everything. Their military university had finally made it into the top 4. Colleagues congratulated the team captain. Thanks to this young man, Jiangzhou University was now at the top. Now no one would dare to look down on them. The director announced that Subai had indeed not let him down. The young man was the best representative of the university. Subai acknowledged that it was his duty. Mr. Zhou said that their mission to break into the top 4 had been accomplished. This would be the most glorious page in the history of Jiangzhou. The students' contribution would be generously rewarded. Subai objected to the director. There were still 4 major matches left. What did he mean by their mission being accomplished? The young man thought. Was the director planning to spend billions for the sake of victory? This was unacceptable. The principal explained that their goal was to secure a place in the top 6, and reaching the top 4 had already been achieved. Surely Subai wasn't thinking of battling the top 3 universities. Qingshu was also surprised. Is Subai really going to fight the top 3 universities? The protagonist asked, why not? Subai suggested that the director take a look at the Modu Military University. The gates alone cost nearly 2 billion. The young man added that their university had entered the top 4. but still did not dare to be so extravagant. Subai stated that, in his opinion, Zhangzhou should take first place and rebuild the university gates. They cannot disappoint the expectations of their people. They must fight for first place. Qingshu agreed. Subai must not give up. He added that Subai's performance made him worthy of the title of captain, and he would cope with the best matches. The director said that the students' enthusiasm and courage were commendable. However, now it was necessary to rest and prepare for the next matches for the title of the best. They would fight for first place. Mr. Zhou thought that these students were still very young and impulsive. They really want to compete with the three best universities, the supreme military command of the Dragon Nation. The final of the League of 100 Universities is about to begin. It is expected to end in 2 days. The spokesperson reported that the army's preparations for a counterattack against the myriad races were complete. The front lines were assembled and ready to launch a counteroffensive at any moment. The marshal said that was excellent. As soon as the League of 100 Universities ends, the counterattack against the myriad races will officially begin. All students must go to the battlefield and fight. Representatives of the military command jumped up from their seats and declared in unison that they would fight to avenge the tens of thousands of students and teachers who had died. Those who oppressed the dragon race would sooner or later receive their deserved punishment. The next morning arrived. Hotel Modu. As always at this time of day, the protagonists meditated in the lotus position in front of the great philosopher's book. The tamed animals, as usual, ate their food. Subai decided he was ready and activated the sacred animal weapon. But something incredible happened. Subai found himself next to the food bowl instead of the turtle, and the turtle took the young man's place on the sofa. Subai was surprised. Had something gone wrong? However, the system reported that the young man had successfully received the exclusive talent of an animal tamer, teleportation. Now the tamer and the tamed animal could switch places, bypassing all restrictions. Subai realized that he and Xiaoba had not just switched places for no reason. The teleportation effect had worked. But what kind of skill was this? The turtle also felt confused, occasionally glancing at its plate. Subai put the animals in his backpack and thought that the new skills wouldn't hurt him. They could lead to unexpected effects on the battlefield. The protagonists called on their tamed beasts to fight against the three best universities. The host announced to the audience that after a day of intense battles, the League of 100 Universities had finally reached the level of competition of the top 4. Now, the Great Wall Military Academy would be presented and take the stage. The Great Wall Military Academy was originally a military base for the Great Wall Guards, founded in 1907, and was one of the first military bases built on the battlefield of the myriad races. Over the 94 years of its history, the myriad races have launched hundreds of campaigns against the Great Wall Military Academy, but the students and teachers have fought back, destroying countless myriad races, animals, and powerful warriors. The motto of the Great Wall Military Academy is, "As long as the myriad races exist, the wall will never fall." Currently, the strongest man, the only royal-level expert, Mr. Ni Qing, is the respected director of the Great Wall Guards. Therefore, the powerful myriad races do not dare to invade the territory of the Great Wall Military Academy. Royal-level expert Ni Qing is the stronghold of the human race. For Zhangzhou Military University, fighting against the Great Wall is already an honor. The host said that the competition between the top 4 was about to begin and announced the results of the draw. First match, Great Wall Military Academy vs. Capital Military University. Second match, Modu Military University vs. Zhangzhou University. Zhao Jiaxuan, captain of the Modu University team, said that this was very boring. He wouldn't even bat an eye fighting against such weaklings. His colleague added, "Their opponent is Jiangzhou University. It's a real dump. Winning against them won't be considered outstanding. This university is a troublemaker. How did they even deserve a place in the top 4? The judge announced that the first to take the stage from the Great Wall Military Academy would be their captain, Han Zhan. He is a lord-level expert, the grandson of General Han Dan. His purple and gold armor is forged from diamond-level cores. Han Zhan urged them not to waste time and to deal with Wang Yan themselves. Would the captain of the Capital University dare to fight him? The captain of the Capital Military University, Wang Yan, asked, "Why is old man Han making such a big deal out of this?" Director Zhou noted that Han Zhan versus Wang Yan was a tense match from the very beginning. Subai told his colleague that Luo would go first and show what he was made of. Luo tensed up. Could he really do it? Han Zhan took the stance of a confident fighter and declared that he was ready to begin. He also gave his opponent the right to make the first move. Wang Yan declared that in that case he would not back down and attacked his opponent. He circled around the warrior in diamond armor, striking from all sides. Wang Yan was not intimidated by his opponent's extremely powerful blood energy and sharp weapons. Director Zhou said that Wang Yan was an extreme-level fighter. With the wind blowing, his figure was almost invisible. Su Bai was surprised. Was this really the power of an intermediate silver level? The judges recognized Han Zhan's strike as sky-splitting. 3 years ago, he used this strike to destroy a diamond-level enemy. The power was so great that it even forced Wang Yan to stop. The host said that Han Zhan had indeed used an extreme attack skill with control. It was simply incredible. His colleague added, "It was magnificent." Han Zhan had carefully thought out his tactics. He was truly worthy of being the #1 military commander. Wang Yan showed top-class skill, spinning his weapon in his hands. He continuously delivered stabbing and slashing blows to his opponent. However, Han Zhan delivered a straight strike, and Wang Yan lost. The audience agreed that it was too cruel. Wang Yan was forced to admit that Han Zhan was magnificent in this battle. He also conceded defeat. The host announced that the first round of the battle between the top 4 had ended with a victory for the Great Wall Military Academy. The audience agreed that the Great Wall Military Academy was indeed very strong. Director Zhou asked Luo Yongqian if he was ready to show what he was capable of. The student replied that he was ready. Luo Yongqian stepped into the middle of the arena and said he was ready. The director reminded him that their goal was to give everyone a chance to participate. If he couldn't handle it, he should just admit defeat and not put too much pressure on himself. The student assured the director that he would not disgrace Jiangzhou University. His opponent, Zheng Leiqiao, entered the arena. The host announced the start of the second round. Zheng Leiqiao noted that it would be fun. Leiqiao asked his opponent how he wanted to be played. Luo Yongqian was taciturn and attacked his opponent with a blow from his two-handed sword. Leiqiao remained on his feet and asked, "Is that all?" Leiqiao struck his opponent several times and found himself out of his reach. After a short fight, Luo Yongqian was struggling to stay on his feet. His body was covered in bruises and cuts. Leiqiao asked what words were carved on his opponent's body. Luo Yongqian gathered his strength and attacked his opponent again. Leiqiao dodged and said he was ready to have some fun again. Qingshu told the director that this was too much and outright humiliation. The student suggested allowing Luo Yongqian to surrender. Su Bai said that this should not be done now. Yongqian was defending his dignity and the dignity of Jiangzhou University. Leiqiao said that if Yongqian didn't admit defeat, it would be even worse. Wasn't he afraid? Yongqian replied that Jiangzhou Military University would never admit defeat. Leiqiao hit his opponent in the chest and asked if he still didn't know defeat. Leiqiao said that it was very amusing. He wondered how long his opponent would last. It would be better to just accept defeat. Yongqian continued to take blows, but insisted that he would not give up. Completely exhausted and unconscious, Yongqian fell face down on the ground. The audience shouted that Leiqiao had no humanity. It was too cruel. The referee announced that Modu University had won the first round. Su Bai said that Modu University had gone too far. Bai Ningbin said that now it was his turn. He would not allow this guy to behave so arrogantly. Director Zhou advised Ningbin to be careful and not to fight recklessly. Leiqiao was delighted. Had another contender arrived? Ningbin said that Leiqiao was too talkative for a fighter. The second round began. Ningbin immediately rushed into the attack and shouted that he would take his opponent's life. However, Leiqiao dodged effectively and noted that his opponent was acting too confident. Ningbin attacked continuously, while Leiqiao continued to defend himself effectively and repeated that he would not give his opponent a single chance. The audience believed that a draw should be declared. If they continued to fight for so long, they could die. Even hundreds of meters away, the smell of battle could be felt. It was terrible. Leiqiao asked in surprise, "Was Ningbin really that desperate?" Leiqiao grabbed his opponent from behind and put his sword to his neck. Ningbin managed to block the attack. Leiqiao said that in the end, his opponent was just bronze-level trash from a nameless military university. Leiqiao added that his opponent had lost. Ningbin objected, saying he did not agree with that statement. Ningbin reminded him that Jiangzhou Military University never admits defeat. After that, he stabbed himself and his opponent behind him with his sword. Leiqiao was frightened and asked if Ningbin was crazy. Where did he get such methods? Ningbin replied that destroying Leiqiao was goal enough. That was how Jiangzhou fighters fought. Leiqiao shouted that he did not want to die. He had not agreed to this, and asked his director for help. The director immediately appeared in the arena and declared that Modu Military University conceded defeat in this round. The hosts repeated these words in surprise. In this round, The Modu Military University admits defeat. Director Zhou also jumped into the arena and rushed to his student Ningbin. Director Zhou said that the students of Modu University were behaving inappropriately. They humiliated their opponents in the arena, and when faced with the threat of death, they began to beg for mercy. The director of the rival organization told Old Man Jiang not to think that just because their Jiangzhou University had made it into the top 4, they had the right to challenge Modu. At that moment, a representative of the medical service appeared in the arena. Director Zhou noted that the lives of their fighters are also valuable. The opponent said that words are no longer needed. They will settle it in battle. Zhu Chong shouted for student Subai to enter the arena and make the opponents pay for this. The young man must show what it means to mess with Jiangzhou. Subai, warming up his hands, said that the director could count on him. He would make the opponents pay dearly. Director Zhou noted that student Ningbin had brought glory to Jiangzhou University. Future generations would not forget him. Qingqing took the young man by the hand and said that they were proud of him. The main thing was for Ningbin to recover. Subai would definitely teach his opponents a lesson. Jia Xuan asked the director for permission to enter the arena. He was ready to wipe out this trash from Jiangzhou. The director told the young man not to rush. The final battle was still ahead. The protagonist stepped into the middle of the arena and declared that he was challenging the Modu Military University to a fight. Would they have the courage to accept the challenge? The audience shouted that they would make Modu apologize for such behavior. Subai must put his opponents in their place. Zixuan was surprised. Did Jiangzhou even deserve an apology? Huang Sheng told the director that he was ready to go out and teach them a lesson. Their rivals had to learn the difference between them. The director agreed and said that Huang Sheng would go out this time. Subai asked his opponent if he had come to apologize. Huang Sheng replied that only weaklings ask for apologies. Why should the strong apologize to the weak? Strength is truth. Power is truth. Subai agreed that this was well said and suggested that the host put forward another fighter for the opponents. Fighting one-on-one takes too long, and he doesn't have the time. Subai looked at the director of Modu University, pointed his finger down, and told the opponents to come up here. The director was surprised. Since when did Jiangzhou University dare to provoke Modu? The director told Zixuan to show with force that Modu's honor could not be trampled on. Zixuan appeared in the middle of the arena next to Huang Sheng, and said that if Jiangzhou University was so arrogant, he was ready to fulfill their wish. Captain Zixuan added that he would now show that barking without strength was simply self-humiliation. The judges noticed Cao Jiaxuan's double swords, 1,000-year-old cold iron and molten lava iron. Were these swords really forged from such rare materials? The handles contained platinum cores from powerful creatures. The judge noted that the Cao family and Modu University were truly willing to invest in this young man. Each sword was worth a fortune. Another judge noted that the fire and ice battle god had graduated from Modu Military University and left behind his most powerful technique. Could Cao Zixuan really have mastered it? Zixuan told Subai not to say later that they had intimidated him. He could summon his beast, otherwise the young man would not stand a chance. Subai thanked him for his kindness. The protagonist declared that he did not need a beast to deal with these two opponents. At the same time, he began to radiate increased energy. Huang Sheng was surprised. Had the beast tamer decided to fight without a beast? Did this guy dare to come against them with his bare hands? His colleagues were surprised that Subai wasn't using his beast. Director Zhou guessed that Subai had activated synchronization with the source and called him a trickster. Zixuan became angry and called his opponent presumptuous. However, with this action, he had simply signed his own death warrant. Huang Sheng added that the weak must know their place. Subai activated the spirit of sharp metal and the ghost of sharp metal. The protagonist also activated the possession of the spirit of earth. Subai took an aggressive stance and said it was time to settle the score with Modu University. Zixuan guessed Subai's abilities from his appearance and asked in surprise how this was possible. Qingshu noticed that this guy's speed had already reached the gold rank. How could the body of a beast tamer be so strong? Qingqing reminded him how strong Luo Feng's was when he achieved synchronization with the source. Qingshu was surprised. Could Subai really compare to Luo Feng? Subai asked Zixuan if he had ever felt helpless. Zixuan acknowledged that his opponent deserved his respect, but that was all. Team Modu's captain continued to swing his exclusive swords. Zixuan attacked his opponent and declared that he would be destroyed. Subai didn't even flinch and asked if that was all Zixuan was capable of. Subai effectively dodged the attack and declared that his opponent was still too slow. Huang Sheng suggested that the captain surround his opponent. Subai did not wait for the encirclement and delivered a series of powerful blows to Huang Sheng's body and face. His opponent was deactivated and fell to the ground. Subai said that these 7 blows were in response to the 7 wounds that Yang Hao had received. Subai looked back and saw Zixuan approaching him. The protagonist said that this was great because he hadn't finished having fun yet. Zixuan continued to swing his swords, trying to intimidate his opponent. Subai said that it was a complete disappointment. Was this all that the genius of Modu Military University was capable of? Subai knocked his opponent far away with a punch and said that they were too weak to stand up to Jiangzhou University. Subai continued to attack and asked why this genius wasn't responding. Was Jia Xuan just going to take the blows? Subai punched his opponent again and said that he was getting bored. Zixuan managed to block the blows at the last moment by putting his swords in the way. In the end, Zixuan was defeated anyway. He found himself lying on his back. Subai stepped on his head and added that he liked to beat up guys like him. Zixuan was forced to initiate an explosion and, seizing the moment, jumped aside. Subai noted that his opponent lacked skill, but his attitude was impressive. Zixuan once again shouted loudly that he would destroy Subai. The student informed the principal that Zixuan was using a very dangerous technique. Had Subai overstepped his authority with his taunts? This could be dangerous. The principal suggested that Zixuan might have lost control of himself. Zixuan, exuding excessive energy, shouted again that he would take his opponent's life and jumped high to strike. Subai noticed that something interesting had finally appeared. Zixuan approached his opponent and declared that it was impossible to defend against his swords. Was Subai a turtle in his past life? Subai asked his opponent if that was the limit of his power and attacked. The judge noted that Subai possessed a terrifying technique. This fight even destroyed the gold-level arena. This is truly the power of the primordial flow. Looking at Subai, one is reminded of Luo Feng in his prime, and this is only the average bronze level. His talent is perhaps even more frightening than that of those from elite families. Subai approached his opponent's swords and said that they looked quite valuable. Zixuan objected that it was unfair and urged his opponent to put the swords back. Subai ignored the request and said that, judging by the behavior of Modu University, they were definitely not going to apologize or compensate for the damage. In that case, these 2 swords would serve as compensation. Zixuan shouted that this was too much and rushed at his opponent again with an indomitable desire to destroy him. Subai stepped aside and asked if Zixuan had enough strength left. His opponent rushed past him. Subai said that the captain of the Modu team was greatly overestimating himself. Our hero put his knee forward, and Zixuan's face met it. As a result of the collision, Zixuan was forced to fly far back, losing drops of blood in the process. Subai continued his attack and asked how Zixuan dared to mock his university friends. Our hero delivered a series of crushing blows to various parts of his opponent's body, and said that this was punishment for his unworthy behavior. The host announced that Jiangzhou University had won this round by a landslide. Zixuan showed with his whole demeanor that he was not ready to continue the confrontation. Subai looked away and wondered why Hanzhan was staring at him so intently. He had been watching him from the beginning, like a hawk. Our hero stared back at him. Hanzhan smiled and said that he would look forward to meeting Subai from Jiangzhou University. Subai held the trophy swords in his hands and thought that they must be worth a lot if Zixuan was so nervous. The director of Modu University told the young man to stop. The man declared the fight over and demanded that Subai return the weapons to Modu Military University. Subai pointed out that the referee had said that the arena was a battlefield and that weapons captured on the field were not subject to return. They were legitimate trophies. The protagonist noted that he was not without a man. If Modu University compensated for medical expenses and moral damage, he was willing to return the swords. The audience supported this decision. The Modu Military University had gone too far and should apologize. Subai asked the director if this was the survival of the fittest philosophy that the people at Modu University believed in so strongly. The director said that this was outrageous. Subai remarked that he was treating them the same way Modu University treated others. Director Zhang Zhou said that Subai was a good man. How would Modu get out of this now? Would they dare to turn up their noses again? The director of Modu Military University, a diamond-level master, said he would teach this insolent boy a lesson. Zhang Zhou shouted that things could end badly and that Subai should immediately step aside. The director of the military university, a diamond-level master, said that Director Modu was prepared to go against a student. This was outrageous. Subai realized that he was facing the explosive power of a diamond-level warrior. How could he deal with this? Mr. Zhang Zhou stood in front of his student and prepared to protect him with his body. Director Modu shouted that this was a magical city and that Modu was autonomous here. The military university should not interfere. Zhang Zhou declared that if Modu touched his student even with a finger, he was ready to fight the director for real. Zhao Yi, a lord-level expert, appeared above the opponents. He was 6th in the rankings. Elder Zhao sat down on the ground and said that he had not been at the military university for several years. But now he saw chaos. How dare Director Modu attack a junior? And after that, he has the audacity to call himself a director. Elder Zhao said that he had watched the fights and noted that the young man from Jiangzhou University was very strong. On behalf of the military university, he apologized to all the fighters. Elder Zhao noted that the motto of the military university is, "The strong remain strong, and only in this way can the country be defended." A true warrior must be like Lu Feng, possess absolute power and use it to protect the world. He added that over the years, the military university has lost sight of its main task, to train real fighters. And this is a serious mistake. The defeat of the military university of Modu before Jiangzhou in this duel is indisputable. These two swords will remain with Subai. Elder Zhao said that Director Modu is too hot-headed and impatient, and he is not worthy of the title of director of the military university. His place is among the instructors. Subai noted that he had learned a valuable lesson. The host said that the arena would be restored, and the grand final would take place in an hour. Qingshu acknowledged that Subai had done an excellent job and brought glory to their university. His colleague added that they were proud of the student. Subai said that he should not be overpraised. There was a moment when he was very scared. Director Zhou acknowledged that their university had made a serious statement about itself. Qingshu noted that next they would face the Great Wall Military University, where Hanzhan would be, and his strength was unfathomable. The director noted that just reaching the finals was much more than they had expected. Subai told the director that he had no reason to rest. Today he brought glory to the university. Maybe he deserved a small reward for that? Mr. Zhang Zhou said that he had 2 high-level silver beast cores as a personal gift for the young man. Subai promised to give it his all. The host announced that the long-awaited final of the League of 100 Universities was officially beginning. Everyone saw the clear favorite on the screen, Hanzhan. Hanzhan said that he had been waiting to meet Subai for a long time. He proposed a single battle to decide the outcome. Subai agreed. Hanzhan rushed at his opponent and told Subai not to stand still and to take the initiative. He must fight like a true warrior. Subai said that he was in no hurry, but he was ready to show his strength. Our hero began to circle around his opponent and encourage him to attack. Hanzhan must show his full power. So far, he has only been able to dodge and avoid all blows. Subai suggested that Hanzhan was clearly holding back in his fight with Wan Yang. The judges were surprised. When Hanzhan fought last time, he was not so fast. He deliberately hid his true speed. It seemed that speed was his weakness. Now it is clear that Hanzhan has no weaknesses in either speed or defense. Among the younger generation, Hanzhan was truly an unstoppable force. It was impossible to defeat him unless someone of a completely different level crushed him. It seemed that Jiangzhou University would have to settle for second place. Subai was clearly no match for Hanzhan. Subai thought that, as expected of a warrior who had fought many battles against other races, this opponent had no weaknesses. Subai declared that in any case, Hanzhan would not be able to dodge his next blow. This guy would have to feel the ominous attack. The protagonist struck with his fist at the most vulnerable spot. The bells were damaged. Hanzhan was surprised. Had Subai really decided to use such a low blow? Subai reminded him that this was a battlefield. Subai rushed into the attack again and said that the enemy must be finished off when he is weakened. Hanzhan gathered his strength, concentrated, and said that he would now give it his all. He had gathered enough data, and now it would be clear whether Subai could dodge his blow. Subai said that if he couldn't dodge, then they would see who was stronger. The judges were surprised. Did Hanzhan really know this technique? It was General Han's signature fighting style. 3 years ago, when General Han used this strike, he destroyed thousands of ferocious beasts in the blink of an eye. Among them were even 1 diamond-ranked and 3 platinum-ranked beasts. After the powerful blow, Subai admitted that Hanzhan was really giving it his all. Hanzhan demanded that his opponent show all his strength. Subai couldn't be such a weakling. Qingshu was surprised. Was Subai really losing now? The director agreed that no one could withstand such a powerful blow. Subai said that Hanzhan had left him no choice. At the same time, the young man unzipped his backpack. Subai summoned his beasts, a white cat and a green turtle. He said they needed help to defeat his opponent. 2 huge beasts appeared before Hanzhan. The warrior said that Subai had finally shown his true strength. Subai moved to attack and said that now Hanzhan would definitely be destroyed. The beasts were aggressive. Han Jan thrust his sword forward and repelled his opponent's fierce attack. As a result of the crushing attack, the warrior's armor was destroyed. However, he had no intention of giving up. Subai told Han Zhang to stop torturing himself and admitted defeat. Han Zhang said that he did not want to use this technique because he still could not fully control this power. However, now he had no other choice. Subai was surprised. Was this really just a gold-ranked battle? What terrifying power Han Zhang possessed. At that moment, the system reported an extreme danger. Han Zhang said that Subai was doomed to defeat in this round. Han Zhang added that his opponent would never be able to withstand this decisive blow. Subai was ready to admit that he might not survive such a blow. A powerful energy charge crashed down on the protagonist. Having withstood this onslaught, our hero told Subai to attack immediately, as his opponent was already exhausted. The judges were surprised. Had spatial power been activated? But this power was only available at the platinum level. Was Subai definitely at the bronze level? It must have been the result of synchronization with the source. The judge said that the displacement technique was a heavenly level ability, and Subai had managed to change it. Was his talent comparable to the great Luo Fan? The audience did not understand what was going on. Was this really the Gold Rank League? Were these opponents trying to destroy the military university of the Magic City? Subai seized the moment and deactivated his opponent. He admitted that Han Zhan was indeed a true monster. Han Zhan was forced to admit that Subai had won this time. The host announced the absolute champion of this league, a student from Zhangzhou Military University. It was Subai. His colleagues shouted that it was unbelievable. Director Zhou said that he had not been mistaken about this student. Lin Yanzhan also acknowledged that Subai was the best. The audience shouted loudly and repeated our hero's name. Everyone in the protagonist's family celebrated the victory. Xiaomei shouted that her brother was a true champion. His parents were moved to tears when they learned that their son had become a champion and a national hero. Journalists lined up to interview Mr. Subai. Did the champion say anything to his opponent in the final? The director demanded that everyone step aside as the young man needed to rest. All questions would be answered later. The director told the young man to return to the hotel and rest. He would deal with the rest himself. After this battle, Subai truly became the national champion. All the awards belonged to him. Subai asked how many awards there were. The director said about 600 million. Military Hotel of the Magic City. Military Report of the Dragon Empire. The 100 Universities League has recently come to an end. At this tournament, students from military universities demonstrated their outstanding abilities to the whole world. The main star was the absolute champion of the league, Subai from Jiangzhou Military University. The military command decided to award the young man with a first-degree medal, the Great Wall Honorary Order, and a military bonus of 60,000. The leadership hopes that other students from military universities will follow this young man's example, regardless of the strength of the enemy. They will fight to the last. Jiangzhou University is expected to soon become the main national base for training beast tamers and ability carriers. The audience acknowledged that this young man was a true phenomenon. He single-handedly defeated all the leading military universities. However, he was injured and almost lost consciousness. Where is he now? Subai woke up, stretched, and asked how long he had been asleep. A girl appeared in the room with breakfast in her hands and said, "Finally, Subai is awake. The director ordered us not to wake you up." Subai asked what Manny was doing there. The girl said she was following the director's orders. She had to wait until the young man woke up. Now they were returning to Jiangzhou. The car was already waiting downstairs. Subai took his clothes and said he would get ready and be ready to return. However, before they returned, he wanted to take his animals to the Magic Military Restaurant and throw them a feast. Manny noticed that the Magic University was going through difficult times this time. Subai returned to Jiangzhou University. The young man was asked if he liked the gates of the Magic Military University. This year, they had 50 billion in funding. The hero returned in triumph. The gates were once again more impressive than those of the Magic Military University. The best universities should look dignified. The director reminded everyone that this year, Jiangzhou University had won a crushing victory in the League of Hundreds of Universities, which was a historic achievement. Next, the floor was given to the team captain, the best fighter of the tournament, Subai. The young man stated that there are no unbreakable legends. No matter how strong the opponent is, if you don't give up, you can defeat anyone. The director added that thanks to this victory, the state had increased funding for the university. Subai acknowledged that the main difference between them and the leading universities was the resources available for development. The protagonist suggested hiring alchemists to create elixirs. This would allow them to bridge the gap in resources for cultivating students. The young man expressed his hope that in the future, everyone would work together to elevate Jiangzhou. The director said that when the young man first received the Great Wall Gold Medal, he already knew that Subai would become a great man in the future. The young man noted that he was doing his duty and reminded the director that he still owed him $500 million. The director said that the young man must have made a mistake. Subai was indignant because he had brought the university $50 billion in profits. $500 million was nothing compared to that. The director said that the young man was indeed brave to say such a thing. The most he could offer was $100 million. He added that he would transfer 10,000 military credits to the young man, which could be exchanged for resources. Subai remarked that the director thought he was a beggar, but he had shed blood for the university. The director kicked the young man out of his office. Subai called the director a heartless old man. Had he forgotten who had elevated this university? Mr. Zhou suggested that the student take a break. Subai thought that a smart person knows how to wait. 100 million is also money, and it must be taken. It should be enough for the time being. At the entrance to the dormitory, the girls asked if Subai lived there. They wanted to see him. The administrator said it was a mistake. The champion was not there at the moment. Subai was resting in his dorm room. At that time, the tamed animals were consuming resources. The young man told them to move more slowly so they wouldn't choke. These words were ignored. Subai said that the cat and the turtle had performed well in the league. They should continue in the same vein. The protagonist noticed that Xiaobai had risen to the silver level. The money had not been wasted. It was necessary to continue in the same vein. After a while, Xiaobai's level also rose. The animals had a good appetite. Subai said that Han Zhan had trained until he was 20 and had only reached the silver level. However, thanks to these animals, he had risen very quickly. Suddenly, a young man ran into the dorm room and exclaimed that Subai was his god. The protagonist asked Jiagan what had happened. Jiagan said that he had awakened his ability. Now he was a proud and powerful beast tamer. Jiagong took a turtle out of his backpack and asked Subai to look at it. Jiagang said that his old man was very happy when he learned about the awakening of the beast tamer's power. He insisted on spending a lot of money to hire someone to capture an exotic bronze-level beast. But what potential could a bronze beast have? Jiagong declared that if you were going to tame a beast, it had to be a turtle. Anyone who didn't have a turtle wasn't a real beast tamer. Subai wanted to tell Jiagan that not all turtles are the same. However, the system announced that a new talent, Dominion, had been activated. Now the young man could use the blood of sacred beasts to help those who sincerely admired and subconsciously desired to become beast tamers. By awakening their abilities, the tamed beasts would receive the blood of sacred beasts and become their descendants. Jiagong wondered why Subai now looked even more excited. Subai agreed. If you're going to tame a beast, it has to be a turtle. Anyone who doesn't have a turtle isn't a real beast tamer. Jiangzhou Military University. Many students came here to train as beast tamers. Now this university is one of the best educational institutions. Everyone wanted to study with Subai. The girl asked the students to calm down. If they chose this university for further education, they were welcome here. Now everyone could release their tamed animals. The young man took his green turtle out of his backpack, setting an example for the others. The girl was surprised. Did everyone really have turtles? Was this an entrance exam or a gathering of turtle lovers? The girl asked if Hoguan was really a tamer. The young man confirmed this and presented his tamed animal. The girl noticed that the student had zero mental energy. He was just a warrior with strong chi and blood. This animal was an ordinary wild soft-shelled turtle from the market. The women from the admissions committee examined all the candidates and were even more surprised. Each of them claimed to be a beast tamer and wanted to be admitted to the beast taming department. They all wanted to be in the same class as Subai. At that moment, the protagonist was walking past the students. He wondered why there were suddenly so many turtles at the school. One student turned around and recognized the young man. It was Subai. A moment later, Subai was forced to speed up and run away from the students who were chasing him. Everyone demanded that he help them get into this department, because each of them had a talent for animal taming. Subai wondered why there were suddenly so many of them. Military conference room on the front line. The speaker reported that according to intelligence, the myriad races had detected their movements. They had sent 13 clans, including the Ghost Cat clan, the Six-Eared Demon Wolf clan, and the Brown Bear clan, to gather forces near this base. The exact situation was still unclear. The marshal stated that the myriad races had begun to act on a larger scale. Whatever their goal, it was necessary to strike first. The order had already been given. 3 fighters from the current 100 Universities League would be sent to the Bishwe Reservoir for reconnaissance. The officer reminded him that this is a restricted area. Is the marshal really prepared to send students from the 100 Universities League there? They are not even graduates yet. It is too dangerous. The military advisor suggested that Mr. Nechin reconsider his decision. The marshal noted that the warriors of this nation and the students would sooner or later face the myriad races on the battlefield. He was confident that the students would accomplish their mission. Moreover, as long as he held the defense here, the royal forces of the myriad races would not dare to act recklessly. This made the reconnaissance mission critically important. The order must be carried out. Subai burst into the room and said that trouble had struck. The school was turning into a turtle breeding company. The headmaster noted that this student had arrived just in time. The director announced that the head of the Cao family, Cao Ming, was present. He had come today specifically to discuss with the young man the return of the Cao family's divine weapons. Also present were the honored guests, members of the Cao family. The young man was surprised. Did they really want to take Cao Zixuan's swords back? After all, the director of the Military Magic University had said that they were a gift. The honored guests declared that this was very presumptuous. These 2 divine weapons belonged to their Tao family. They would not have discussed this if Elder Zhao had not intervened. The honored guests assured him that they had come with sincere intentions and wanted to buy the weapons back. Why was the young man behaving this way? The director was surprised. Had these people decided to bang their fists on the tables at Jiangzhou University? Mr. Zhou stood up and said that these people were at Jiangzhou Military University, not in their capital of magic. Only Subai himself could decide whether to sell the weapons and at what price. The head of the Cao family told Subai not to worry and asked him to state his terms. Subai said that these 2 swords had been very useful to him recently. Mrs. Cao noted that in the future, they would all have to go to battle against the myriad races. Strengthening their power was the most reasonable choice. Instead of holding on to 2 pieces of metal, wouldn't it be better to exchange them for valuable resources for development? The protagonist noted that there was deep meaning in these words. The young man added that in that case, he would agree to 10 billion, and his soul would be at peace. The honored guests were outraged. Even forging new divine weapons would not cost that much. Subai said they were wrong. Perhaps these swords were not so useful in his hands. However, in Cao Zixuan's hands, they were his life. Did they really want to say that Zixuan's life was not worth that much? How long would it take to forge new divine weapons? Mrs. Chow declared that this was outright robbery. Director Zhou thought that the honored guests had seen how businesslike this young man was. One of the guests remarked that the young man was very cunning. Mr. Chow agreed and promised that the money would be delivered today. He expressed his hope that as soon as the funds were received, the young man would return the weapons to the Chow family. Saying goodbye to the guests, the protagonist promised to hand over the swords as soon as the money arrived. Subai asked the director, if the Chao family is so desperate to pay a fortune for these swords, does that mean something serious is happening on the front lines? Mr. Zhou remarked that the young man was very perceptive. The army had officially issued an order. All selected students and instructors must arrive at the front against the myriad races within 3 days. The director added that he was also going this time. In addition, the army had assigned Subai and Qingshu a special mission. The director stated that this battle would be humanity's first counterattack against the myriad races in a century. On the battlefield, everyone is a warrior. It is necessary to be ready to carry out the task without fear. The Imperial Capital Military University is a place where all the geniuses of the Dragon Empire gather. The director said that when humanity goes to war, the imperial military institutions are at the forefront. It is necessary to fight for the great Dragon Empire and for the eternal glory of the Yanghuang people. The Military University of the Magic City. The new rector said that every time war breaks out, the University of the Magic City is the first to rush into battle. If you can devote your life to serving your country, why dream only of returning alive from the Yumen Pass? The students replied that they wanted their names to be inscribed in eternal glory and become a blessing for humanity, invincible in battle. 3 days passed. The garrison fortress at the Great Wall. In another day, the great battle would begin. It was necessary to check the magical crystal cannons once more and make sure they were loaded. Mistakes were unacceptable. The enemy's movements must be constantly monitored. No scout should come closer than 50 miles to the Great Wall. Subai suggested that the director look at other elite academies. They all have armor, while the students of the Jiangzhou Academy only have their school uniforms. No guarantee of protection on the battlefield. Maybe they should buy armor? After all, they have money now. They can afford several hundred sets. The director acknowledged that in normal times they could simply buy equipment with money. But now there was martial law. All supplies were issued only for combat merit. Those who needed armor had to destroy the enemy and earn merit. A warning was received that the enemy was advancing. Everyone had to take up their positions. The military officer approached the university directors and said he had no time for introductions. The enemy had launched a surprise attack. It was necessary to support the army in defending the Great Wall. No one was allowed to leave the fortress without an official order. Director Zhou announced to his students that the enemy was advancing. All the soldiers of the Jiangzhou Military University must go to the Great Wall. The student confessed to the director that he was already scared. Mr. Zhou reassured the young man, because their task was only to defend the Great Wall. From the fortress wall, it was clear that a real nightmare had begun. A flood of monsters. Was it even possible to kill all these beasts? It was like a meat grinder. Director Zhou stated that the main force in the battle against the myriad races was the army. The university must provide support. Then the students would gradually get used to the battlefield. Subai reminded them that they had been warned not to start a fight on their own. But did that mean that tamed beasts could attack on their own initiative? He didn't want to miss the chance to level up during such an invasion. The director reminded him that this was a battlefield, and Subai shouldn't do anything stupid. The magical crystal cannons were brought to full combat readiness and opened fire to kill. The commander gave the order to reload the cannons quickly and prepare even faster for the next volley. Subai reported that the beast was already approaching. The director ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The commander ordered the platinum-level warriors to move to the front line. Even the gold-ranked fighters prepared to repel the enemy invasion. Everyone had to be alert and defend the wall. The platinum-level fighters approached the army of beasts and prepared for battle. The battle began. The student asked the director for permission to join the battle. He wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with the garrison army. Sitting idly by was unbearable. The director said that this was no place for breakthroughs. The students were here to help defend the Great Wall. The army had specifically given orders to protect the students. Sending them into battle now would be a senseless sacrifice. When the students became real soldiers, they would have a better chance of destroying the enemies. The magical crystal cannons fired a volley, and powerful beams struck the enemies. The platinum warrior was surprised. What was going on? They had been ordered to cease fire. The military commander was also surprised. Why were the cannons still firing? What was this strange force? Who had given the order to continue firing? However, the shooting did not come from the cannons. Xiaoba attacked the beasts. Subai ordered the turtle to continue firing. The director said that Subai was simply unbearable. Qingshu agreed. Was this even possible? Could beast tamers really do such a thing? Subai continued to give orders to the turtle and told it to attack a group of bronze-level monsters. Subai adjusted the direction of fire. Couldn't Xiaoba see that there was a silver-level monster there? They couldn't be destroyed with a single shot. In that case, the military merits would not be counted. It was necessary to aim at the bronze ones and be careful not to hit their own. Subai told Xiaoba not to be lazy and to try his best. Otherwise, all the beast cores would have to be given to the turtle. The soldiers did not understand where these two tamed beasts came from. They were incredibly strong. Could they be the beasts of one of the students at Jiangzhou University? Could a student who had not yet graduated have tamed such terrifying beasts? Platinum-level warriors surveyed the battlefield from a bird's-eye view. Some were among the destroyed animals. Director Zhou had to admit that Subai was a real trickster. But how did these two beasts become so powerful so quickly? The young man replied that it was all thanks to the resources and support provided by Director Zhou. Mr. Jiangzhou acknowledged that this student had destroyed many beasts and earned military merit. The other students had been on the city wall the whole time and did not have time to participate. The general was informed that the battle report was ready. All 200 magic crystal cannons were now reloading. There were just under 6 hours left until their next use. More than 125,000 ferocious beasts were destroyed in this battle. The battle lasted half an hour. It was a great victory. General Huanshan was satisfied. An order must be issued. The main force is to rest and recover. Tomorrow, another major battle awaits them. The adjutant said there was something else. The commander of the 35th Division reported that Subai, a student at the university, had not left the city, but with the help of his tamed beasts, he had been able to replace the magic cannons and destroy a huge number of enemies. The commander requested that this student be awarded military honors. General Huanshan said that it was a very good tactical move to use tamed beasts instead of cannons. This student should be awarded standard military merit based on the number of enemies destroyed. In the central square of the base, the students considered this unfair. They did not participate in the battle at all. How then could they earn military points? Subai is the same student as all of them. Why are they forbidden to leave the city walls? How did Subai manage to earn so many military points? There is clearly some kind of fraud or manipulation going on here. Could Subai really have earned more than 40,000 military merit points? That's more than $400 million. Even a gold-level fighter doesn't earn that much. What did Subai do? Zixuan was angry at the protagonist and said that he would definitely defeat him. Subai replied that there was no need to be angry. A significant part of the military merit this time was obtained thanks to the powerful support of Uncle Chao. Subai added that he had read many books on weapon forging. Now he knew how to care for divine weapons and could help Caozi with this for a nominal fee. The next day arrived. The officer reported to the Supreme Commander that the reserve forces of the Great Wall garrison were fully assembled. Zhao Yi, the honorary director of the Military University of the Magical City, reminded them that the day before, they had been attacked by 100,000 ferocious beasts. However, that was only a reconnaissance mission. Today, a real invasion awaited them. People never sit idly by waiting for death. The honorary director ordered everyone to take up arms and defend the land. The soldiers shouted that they were going on the counterattack, raised their weapons, and prepared to defend their homeland. Subai asked the director, "Are they really going to attack this time, or will they stay to guard the city gates again? How long can they hide like a turtle in its shell?" Mr. Zhou replied that there was no need to panic. They were ordered to stay here until a place was found on the battlefield. The artillery commander issued an order to the Psionic Legion to begin a full-scale, unlimited bombardment. A massive bombardment began, and the beasts were completely destroyed. The student said that this scared him a little. Subai reminded him that after the battle, the myriad RAs was a real hell on Earth. No living creature could withstand such a barrage of attacks. A warning came in that the enemy was releasing drill bears, a heavy armor legion. The commander of the advance guard said that the first wave of the bear attack must be stopped. The task must be accomplished at all costs. The heavy armor legion must prepare for a head-on collision. The opponents collided head-on. The huge drill bears possessed incredible strength. However, the advance guard, the heavy armor legion, was unshakable and did not give up. The commander repeated that the heavy armor legion must hold back these beasts at all costs. The number of attacking bears only increased. The beast commanders, standing on the observation tower, were surprised. Could humans really stop the drill bear clan? They had to break through them. Subai asked the director why the leader of the myriad races looked like a human. The director replied that platinum-level experts from the myriad races have the ability to take on human form. When they reach the diamond level, they are almost indistinguishable from humans. Even living side by side with them, it is impossible to notice anything unusual. The student asked the director when the High Command would give them a mission. Mr. Zhou noted that the battle was already raging, so the order should come very soon. The military officer arrived with the order and announced that all reserve fighters must support the main forces, assist with the evacuation of the wounded, and clear the battlefield. All military university students will be divided into small teams to carry out tasks together. A list of team assignments will be announced. The first squad would include Subai, Hu Qingshu, and Han Zhan. Subai would be the squad leader. The squad could help clear the battlefield or go to the Misty Mountains to support the main forces. Further actions would be determined by the commander. The military officer added that all squads must immediately assemble and begin carrying out orders. Some students were surprised. Why aren't the squads formed by university? Han Zhan told the protagonist that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked when they would have another good fight. Subai suggested talking about the fight later. But what was their mission? Qingshu noted that something strange was going on. The three of them had been assigned to the same squad and given some vague task. Han Zhan asked the commander if he knew what it was all about. Subai reminded him that the military order stated that the commander could decide how to proceed. Now he was beginning to understand something. Subai informed his director that they were departing on a combat mission. Zhang Zhou advised the young man to exercise caution. At the decisive moment, life is paramount. Subai said he understood and ordered his squad members to follow him. Han Zhan asked what their mission was. Subai and his squad arrived at the battlefield and said that the ground was littered with the bodies of destroyed beasts. It was a brutal sight. However, he could smell the beasts' nuclei. Han Zhan noted that dying on the battlefield was the highest honor for a warrior. Subai said that the older comrades should rest in peace, and the younger generation would continue on their path. Qingshu asked if everything was okay with Subai. Subai replied that he was fine. However, such is the fate of a soldier. Hanjan asked the commander if his tamed beasts were violating military discipline by eating animal carcasses right on the battlefield. Subai replied that he did not think so. The beasts were helping them by lightening the task of clearing the battlefield, which was not easy. Voices could be heard in the distance. Someone had recognized Subai and his team. Subai told the cat and the turtle to calm down. They still had a mission to complete. The protagonist hid the animals in his backpack and said that they had to finish the job first, and then he would help them eat their fill. Subai told his colleagues that they needed to move forward. Qingshu asked where they were going. Subai warned that they were heading towards the Mist Mountains. However, they had to hurry. Members of another squad noted that Subai and his team did not even wait for the other university squads assigned to scout the mountains. They just rushed straight to the Mist Mountains. Why were they in such a hurry? The commander of the second squad said they should get ready. They would also be moving out. Their task is to assist in reconnaissance of the area. But if they stay away from particularly dangerous areas, everything will be fine. The commander of the second detachment said they needed to speed up. The sooner they entered, the more military merit they would earn. Subai said that the thick fog was unlikely to dissipate anytime soon. Visibility was almost zero. They would have to navigate by instruments. It would be better to stay close to each other. Qingshu noted that with such weather and difficult terrain, it would be easy to fall into an ambush here, especially if the army decided to take this route. Subai remarked that in such conditions, it was much more effective to move in small detachments. Hanjan suggested approaching him. Hanjan was holding a blood mushroom, a first-level spiritual plant, one of the key ingredients for Qi blood powder. This fruit was more than 10 years old. In a shop selling materials, it could fetch more than 100,000. Subai noted that it would be foolish not to collect these mushrooms now. Subai said he had decided to pick mushrooms and called on his tamed animals for help. Qingshu reminded him that they still had a task to complete. Subai said that this place was a treasure trove of natural treasures. He was not going to leave empty-handed. Subai warned Xiaoba and Xiaobai not to eat these mushrooms, as they could be poisonous. Hanjan scanned the area and said that they needed to be careful. Energy surges had been detected ahead, and several wild beasts were approaching. A golden two-headed beast and 3 silver wolves appeared out of the fog. Subai said that they were early gold-level creatures, and that he could handle them on his own. Qingshu and Hanjan could continue their reconnaissance. Han Qian warned Subai not to take all the credit for himself. Qingshu agreed. Even though Subai was the captain, he shouldn't take all the credit, so they would also attack the beasts. The students attacked the wild beasts and began to inflict damage on them. The beasts put up a strong resistance. Subai asked Hanjan to rest for at least 5 minutes. He would quickly deal with these beasts on his own. Hanjan was surprised. Only a few days had passed, and Subai had already almost broken through to the middle of the silver level. Qingshu, attacking the beasts, told Subai to talk less and show what he was capable of. Subai told the two to leave at least 1 beast for him. His colleagues were surprised. Why was Subai so slow? The commander of the second squad said that there was a battle ahead. Judging by the bursts of energy, there were gold-ranked fighters and beasts there. The fighters might need help. They needed to be supported. After the battle, Qingshu admitted that Subai was a real trickster. He aimed straight at the beast's weak spots. Hanjan admitted that Subai was indeed ruthless. Subai told the tamed beasts that they were lucky again. They could now eat and regain their strength, and then get back to work. A student from the second squad said that just a few minutes ago, they had felt powerful bursts of energy from a whole pack of ferocious beasts. How could they have disappeared so quickly? The commander of the second squad approached Hanjan and said that it was not for nothing that he was considered the strongest genius of the Great Wall Guards. Hanjan said that most of these beasts had been killed by Subai and his tamed animals. The commander of the second squad was surprised. Could Subai really have dealt with all of them alone in 5 minutes? Subai wondered if Caozi had come so that he could repair his divine artifacts again. The protagonist added that he even missed those 2 divine swords. Caozi asked the hero, as the commander of the first squad, what his future plans were. Subai replied that it was a great place, and he was thinking of going deeper into the Mist Mountains to wipe out more ferocious beasts. Subai said that he also wanted to clear the way for the main army. Qingshu and Hanjan thought that this guy just wanted to collect more natural treasures. He wanted to earn more military merits. Caozi suggested going on the next expedition together. Whoever finds the resources first gets the spoils. Subai replied that he had no objection. So, there would be no fair sharing here. He was fine with that. Subai declared that in that case, he would go ahead, and the others should not fall behind. Han Zhan and Qing Shu shouted for the commander not to run so fast. Cao Zai told his squad not to fall behind and to hurry up. Cao Zai looked ahead and was surprised. Why did those three stop? What was ahead of them? Cao Chu was surprised. Where did so many gold-level beasts suddenly come from? The golden-level beasts turned out to be members of a primate troop of incredible size. They occupied the branches of nearby trees and were clearly aggressive. The man with the average gold level was indignant. How could these beasts allow silver-level humans to go so far? Subai noticed that there was a humanoid beast in front of him. It was definitely platinum level. Hanjan suggested that it was from the clan of mystical snakes, one of the 3 royal clans. This was the strongest race, serving the heavenly devourer of the 9 underworlds. Noble blood among 10,000 races. They are capable of taking human form even at low levels, and their combat power surpasses that of their peers of the same level. This is the most dangerous enemy of all those present here. The leader of the enemy formation ordered the beasts to destroy all humans. No one should leave this place alive. The second squad was surprised. Why were there so many ferocious beasts here? Han Jan said that Wang Yan was the fastest and should immediately run for reinforcements. Wang Yan promised that the first squad could hold out and he would bring help very quickly. However, a huge beast blocked his path. Wang Yan noted that now he would have to give it his all. Han Jan asked if Subai could handle this black snake alone. Cao Zi confidently replied that he would cut down every one of these beasts. Subai summoned the cat and the turtle and told them to get to work. It won't be easy, he added. The leader of the enemy group asked if this man really wanted to fight him. In that case, he was ready to warm up. His snakes prepared to attack. Xiaobai immediately attacked the aggressive snakes, unleashing an energy blast at them. Qingshu had to admit that the power of the high-level golden beast was truly colossal. Han Zhan noticed that Wang Yan had managed to lure 3 beasts away, and that he was probably in danger now. Han Zhan told Subai to deal with his opponents as quickly as possible. Wang Yan would not last long. Subai replied that he understood. At that moment, the young man was holding an aggressive snake by the mouth. Subai tore the snake apart and told Xiaobai to quickly finish the fight. His opponent was outraged. How dare this pathetic man speak with such insolence? Xiaobai continued to aggressively attack the beasts. Xiaobai attacked his opponents again with his energy beam. Subai noticed that if it had been a normal gold level, the blow would have completely engulfed them, ending them. But it turned out to be more complicated. Another huge snake appeared, surpassing all the previous ones in size. The opponent said that this man was strong and that it was hard to believe that he had forced the beast to reveal its true form. Subai noted that the opponent still had at least a little bit of sense. He understood who to target. Our hero added that his opponent's speed was still no match for his own. The young man called on the turtle to attack his rivals. Xiaobai rushed into the attack and sank his sharp teeth into the body of the huge snake. It immediately began coughing up blood. Subai told Xiaobai to attack immediately and finish it off. The cat rushed to the turtle's aid. Han Jan admitted that the 2 tamed beasts of the squad commander were simply incredible. They managed to corner the leader of the mystical snakes. Subai said he didn't want to play anymore. He had more important things to do, and he kicked the snake in the head with all his might. The snake lost its balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, Xiaobai sank his teeth into it. The turtle took a huge leap and was about to land on the snake. Subai told Xiaobai to move aside to avoid trouble. As a result of their joint operation, the huge snake was destroyed. Subai said that they had finally gotten rid of this rival. The next moment, the snake's body began to swell, and it was very dangerous. There was an incredible explosion. The members of the first squad were afraid for their commander. However, when the smoke cleared, Subai was safe and sound. He noted that this villain still had a trick up his sleeve against them. It turned out that the beast was still alive and tried to hide in the bushes. Han Jan prepared his weapon and said he would take care of it himself. The mystical snake was already wounded and did not pose much of a threat. Subai agreed and added that he would let his colleague go this time. Subai said he was going to rescue Wang Yan. Han and Qingshu would stay here to clean up. Wang Yan was surrounded by ferocious monkeys. He admitted that this time he had underestimated the speed of these golden-level beasts. Although white monkeys with elongated arms are not considered agile, their physical strength is remarkable. Would he really meet his demise here? Wang Yangshuan said that even if he died, he would take at least 1 beast with him. The young man thrust his spear forward and rushed at the huge primates. However, the monkey was stronger and faster. It managed to dodge and counterattack Wang Yan. The young man dropped his weapon and flew far back. The monkeys continued to beat the man, striking him repeatedly with their hands and feet. Wang Yan hit his back against a tree, broke it, and fell to the ground. The young man thought that his end had truly come. The huge primate picked up the man's spear and swung it. Wang Yan asked why he was delaying. The young man added that one day the human race would exterminate all these monsters. Wang Yan said that it seemed he would no longer be able to fight Subai and Han Zhan. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared between the monkey and the man, and told Wang Yan to hold on a little longer. The young man set up a barrier and knocked the spear out of the monkey's hands. Wang Yan asked if Subai had really come for him. Wang Yan told Subai to avenge him and fell to the ground. The protagonist added that Wang Yan should not lose consciousness. Our hero became very angry and declared that he would tear these beasts to pieces. The turtle and the white cat were also nearby. The tamed beasts pounced on the primates. Subai grabbed Wang Yan's spear and swung it at the largest monkey. The spear throw was powerful and extremely aggressive. The spear stuck into the monkey's chest and threw it far back. The spear stuck into a tree. The monkey was pinned to the tree, its wounds bleeding. Subai told Wang Yan that he had been avenged and it was time to regain consciousness. Suddenly, the system reported that a target with the potential to become the heir to the white tiger's blood had been detected. At the moment, she was in critical condition. The master could use the essence of the white tiger's blood to prolong the target's life. Subai told Wang Yan to come to his senses immediately. There was a way to save him. Subai added that he knew how to save Wang Yan, but in return, he would lose his freedom and be bound forever. "Do you agree?" he asked. Wang Yan struggled to respond that he agreed. Subai demanded that Xiaobai immediately give 3 drops of his blood. The white tiger, without hesitation, measured out 3 drops of blood and handed them to his master. Subai told Xiaobai and Xiaobai to protect him. The protagonist turned to Wang Yan and told him once again to hang on. Subai used the 3 drops of blood as intended and changed the bloodline. The necessary processes began to take place at lightning speed. Wang Yan naturally cried out in pain, as it was almost impossible to endure such a thing. After a short time, Wang Yan stopped twitching and came to his senses. His body looked completely healthy, except for some bruises on his face. The protagonist asked how he was feeling. Wang Yan looked at his hands and asked how Subai had done it. After all, such a method was definitely beyond the power of an ordinary person. Even an expert at the king level would not be able to do such a thing. Subai reminded him that before saving him, he had obtained Wang Yan's consent. Now Wang Yan was bound to him forever. As for his secrets, Wang Yan had no right to reveal them. It was also forbidden to disclose any information related to Subai. Anyone who violated the ban would be cursed by heaven and earth, and their soul would be completely destroyed. Wang Yan asked in surprise whose voice he was hearing. However, the young man accepted the warning. Subai said that he had spent a lot of energy to save Wang Yan. His life was much more valuable than the 2 swords in Chao Zi's hands. The price was very high. Wang Yan jumped to his feet and shouted for Subai to take care of himself. Suddenly, aggressive snakes began to crawl out from under the ground. The protagonist realized that he shouldn't have let that beast go. Now he would have to deal with the consequences. Subai told Xiaobai to immediately deal with this abomination. The order was carried out, and the snakes were torn to shreds. However, the young man assumed that they were not material. What is going on? Why are there more snakes after they are destroyed? He wondered. Han Zhan and Qingshu came to help and asked, "Is Wang Yan okay?" Wang Yan said he was fine. Subai asked, "Why are those 2 taking so long?" Qingshu said that there was no end to these snakes. Someone was definitely controlling them. "We need to find this puppeteer. It must be that snake they didn't finish off earlier." Suddenly, a man appeared and said that some insects dared to challenge the 9 circles of Hell Clan. Qingshu noticed that Subai had thrown this villain back to his true form, and in a short time, he took on human form again. How did he recover so quickly? He wondered. The protagonist said that this guy was not as simple as he had previously appeared. He added that it was just a copy. It was practically impossible to destroy. The young people saw that the monster was holding the body of Zheng Leiqiao in its hands. An aggressive Chao Zi said he would destroy this scoundrel with his own hands. Han Zhan acknowledged that his rival had become much stronger, and that it was necessary to exercise extreme caution. Chao Zi asked Subai to destroy this villain for him. He was willing to pay any price. Subai told Qingshu and Han Zhan to take care of the rest, and he would deal with this slippery snake himself. The villain threw Leiqiao's body on the ground and said that this pathetic insect had a very loud voice. Subai warned that he would cut this scoundrel into pieces and make snake soup out of him. The clash between the rivals caused an explosion and thick smoke. The monster admitted that, as expected, the man was not so simple. Subai quickly emerged from the thick smoke and delivered a crushing blow to his unexpected opponent's back, forcing him to fly far away. The monster remained standing, but Subai admitted that his opponent had become much stronger. Subai told his tamed beasts that they would form a 7-star formation of 3 devils. It was necessary to surround the villain. The 7-star formation of 3 devils was the greatest secret technique that the protagonist could use, utilizing the fusion of the source. It allowed the protagonist to combine his powers with those of Xiaobao and Xiaoba. The villain was about to experience a triple blow, and the protagonist said that this scoundrel would be destroyed right now. The monster remained standing and admitted that the technique was quite ingenious, but unfortunately, this man still lacked strength. The villain transformed into a 3-headed snake of incredible size. Hanjan noticed this and told Subai to be careful. More snakes appeared and rushed straight at the commander of the first squad. Subai looked back and saw that the aggressive snakes were very close. Urgent action was needed. Wang Yan shouted that he felt a terrifying power, but that was impossible. Subai couldn't lose so easily. Kaozi demanded that Subai immediately report whether he was alive or dead. Subai shouted loudly. Xiaoba and Xiaobai immediately joined in his cry. The 3-headed snake was surprised. How dare his opponent grow stronger right before his eyes? The snake aggressively attacked the protagonist, directing a powerful energy charge at him. Han Jan admitted that the attack was too strong. Subai was in danger. Something had to be done urgently to save him. Wang Yan said that he couldn't move at all and was even unable to resist. However, Subai, despite everything, managed to activate a powerful energy wave that spread in all directions at incredible speed. Han Jan understood what was going on and said that the divine artifacts were merging into the weapon of the sacred beast. Heaven and earth converged, and the soul attained immortality. The roots of grass and trees, the sources merged into one. Qingshu was surprised. Is this really the legendary weapon of the sacred beast? Wang Yan added that this was exactly what Lord Luo Fen had used to break through thousands of miles, fighting countless powerful enemies. Such a powerful heavenly phenomenon. Could it really be? The ultimate technique of that very person from 100 years ago. How is that possible? The young man wondered. The protagonist received a message from the system that he was not yet able to fully control the power. When his life and mental resources reached a critical point, the state would end, and his body would fall into a period of severe weakness. Within a few minutes, it was all over. A deep mark remained in the ground, reminiscent of the unprecedented power of the attack. The fort of the Great Wall Guards. The commander, looking into the distance, said that this guy was progressing at an alarming rate. The marshal added that the mighty Lord of the Nine Hells had attacked a simple young man. The commander waved his sword and asked, "Do they really think he's already dead?" The monster from the mist told Nieching not to get cocky. His time is running out. Once he falls, humanity will be left without a royal protector and will be doomed to destruction. Subai lost a lot of strength after such an attack and could not stand on his feet. He had to kneel down. The tamed animals also lay nearby, exhausted. His colleagues rushed to help, but Subai surprised them again. "Is he okay?" they asked. Qingshu noted that the battle had been successful. They had managed to kill the Dizan snake, a high-level mystical beast, 1 medium-level golden beast, 2 low-level beasts, and more than 80 silver beasts. They had indeed killed them all. Wang Yan said it was simply unbelievable. Now he would brag about it for a whole year. Han Jan noted that the battle had been very dangerous. If Subai hadn't awakened the sacred beast weapon, they would have all been wiped off the face of the earth. Subai said that the smell of blood could attract other ferocious beasts. "It's better to leave here," he added. Suddenly, someone said that no one dared to leave. A human shadow appeared in the air, activating high-density energy flows. Qingshu told everyone to stay put and be on alert. The man transformed his excess energy into a huge snake that attacked the people. Subai closed his eyes and put his hands forward to protect himself. However, nothing happened. The young man opened one eye first. It turned out that Hu Huanshan, who possessed the level of a lord, had unexpectedly appeared in the forest glade. He blocked the attack and said that Long Ao also possessed the level of a lord. "Isn't he ashamed to attack young people?" he asked. Han Zhan, on behalf of the entire team, thanked Lord Hu Huanshan for his timely intervention. Long Ao was still hovering in the air and said that Huanshan had done the wrong thing. It was useless. "Today, I will definitely take the one who awakened the sacred beast weapon," he promised. Long Ao added that his race would never allow another Luo Feng to appear. Hu Huanshan retorted, "Don't even dream of it." Long Ao activated an energy charge in his hands and asked if Hu Huanshan could really protect this man. The students found themselves surrounded by an even more countless horde of snakes, all of which were at least of the initial gold level. Han Zhan admitted that he wasn't even trying to count their exact number. King Shu sighed. Labor Day is coming soon. I want to relax, enjoy the scent of flowers, and have a nice weekend. The girl waved her hand and added that she would miss them. Subai wished her luck. The young people said they were going out to have fun and wouldn't be able to help Subai. So he'll have to finish the job himself, they said. Subai thought that everyone was having fun while he still had to be on duty. It's very unfair, he muttered. He wanted to go on vacation too. Lung Gao continued to build up his energy and asked mockingly what Hu Huanshan was turning around for. The first squad was surrounded by snakes. The commander ordered everyone to prepare for a simultaneous attack. Hu Huanshan said it was time to stretch his muscles and spread a powerful energy pulse in all directions. Subai admitted, "That was amazing. Now I understand what Mr. Huanshan's Phoenix Tree technique looks like." Long Ao was surprised. Had Hu Huanshan really grasped the power of the law? It was impossible to even defend against the subtle energy of the law, which was slowly destroying his life force. Long Ao clung to the edge of the crevice and said that today he would not be able to compete with Hu Huanshan. He will be able to protect this boy, but not for long, he added, and disappeared into the crevice. Before leaving, Long Ao warned that all the myriad races would hunt Subai. As soon as he appeared outside the Great Wall, the strongest would be sent after him to destroy him. Hu Huanshan, still propped up by the mighty tree, demanded that Long Ao disappear and never show up here again. Han Jin said that he had witnessed an incredible display of power. This is what a battle between truly powerful opponents looks like, he added. Han Jan continued. With their every move, the heavens and earth are set in motion. It is an immense and boundless power. Subai admitted that he also wanted to reach that level. Hu Huanshan said to Subai, "Remember, no matter how strong you are, there will always be someone you cannot defeat. The only person you must surpass is yourself." Hu Huanshan informed the students that it was time to return. Han Jin noticed that teleportation had been activated and that Hu Huanshan had done it using his own power. "He has incredible speed," he said. Subai confessed again that he also wanted to be that strong. Unexpectedly, Niqing appeared out of nowhere and said that Subai had done well. The young man deserved congratulations on awakening the weapon of the sacred beast. Subai asked who this man was. The old man ordered Hu Huanshan to take Subai to the assembly hall. Subai was surprised. Why did the stranger disappear again? Hu Huanshan explained that this man was a hero of the human race, a royal-level warrior, Lord Niqing. Subai asked in amazement, was it really Niqing himself? Hu Huanshan said that Lord Niqing lived in the same era as Lord Luofen. At that time, spiritual energy was returning and martial arts were awakening. At the age of 20, seeing humanity's defeats in battles with myriad races, Niqing proposed the idea of using martial arts for the good of the nation. At that time, many just laughed at him. People believed that only technology could save humanity. Relying on martial arts was considered a fantasy. Lord Luofen, after listening to Niqing's words, became his close friend. Together, they made a great vow to devote their lives to the revival of martial arts and the prosperity of humanity. The protagonist arrived at his destination and heard that it was Subai, Luofeng's disciple, who had awakened the weapon of the sacred beast. With the appearance of Subai, humanity seemed to have found a ray of hope in this endless war. It was said that the current generation was willing to endure hardship, but if Subai rose to power, the next generation would reap the fruits of his strength. Hu Huanshan asked if the young man felt a lot of pressure. Subai was not yet at the stage of bearing responsibility for the fate of the nation. It was important to focus on his own growth now. The protagonist replied that he understood. Subai entered the assembly hall. Hu Huanshan announced that he had brought the awakened young man. Subai saw many great masters at the table and was taken aback. Lin Zhengnan, nicknamed Old Tiger Lin, was the strongest diamond-level master. The protagonist asked why this warrior was here. Niqing, who presided over the table, said that since everyone was gathered, they should get down to business. The awakening of the sacred beast weapon caused a huge resonance among the myriad races. They even sent a lord-level warrior to destroy the young man. The debate began. One of those present noted that for the first time in 100 years, the weapon of the sacred beast Luofeng had reappeared in the world. If Subai became stronger, he would lead humanity to glory. "We must protect this young man at all costs," he said. A bearded man with glasses suggested appointing the best mentors and providing resources to help him reach the level of Lord, and possibly even king. Subai's life is now more valuable than all of theirs combined, he said. Subai looked at the gathering who spoke in his support and thought that all these people were truly good. Old Tiger Lin expressed his opinion. Subai should continue to temper himself in battles with myriad races. The strength of a great fighter is born only on the brink of life and death. Indestructibility can only be achieved by purifying the spirit, energy, and body. Strong personalities are not born in hothouse conditions. Another speaker stated that now the myriad races had literally gone mad with the appearance of the sacred beast's weapon. The young man cannot be sent back to the battlefield without reliable protection. Who is ready to take on such responsibility? After all, he is Luo Feng's only heir in 100 years. Hu Huanshan supported Lin Zhengnan's opinion. A proud eagle will not flinch even in a hurricane, and a wolf pack will not fear a long night. Hu Huanshan added that Luo Fen himself considered the battlefield almost his home, and had been on the verge of death dozens of times. He would also support the idea that Subai should fight on the front lines. Subai thought to himself that with unlimited resources, he would never go to the front. Life is more precious. Nai Qing announced the decision. The warrior must be tempered in real combat, but everything must be under strict control. It was necessary to send 3 Lord-level experts, 38 Diamond-level fighters, and 1,000,000 soldiers to support the front at the Misty Mountains. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. If so many people were being sent to protect him, he could now relax a little. Ye Qing, senior advisor, added that the young man could be used as bait to cause carnage among the enemy's elite forces. This time, humanity will definitely win, he declared. Subai did not expect such an outcome and thought, could he really be bait now? The Nine Hells Castle is the residence of the myriad races. A secret meeting was held inside the castle. The chairman announced that the weapon of the sacred beast had returned, and many remembered the terror that Luo Feng had spread. The Lord of the 9 Circles of Hell announced that they could not allow another Luo Fen to appear. We must destroy this Subai at all costs, he decreed. 8 Lord-level fighters and 42 Diamond-level warriors should be sent to reinforce the front at the Misty Mountains. The great elders of the Heavenly Nine-Tailed Fox clan will take care of Nichin. The great elder of the Demonic Phoenix clan declared that her clan would not send a single fighter to this operation. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Nine-Tailed Fox clan also announced that her clan would not participate in this action. The Lord of the 9 Circles of Hell was surprised. Have they decided to betray him? The Lord explained that the 3 great royal clans had been given a joint order to take the field in the myriad races battle. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, these 2 had decided to retreat. The great elders were surprised. Does the Lord of the 9 Circles of Hell want to attack us? What other powerful enemies are we talking about? We came here not to fight, but to explore the Forbidden Zone. It seems that the 9 Circles of Hell clan is simply looking for a reason to destroy humans. They are here for endless resources, not for bloodshed. The Lord of the 9 Circles of Hell has declared that even if the elders refuse, his clan will see the matter through to the end. The great elders may regret it later. The great elders noted that the battle was near, and the human and myriad masters were already on the move. Have they still not found the Holy Maiden? That girl has always been wayward. We must expand the search area and find the Holy Maiden before the war begins at any cost. Nei Qing handed Subai a heavenly jade pendant and said that as long as he had it, no one would be able to sense his presence. Even the king of the 9 Circles of Hell would not notice him. With this artifact, it would be easier for the young man to hide from the strongest of the myriad races. Subai thanked Nie Qing, adding that simply hiding his aura was not enough. It would be better to equip him with gear and resources to increase his strength. Nie Qing laughed and remarked that the young man really knew how to take advantage of crises. Nie Qing snapped his fingers, and a chest appeared in front of Subai. The young man's eyes lit up. Inside the chest were diamond-level armor, a 10,000-year-old ice heart, and a dragon soul of the same age. Subai also found many medicines. He was surprised. Is all this for me? Nie Qing confirmed that all of this now belonged to the young man. But it would be boring to give everything away at once, so the artifacts would be given out in stages. Subai said that he wanted to get the diamond armor first, so that he wouldn't die in battle. Nie Qing noted that Subai was not yet ready for this armor. The young man admitted that this was cruel. The old man recommended that he train harder. Subai remembered how he once saw countless treasures and hesitated for just a second, and now he was crying, remembering that mistake. Subai noticed a man nearby and wondered, could it be old Tiger Lin? Lin Zhengnan told the young man to follow him. They needed to talk about something. Subai thought that he and Lin Yanzhan, Zhengnan's daughter, had nothing going on. They were honest with each other and innocent. Zhengnan suggested that Subai stay on the battlefield of myriad races. The young man replied that he was not angry and understood that old Tiger Lin wanted him to become a true master. The man admitted that he still did not understand what his daughter saw in Subai. The young man tried to explain that they were just good friends who knew what was acceptable and what was not. Lin Zhengnan said that he did not want to discuss this anymore and would not interfere in their childish affairs. He handed the young man the armor and added that it was his gift. The young man must take care of himself and not die on the battlefield. Subai accepted the gift and thanked Uncle Lin. Zhengnan ordered him to go to training immediately. Subai promised to train hard and not let old Tiger Lin down. The next day arrived. Students and military personnel paid their respects to the fallen. Chaozi said that Zheng Leiqiao should rest in peace. Han Zhan noticed Subai's appearance. Han Zhan was surprised and asked where Subai got such excellent equipment. Nu Qing addressed the warriors of the human race and announced that the army of the myriad races was already moving towards the Great Wall. There were more than 1 million enemies, but even if the humans were outnumbered, they would still win. Han Zhen noted that among the royal-level fighters, Lord Ni Qing was stronger than the king of the 9 circles of hell. To restrain Ni Qing, the myriad races would surely send several lord-level fighters to cooperate with the king. Subai asked what to do in that case. Han Zhan replied that they should use tactics and follow the orders of the leadership. An order was issued for all reconnaissance units from military universities to accompany the troops and advance into the Misty Mountains for reconnaissance. Upon detecting the enemy, they were to provide support in battle. Han Zhan said that diamond-level fighters had already entered the fray. Qing Shu warned of the need for caution. The aura here was unstable, and treacherous enemies were surely hiding nearby. Subai noted that the only enemies here were armored wolves and horned demon deer, but they were weak. One of the students declared that he would take care of the armored wolves and rushed into the attack. Han Zhan, wielding his weapon, noted that the enemies were afraid of them escaping. Chaozi admitted that his hands were itching to get into the fight. Han Zhan said that they were facing ordinary weaklings and that Subai could rest. Subai agreed that the beasts were weak, but he wasn't going to give up the glory just like that. The protagonist released his tamed animals from his backpack. Xiaoba and Xiaobai burst out and destroyed all enemies in their path. Han Zhan noted that Subai had completely lost his conscience. He didn't even want to share the credit for the battle. Cao Zi agreed with this opinion. The white tiger and the huge green turtle did indeed look threatening against the backdrop of weak enemies. The wolves and deer felt the pressure coming from deep within their blood and could not resist. The white tiger and green turtle roared loudly, subjugating the will of the beasts. Subai was surprised. Why were his animals roaring like that? The system congratulated the young man on awakening a new ability. Now he could subjugate other races and turn them into his personal combat unit. The protagonist was delighted. He had gained the ability of a legion. Han Zhen inquired what was happening and confirmed that Subai had indeed brought these animals. Subai said that the animals had been charmed by his charm. His colleagues were morally depressed. Subai noted that if the beasts had submitted, they must obey all orders. The armored wolf clan would guard the rear, and the demonic deer clan would guard the flanks. Han Zhan added that with such protection on the sides and rear, reconnaissance could be accelerated. Wang Yan wondered how Subai had managed to convince the armored wolves. The protagonist was surprised by the turtle's strange behavior. Had Xiaoba discovered some secret? The turtle was acting unusually. Suddenly, a giant centipede burst out of the ground. At the same time, Xiaoba was accelerated and thrown high into the air. Han Zhen warned everyone to be extra vigilant. The toothed centipede was extremely dangerous, and was known as the ghost of hell. Subai asked if the centipede was really that scary. The toothed centipede was indeed aggressive towards Xiaoba. Qing Shu noted that its body, like that of a centipede, was capable of burrowing into the ground in seconds and disappearing without a trace. Its paws were like saws. Nothing could withstand them. Han Zhan added that where the serrated centipede passes, not even grass remains. It is a real disaster. Its sharp paws instantly cut its target into hundreds of pieces. Subai suggested that this was an exaggeration. What he saw did not seem like such a threat. Xiaoba felt confident in the company of centipedes, almost befriending them. The protagonist learned that the clan of toothed centipedes expressed a desire to swear allegiance. Subai decided to agree. Deep in the valley of the Misty Mountains, people were making their way through the valley. The woman surrounded by huge primates assumed that the people would pass through this place tomorrow. However, the attack by the human race began much earlier. An order was given to all units to go on full combat alert. The huge monkey was attacked by a centipede that burst out of the ground. The woman, the leader of the beasts, was surprised. How did these centipedes get here? It was necessary to send alarm signals to the king of the 9 circles of hell. The primates began to scatter in terror, as a huge number of dangerous centipedes emerged from the ground. The woman tried to seal the place where the centipedes were emerging and summoned snakes from underground for support. However, the snakes that appeared were attacked by the centipedes and destroyed. The woman turned into a huge snake and tried to fight back against the centipedes that attacked her. The giant snake said that even her scaly armor could not withstand the attack. The centipedes won a decisive victory. The warriors who appeared afterwards saw the destroyed giant snake. It had been torn to pieces. But who did this to the mystical snake of the misty lands? Who could destroy it with such force? People were surprised. Could it be the serrated centipede, also known as the ghost of hell? Could it have appeared on the battlefield? The warriors said that it was necessary to immediately send a report and notify all armed forces. Toothed centipedes had been spotted in the misty mountains. If anyone from the human race encountered them, it was necessary to retreat immediately. Under no circumstances should they engage in battle with them. The first squad continued to advance deep into enemy territory. Hanjan reported that according to the map, the entire ridge of the Misty Mountains stretched for more than 300 kilometers. They had been on the road for a long time, but for some reason had not reached Clearwater Lake. Subai was indignant. Did his colleagues doubt the route he had mapped out? Qingshu suggested that they had gotten lost after all. Subai believed that this could not be the case. The problem was probably with the map. Hanjan said that the map could not be wrong, because it was a military map. Subai thought that he might indeed have made a mistake, as he had always been poor at navigating. Hanjan was indignant. Why hadn't Subai warned them about this earlier? Qingshu asked what they should do. Who would lead them to the Clearwater Lake if he was also bad at navigating? Subai was indignant. It turned out that everyone was confused about the directions, but for some reason, only he was being blamed. Hanjan now did not understand how they would be able to get to this lake. Subai said that in that case, they would have to resort to the last proven remedy. The young man took a green turtle out of his backpack. Subai gave the turtle a crystal and said that it should lead them to the Clearwater Lake. The turtle ate the crystal and confidently moved further along the road. Subai said that now they should not get lost. Qingshu said it was good that they had Xiaoba. Otherwise, they would never have found their way out of there. Hanjan expressed confidence that they were now moving in the right direction. The young people noticed that the fog was becoming less dense, which meant they had emerged from it. Subai said that the turtle was very good. It really knew how to find its way. However, what the students saw before them did not resemble Clearwater Lake at all. Where had Xiaoba led them? Hanjan checked the military topographic map and declared that they were on the edge of Clearwater Lake. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared above the young people. The students were puzzled. The decision was made to flee. The young people turned around and quickly began to put this decision into action. Subai asked the turtle where it had led them. It couldn't be that the 3 of them had gone beyond the boundaries of the map and into unknown lands. Hanjan couldn't keep up with his colleagues and shouted for them to wait for him. After a while, the young people noticed that the creature had disappeared and decided to take a short break. But what was it? Where had it taken them? The map indicated that the edges of the lake were safe. Subai said he had a feeling that the map couldn't be trusted. The map didn't show such a dangerous place. Could Xiaoba really have led them astray? A girl appeared in front of the young people and said that they were nobodies. How could they not even try to protect her at such a critical moment? Why did they only think about themselves? Subai was surprised. Where did this girl come from? Hanjan admitted that he was so focused on escaping that he didn't even notice her. The system reported that the hero had discovered a demonic phoenix with the blood of a scarlet bird. The clan of demonic phoenixes is proud and difficult to subdue. It is necessary to find a way to tame it. Subai was surprised. Could it be that the scarlet bird he was looking for was a child? The girl was indignant. Who did he call a child? The young man must be careful, otherwise the Holy Virgin would burn him alive. Subai thought. Maybe he should hit her so she would come to her senses. The girl asked what he was up to. How dare he approach her? The girl became angry and burst into flames. How dare this man show disrespect to the Holy Virgin? He would regret it. Hanjan thought that this girl was not simple at all. It seemed that she really did have a violent temper. Subai said that children who don't listen will have to be taught a lesson. The girl was outraged. Did this thing dare to raise a hand against her? The young people prepared dinner from the game that lived in the surrounding area. Hanjan asked Subai if he wanted a chicken leg. Qingshu added that they needed to regain their strength to fight again. Subai told the girl to stop fighting and offered her some food. The child replied that she wasn't done yet. When the elder of her clan shows up, then we'll see who wins. Subai said that when the elder appeared, he would defeat her. Right now, they needed to eat. The girl demanded justice and insisted that they let her go. Hanjan handed Subai a chicken leg. He admitted that the roasted chicken smelled wonderful. Hanjan noticed that it was a bronze fire rooster. Subai said that this was not surprising, as it was an extraordinary bird. The girl said that she had already eaten a lot, and some bronze birds would not surprise her. The girl asked what spices had been added. Did food really taste better when roasted over a fire? Subai asked if the holy maiden wanted to try it. Subai salted the chicken leg and said that it would be even tastier with spices. The girl admitted that it smelled delicious. The holy virgin tasted the chicken leg and declared that it was the most delicious leg she had ever eaten in her life. The girl swore that from that day on, she would eat such food every day, because it was much tastier than the elder's spiritual ingredients. Subai said that everything could be very simple. If she wanted chicken legs with every meal, she had to obey and do everything he said. The girl agreed and promised to do everything as long as he gave her chicken legs. The Holy Virgin added that she did not deceive and always kept her word, as long as the chicken legs were well cooked. The protagonist thought that the scarlet bird could be tamed with just a chicken leg. The young man told the cat and the turtle to come out and greet the girl. Subai declared that from that moment on, Xiaohong was also part of their family. The girl said that she thought the turtle and the cat were very cute. The turtle was indignant. He was actually the older brother of this girl. The cat said that Xiaohong should show respect. The girl hugged the animals and said that they were very cute. Subai told Xiaohong to behave properly, because they were her older brothers. Hanjan asked Qingshu if he thought Subai was really raising this girl like a tame animal. He had a feeling that Subai's intentions were not entirely pure. Hanjan added that this guy had leveled up, and they hadn't even noticed. Subai was clearly hiding something from the public. Hanjan asked if Subai had really advanced to the high silver level. The protagonist replied that it was quite easy. Hanjan was surprised. Did Subai have some kind of secret technique? How was he able to level up so quickly? Subai thought he couldn't admit that he had a system. The young man said that he did indeed have a secret technique, but he couldn't talk about it. Subai noted that in their dragon kingdom, there was an ancient saying, "The way cannot be passed on just like that," especially when it came to secrets concerning the king level. Hanjan held out a golden-ranked beast core. Qingshu told Hanjan not to let himself be deceived. Subai took the core and said he believed Hanjan. He added that he had information coming from Lord Niaqing himself. In the path of combat, it is not enough to just level up. In fact, it is necessary to cultivate the heart of the Tao. As long as a young man has a desire for the path and an unyielding will to become stronger, he will be able to grow faster and further than others. Hanjan listened carefully and replied that he still did not understand anything. Subai asked if Hanjan could see the big mountain. When he just looks at it, it seems like a huge and dangerous obstacle. But if you focus on the top, the path at the foot and in the middle doesn't seem so hard anymore. All you have to do is keep going without stopping until you reach the top. Hanjan said that he understood something, but at the same time, it was as if he understood nothing. Subai seemed to have said something, but he did not express anything meaningful. Qingshu noticed that Hanjan had just been deceived into giving up the golden core. Subai claimed that he was sharing the true secrets of the path to the king level. Hanjan said that now he understood everything and thanked Subai. The main thing was to repeat to himself every morning that he would reach the level of a king, no matter what it took. Then no bottleneck would stop him. Hanjan shouted that the true path was the easiest path. But why did he only understand this now? Now he would use every second to become better. Qingshu noticed that Hanjan had become completely hopeless. Subai objected. Hanjan had indeed realized something, and it was impressive. Subai told Xiaohong to stop playing and help the beasts awaken their second element. The girl asked how to do it because she didn't know how. Subai told Xiaohong to use her spiritual power to change the internal flows in their bodies. She had been able to do this before. She had the ability to awaken the second element in others. Xiaohong said she would try and activated the increased tension in her body, releasing excess energy. The girl said that now she really felt it. Xiaoba would be the first. The turtle tensed up from the external impact on its body. Xiaoba screamed that he was in unbearable pain. Xiaohong had to stop immediately. In the next moment, the green turtle grew to an incredible size. Subai said that this was Xiaoba's true form. The protagonist stated that the turtle now had a glowing tail. The turtle continued to scream in pain and agitation. Subai received information that the mysterious earth turtle had successfully awakened the second element, the source of water. The young man said that now that the water element had been awakened, the protection of this dual system had become simply terrifying. In the end, the turtle was satisfied. Subai declared that now it was Xiaobai's turn. The cat tried to escape such an execution under the cover of darkness. However, Xiao Hong was on the alert. The girl energetically influenced the fleeing white cat. Subai told Xiaobai to hold on if he wanted to wake up. The big white cat also cried out in pain and resentment. As a result of the awakening, a huge white tiger appeared. It was of incredible size. The young man received information that it was now a sharp-toothed golden white tiger that had awakened the second element, shadow. Subai said that the white tiger with the blood of shadows was a dangerous dance of stealth and destruction. The next day arrived. Qingshu said that after resting, they should reach the pure water lake. Hanzhan asked if Subai knew where they were now. The protagonist asked Xiao Hong where they were. Xiao Hong pointed in the direction and added that they were about 80 kilometers from the central restricted area of Pure Water Lake. Subai said that in that case, they would set off immediately. There was no time to waste. Subai asked the girl what kind of dragon shadow they had seen the day before. Xiao Hong replied that it was the Azure Dragon, the guardian of the restricted area near Clearwater Lake. She added that the dragon was incredibly powerful, and that any creature that approached the heart of this territory would be destroyed. Xiao Hong said that this dragon was indeed very frightening. Even creatures at the Lord level who tried to enter did not return. Hanzhan asked in surprise, "Is the dragon really so strong that it could eat them all?" Qingshu asked, "If the Azure Dragon is really there, why hasn't the King of the Nine Circles of Hell tamed it yet?" Xiao Hong replied that at one time, the King of the Nine Circles of Hell had gathered the elders of all three great royal clans, but even then, they had been unable to subdue the dragon. Qingshu was surprised. Even the King of the Nine Circles of Hell couldn't handle the dragon? Wasn't it too dangerous to rush forward like this? Subai ordered the system to analyze the presence of Azure Dragon blood nearby. The protagonist decided that today he would tame this dragon. If it was really here, then all four divine beasts would be gathered. Based on the scan results, the system reported that Azure Dragon blood had been detected nearby. However, the carrier's current power was insufficient to tame it. The egoist thought, even the system warns that the Azure Dragon is very dangerous. Indeed, they should retreat. The commander of the first squad suggested that his colleagues step aside for a moment. The young man asked the girl if she knew the way through the Misty Mountains. Xiao Hong replied that the roads in the Misty Mountains change with the weather, so she didn't know the right way either. Subai said that this could be a problem. Qingshu noted that if the Misty Mountains were west of Clearwater Lake, perhaps they could just go east and find their way out that way. Hanzhan said that the problem was that they didn't even know where east was. The protagonist suggested using the sun for orientation. Qingshu noted that the sun on the battlefield of Myriad Raz was extremely unreliable. Moreover, the fog in the heart of the mountains was so thick that nothing could be seen. Xiao Hong told her mentor that she knew of a small tribe's village nearby. They could ask them for directions. Subai was surprised. Why hadn't Xiao Hong mentioned this before? Qingshu noted that their little phoenix had saved the day again. Xiao Hong said that the tribe was called the Spirit Snake Clan. The nearest settlement was within 1,000 kilometers of Clearwater Lake. Subai said that was great and ordered the girl to take them there. They headed for the Spirit Snake Clan. Xiao Hong said that the Spirit Snake Clan once had a platinum-level warrior, but he had led the tribe's elite into battle. Now, only the elderly, sick, and wounded guarded the village. The strongest among them was the elder, who was at the peak of the gold level. The expedition made its way further through the forest. Peeking out from the bushes, Xiao Hong pointed to the village of the Spirit Snake Clan. Subai was surprised. There was a snake's nest right on their course. Hanzhan said that although the clan was small, judging by the number of snake holes and the aura around them, they had more than 10,000 wild animals. The exact number of creatures guarding the territory was unknown. Hanzhan suggested attacking from different sides to lure them out of their burrows. Once they were separated, they could be destroyed piece by piece. Qingshu said that was too dangerous. It would be better to catch one golden beast and interrogate it. It would have to reveal the location of the passage. Subai said that these two only think about how to fight. We must not forget that Xiao Hong is the holy maiden of the royal clan. Hanzhan asked what Subai suggested doing, what his strategic plan was. The protagonist replied that he had a brilliant plan. Information came in that the envoy of the ancient royal clan had arrived. It was necessary to greet him with honors. Young men in black cloaks accompanied Xiao Hong. Subai announced that the holy maiden of the ancient demon Phoenix clan had arrived and should be greeted appropriately. The snake said that she could sense the aura of the royal blood of the ancient demon Phoenix clan. It was a great honor for them to receive such noble guests. She was accompanied by 3 high lords from the Hidden Land and the Mist Snake clan. The old snake said that the second elder of the Spirit Snake tribe respectfully greets Lady Demon Phoenix and the 3 lords of the Misty Lands. The 4 great lords have honored them with their visit. They apologize for such a modest reception. Subai asked if the clan had any spiritual materials or medicinal herbs, as it was necessary to gather everything available to restore their strength. Hanjan quietly asked what Subai was doing, since they just wanted to ask for directions. Qingshu was also surprised at what medicinal spiritual herbs they were talking about. Subai told the 2 to keep quiet. The second elder said that if the honored guests had come from afar, the spiritual snake tribe would definitely give them a proper welcome. After a while, the guests were offered small spiritual fruits as a sign of respect. Hanjin said that these were 4th-level spiritual berries filled with powerful spiritual energy. One such berry could completely restore the strength of a gold-level warrior in a matter of minutes. Subai said that it was already late, and that they would most likely stay here for the night. The protagonist pointed to the building where they would be staying and asked for a map of the area. Hanjan was surprised. What kind of overnight stay was he talking about, since the sun was still at its zenith? The second elder said that this building was the residence of the chief of the tribe. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. The second elder said that he would immediately order a new spacious house to be built for the guests, if they did not mind. Subai said that if their chief were here, he would not dare to refuse. Or did the second elder mean to say that the holy maiden of the ancient demon Phoenix clan was not worthy of the house of some chief of this miserable tribe? Xiaohong set her fingers on fire to intimidate the snakes. The snakes immediately recognized it as the burning aura of the ancient demon Phoenix clan. Subai told the second elder that they would only stay for 1 night. Permission was granted, and the young people went to the clan chief's residence. Subai reminded them that he was waiting for the map. Subai entered the building and assumed that treasures were indeed hidden here. However, they had to wait until the map was brought to them. Hanjan said he was thirsty and asked for water to drink. After a while, the second elder brought the map as requested. The second elder calmed down when he realized that nothing had been touched here. The lords of the Misty Lands and the Hidden Land were too noble to covet the modest belongings of the small spirit snake tribe. The second elder said he would take his leave if the guests needed nothing else. Subai asked that they not be disturbed. They wanted to rest. When the second elder of the snake clan slithered away, the protagonist told Qingshu and Hanjan to search the entire first floor and bring back anything of value. They had to look through everything, down to the smallest detail. Xiaohong and the students were delighted and set about carrying out their orders. They found Jade Nectar, a 5th-level elixir. Subai told Hanzan to keep quiet, otherwise they would be in trouble if they were caught doing this. Xiaohong discovered and showed her mentor a whole chest of 4th-level spiritual berries. After a while, all the treasures, and not only them, were brought to the central hall of the residence. Subai said that now they could begin, and everyone present began to devour the food supplies found there. After the meal, Hanjan said with difficulty that his bottleneck at the highest silver level was beginning to weaken. Qingshu noted that after he had eaten his fill, he had made progress. Subai said that after the meal, they could take a closer look at the map. After studying the map, Hanjan declared that they needed to find a way out of there. Subai said that they would soon set out and gather all the members of the Spirit Snake tribe. The protagonist said that Xiaohong would take care of the silver-level fighters. Qingshu and Hanjan would be responsible for the gold-level fighters. They would begin their operation as soon as it got dark. Hanjan said he felt a surge of power inside him. Qingshu said it wasn't power surging, but everything Zhan had eaten. After dark, the protagonist shouted for the second elder to immediately gather all the battle spirits of the Spirit Snake tribe. The second elder asked what the venerable lord of the Misty Lands from the Hidden Land was doing there. The protagonist thought that the 3 gold-level fighters had already surrounded him. Subai said he wanted to borrow these snake heads. The young man began to show aggression towards the snakes that had arrived. The second elder said that people don't do that. It's very low of them. He ordered the Spirit Snake tribe to follow his command. The people and the tamed beasts rushed to attack the snakes. Xiaohong also behaved aggressively and shouted that she was ready to make snacks out of snake meat. Subai thought that Xiaohong's demon phoenix fire was simply terrifying. Subai told his colleagues to watch him and learn how to fight snakes properly. The deactivated snake asked who these people were. Subai said that they had come here to take their lives. Hanjan said that he didn't feel any pleasure at all. The opponents turned out to be weak. Subai said that they shouldn't relax because they were deep in the territory of the myriad races. The turtle and the cat felt that they could break through to the golden level. A little more, and they would reach their goal. Qingshu asked the squad leader if it was time to return to the main group. The protagonist replied that he had another idea. The young man noted that if they were in the heart of the myriad Oras lands, why not strike them right now? Qingshu pointed out that they were in a risk zone. Subai said that fortune favors the bold. The more dangerous the place, the more generous the reward. The squad commander added that everything would be fine, they just needed to follow him. The young man suggested spending the night there. At dawn, they would set out for Windy Mountain. Qingshu was surprised. What was he talking about? Qingshu noticed that this was the territory of the Black Leopard tribe. Han Zhan noted that Subai had become completely uncontrollable after being made commander of the squad. The next day arrived. Qingshu asked why they were using the same trick. Subai replied that this trick still worked. Why reinvent the wheel? He told the leopards that the venerable lords of the Misty Lands from the Hidden Land had arrived. Why was no one there to greet them? The leopard ordered that the elders be informed of the guests immediately. The lords of the Misty Lands had arrived. A huge black leopard appeared with swords in his hands. He asked, "Had the guests come here to die?" The elder noted that the brown leopard's tribe had long harbored hatred for the representatives of the Misty Lands. Today would be the day of their revenge. After these words, the elder raised his swords and rushed into the attack. Han Zhan repelled the attack of the elder of the Black Leopards and said that Subai's plan had failed. The protagonist noted that he was unaware of the old feud and commitment to vendetta. Subai declared that they would have to fight their way through and called on his tamed beasts for help. Xiaoba and Xiaobai immediately engaged in combat with the armed brown leopard. Subai noted that leopards are very fast and added that he was counting on Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong rose into the sky and her body began to radiate increased energy. The girl directed the excess energy at the leopards, depriving them of their mobility and ability to do anything. The leopards were destroyed. Han Zhan noticed that he had just leveled up. Subai noted that Han Zhan had used the very technique he had been shown earlier. The system reported that the spiritual earth turtle had reached a new level. The same thing happened with the golden white tiger. Subai noted that this was real progress. Subai noticed that Xiaoba had grown again. There were also changes in Xiaobai. The young man said that from that day on, the white tiger would become the master of shadows. Han Zhan noted that Subai had become stronger again. He added that he had gained the will to seek the Tao and faith. Why shouldn't he break through further? Subai said that Han Zhan's faith was apparently not strong enough. That was why there was no noticeable progress. Subai, studying the map, asked where they would go next. Xiao Hong said that there was another place she had not been to. The girl pointed in the direction and added that it was the main city of the snakes of the mystical land. Subai said that in that case they would go there. Han Zhan said that this was pure madness. It was a truly great city of myriad races. Even if they were currently at war with humans, there were bound to be powerful guards there. Han Zhan noted that with their forces, going to the main city would be tantamount to seeking death. Going there was too dangerous. If the enemies found out that they were humans, there would be no escape. Qingshu noted that Han Zhan was right. Going to the main city with just the three of them was too risky. Subai was surprised. Had his colleagues forgotten their faith and their desire to seek the Tao? If they wanted to obtain more resources and become stronger, they had to go to the main city. The young man added that when they reached the level of king, standing on the Great Wall and looking down on the myriad races, as if they were tiny ants, they would receive much admiration and make a great contribution to the development of humanity. Subai added that they were doing this for the greater good of the human race. Even if they did not return, they would still accomplish something truly grand. Han Zhan said that he would act for the greater good of humanity. He was born great and, if necessary, would die gloriously. Subai said that Han Zhan was the true spirit of a proud hero of humanity. Qingshu was surprised. Could this guy really be so easily infected by this idea? Subai demanded that Xiao Hong take them there, in the name of the greater good of humanity. The target was chosen, and the first squad set out to fulfill their mission, what was predestined for them from above. 3 days passed. Subai asked how far they were. Xiao Hong said they were almost there. Subai looked into the distance. The girl said that ahead lay the main city of the snakes of the mystical land. The protagonist said that it was not a city, but a real mountainous massif. Han Zhan admitted that he was beginning to regret his decision. Subai declared that there was nothing to fear. After all, they were the great heroes of humanity. Xiao Hong said that the main city of the snakes of the mystical land was the most majestic of all. Several years ago, she had already been here with the Great Elder. The girl noticed that each wall of the city had 13 gates. Usually the ruling houses entered through the central main gate, and members of the mystical land snake clan entered through the side gates on either side. There were also side gates for those of noble blood, but even they had to undergo an aura check and pay an entrance fee. Subai was surprised. Did they really have to pay a fee? Xiao Hong said that it was purple crystals. On average, one purple crystal was the price of a standard third-rank spiritual herb. Purple crystals are not only a currency, they also store a huge amount of energy that is useful for cultivation. Cultivators of the platinum level and above use even rarer spiritual stones, filled not only with energy, but with the forces of heaven and earth. Subai reminded her that Xiao Hong was a venerable holy maiden. Did she really only have one measly crystal? The girl replied that it was a spatial bag with about 100 cubic meters of usable space inside. Xiao Hong added that she was actually quite rich and poured jewels out of the spatial bag. Qingshu said that Xiao Hong was a real little rich girl. Subai was surprised. Did all of this belong to Xiao Hong? The protagonist said that it was unsafe for a child to carry so much money with her. As her mentor, he had to keep everything safe. Subai put all the jewels back in the bag and said he would be responsible for them until she came of age. The young man thought that this time he had hit the jackpot. Han Zhan suggested they stop talking and enter the city. Subai said that he would once again imbue his friends with the aura of the mystical earth snakes. This aura lasts for 7 days, so if they enter through the side gate, they can save on the toll. Subai added that this method never fails. It would be possible to see the reaction of these beasts. All the beasts present bowed their heads to the young people. The guards welcomed the 4 venerable elders back to the main city. Subai noted that they had received a warm welcome and were already in the main city. The protagonist looked around and said that there were ferocious beasts everywhere. But what is going on here, he thought. No one expected there to be so many wild beasts in the main city. Qingshu noticed that their forces were considerable. The foundation of the myriad races was much deeper than previously thought. Human warriors were no match for them. Xiao Hong said that the 3 royal clans kept the lower classes in an iron grip. Now the king of the 9 circles of hell had raised an army of 10 million, but she was sure that 9 million of them were just cannon fodder. The real elite were only the relatives of the royal family of the 9 circles of hell and the clan of snakes of the mystical earth. Qingshu said that it was no surprise that Lord Huanshan did not take this army seriously. That is the real reason. However, no one expected the main city of the myriad races to be so lively. Subai suggested that they split up, because if they stayed together all the time, the work would proceed too slowly. Subai said that he was a partner and warned them about this right away. The young man gave each of his colleagues a purple crystal and told them to act according to the situation. They would meet at the city gates. As they parted, the protagonist said they didn't need to thank him. Qingshu called the squad leader greedy because he had a whole bag of these crystals. Qingshu said he would look for a place where he could read ancient books. Would Han Zhan go with him? Zhan replied that he was interested in weapon shops. Subai looked at the tall building ahead and said that it must be the place. What treasures are there? He asked. Could this be the treasury of the capital city? He wondered. The wall was not very high and easy to climb over. Xiao Hong pointed to a dragon flying by. Subai thought he was lucky this time. It was good that he didn't try to climb over the wall right away. The young man said that he was familiar with these ruins. He thought he had seen them in some ancient book. Subai said that he remembered it was a flight ban. The Dizhu Xuanmen clan had indeed spared no expense. With such a barrier, even a diamond-level expert could not climb over the wall unnoticed. The protagonist was curious about what they were hiding inside. Xiao Hong noticed someone approaching. The lord approached the guards to check on them. The senior guard reported that the service was proceeding normally, and no violators had been found. Subai and the girl were hiding around the corner at the time. Subai told Xiao Hong not to go anywhere and to wait for him there. Our hero decided to test Xiaobai's new ability and became almost invisible. That is, translucent. The commander of the guards ordered the door to be closed behind her. Subai followed. Then the protagonist deactivated the snake using a shadow attack technique and became visible again. The young man decided to see what treasures were here and why they were so carefully guarded. Subai discovered a whole mountain of amethyst crystals. It was a real stroke of luck. Now, even if he wanted to, he couldn't become poor. Subai saw someone's shadow in the distance and thought that there was someone else here. Could it be a representative of the Dizhu Xuanman clan? He said, demanding that whoever was hiding come out immediately. There were 2 people hiding. It turned out to be Qingshu and Han Zhan. They were also surprised to see their commander here. One of them had gone shopping, another to read books, and the third had decided to visit the weapon shop. However, all three met here. Qingshu said it was a strange coincidence. Subai noticed that the two had tried on thieves' gear. Hadn't they always been righteous? How had they managed to get past the guards? Hanjan said that they had discovered a tunnel. He wandered through it and somehow ended up here. Subai said that talking was inappropriate now. They had to take as much as they could carry, and it was better not to make any noise. The squad leader added that the two should not follow him. Hanjan reminded them that greed had never done anyone any good. The young men's backpacks were stuffed to capacity, and they said they couldn't carry anymore. Suddenly, a bell fell off Hanjan's backpack and hit the ground. It made a loud noise. The guards detected movement in the ancient temple and went on full alert. The sergeant of these guards was also discovered. When he regained consciousness, he said that the ancient temple was being robbed, that the barrier had to be activated at full power, and that no one should be allowed to leave. Subai said that they needed to flee, otherwise they would be doomed. Suddenly, everything around them shook. The criminals were running away, and they had to be caught. The elder ordered the entire city to be sealed off, every house to be searched, and the intruders to be found. The criminals ended up on the roof of a building, from where they could watch as the entire guard was put on full alert. Hanjan suggested that they were in big trouble. Qingshu agreed with this assumption, and added that the entire city was blocked off, so there was no help to be expected. Subai said that he knew the saying, "The most dangerous place is the best hiding place." Xiao Hong appeared in front of the guards and shouted that she had seen people. The girl pointed in the direction where these people had been spotted. The guards reacted quickly, but were immediately deactivated by the protagonist and his friends. The young people made their way into the vault. Xiao Hong asked what they were looking for. Subai replied that he had a feeling there were treasures hidden there. Xiao Hong pointed out the hidden door to the master. Subai said he couldn't see anything. The girl explained that the door was sealed with a spell so that people couldn't find it. Xiao Hong activated a hidden mechanism, and the door opened. Subai said that the Xuan men were very cunning. It was no wonder he hadn't noticed the door before. Xiao Hong added that there was a powerful energy downstairs. The young people descended the stairs that were just behind the secret door. Downstairs, they discovered the Tree of 1,000 Wishes. The protagonist was surprised. "What is this strange tree?" Xiao Hong said that it was forbidden magic. How did the Dizu Xuanmen clan dare to grow such a thing? Are they really aiming to become the 4th royal clan? Subai thought he had heard that name somewhere before. The Tree of 1,000 Wishes. The system reported that this tree contained countless fragmented laws of power. The tree was directly related to the Great Catastrophe. This chance could not be missed. Xiao Hong added that the Dizhou Xuanmen clan had committed a terrible deed. To grow the Tree of 1,000 Desires, they needed tens of millions of snake-like monsters. Subai climbed to the top of the tree and asked the girl what it was. Xiao Hong replied that it was an 8th-rank spiritual fruit. The Dizu Xuanman clan sacrificed countless lives to obtain this fruit. Subai picked the fruit and said that it was the size of a fist, but weighed more than 100 jin. The young man added that this was the first time he had seen such a spiritual fruit in his life. "What is this fruit good for?" he asked. Xiao Hong said that this fruit contained incredibly terrifying energy. It helped masters of the Lord level increase the concentration of their blood. When the concentration reaches a certain level, they have to destroy countless of their own kind. That is why the method of cultivating the Tree of 1,000 Desires was declared forbidden by all 3 royal clans. Subai said that in that case, they really couldn't leave this tree here. The system explained that in order to transplant the divine tree, it was necessary to first awaken its divinity. One had to place a hand on the divine mark. Subai said that this tree could not be left here and reached out his hand to its trunk. The trunk expressed dissatisfaction. Subai touched the tree and said that he was ready. The activation of the tree's divinity began. The protagonist noticed the appearance of a spatial rift. But how is this possible? Could these be the small disturbances? He thought. Xiao Hong asked in fear what the mentor had done. After all, space had begun to collapse. "We must leave here immediately, or we may be sucked into the rift. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Subai shouted for Xiao Hong to hide immediately. They had to hide in the spatial bag. Subai announced that it was temporarily safe here. Xiao Hong said that the master had indeed transplanted the Tree of 1,000 Wishes. The heavenly treasures he had collected appeared before the protagonist. The young man said that it seemed to have worked. However, why was the earth still shaking? Subai was outraged when he realized that the tree was devouring his heavenly treasures. The young man showed aggression towards the tree. Could it be that all his spiritual materials were stolen by this tree? He thought. Xiao Hong was frightened and told the master to be careful. At the Great Wall Defense Army base, Ni Qing visually recorded the release of energy. The military man said that this energy was incredible and seemed to go beyond the laws of nature. Ni Qing was surprised. Could something even stronger than the king of the 9 circles of hell have awakened in the depths of 10,000 raws? The soldier was surprised. Could it be an entity that surpasses the level of a king? Ni Qing ordered to immediately contact the reconnaissance team and find out what was going on there. The royal city of the heavenly 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox assumed that it was a divine-level power. But how is that possible? The forbidden area has not yet been opened. Where could this divine energy have come from? Why did such a terrifying force appear right in the main city of the Dizhou Xuanmen clan? We must send scouts there, the royal city of the 9 circles of hell. The elders said that this energy was too terrifying. What is going on there? Why did such a nightmarish flow appear in the main city of the Dizhou clan? What is going on there? Asked the assistant. I don't understand, and I'm going there immediately to obtain the necessary information. The Forbidden Lake of Bishu. A huge dragon lies dormant at the bottom of the lake. The Forbidden Tomb of Swords. The swords are on high alert. The Forbidden River of Falling Sky. Everything here is also subject to the standard schedule. The divine race of the Eternal will soon return to the world of the living. Please do not leave. The bullet of the battle of 10,000 races. Everyone present is surprised. What is really happening? Is it really an earthquake? But everything comes from the main city. Could it be the tree of 1,000 wishes? He thought. The monster thought, if the 3 royal clans find out that he used forbidden arts to cultivate it, he will be finished. The animals saw that the Dizhou Xuanmen clan had gone on the offensive and decided that they needed to retreat. After all, it was impossible to fight in such chaos. Chaos broke out among the ranks of 10,000 RAS. The brown bears were indignant. How could these beasts from the Dizhou clan just take off and run away? Subai also did not understand what was happening. Did he initiate all this? The elder appeared in the sky, exuding excessive energy. She asked the young man how he dared to touch the sacred tree. Subai thought that now he would have many serious problems. The 9th elder of the platinum rank ordered her assistants to seize the young man. Subai thought that if he didn't run away right now, it would be too late, and he would be finished. The 9th elder began to pursue the commander of the advance guard. Subai tried to run away as fast as he could. At the last moment, our hero managed to activate a protective barrier and defend himself from the 9th elder's attack. The attack on our hero did not stop because he had destroyed their clan's sacred tree. Now, even tearing the young man to pieces would be too easy a punishment. Qingshu felt a sharp surge of energy. Could it be Subai again? Han Zhan prepared his weapon and told Subai to run away first. He would personally delay the 9th elder. The monster woman attacked Han Zhan, and the young man flew to the side. She asked, "Does he really think his armor can withstand my attack?" Subai asked if Han Zhan could handle it. "If not, we can run away together." Han replied that they should leave, and he would cover their retreat. Han Zhan said that the monster woman should try to catch his sword art. His opponent replied that these were all pathetic tricks. Such attacks could not harm her. The man would have to say goodbye to life. Han Zhen changed his mind about taking such a big risk and shouted for them to wait for him. He also activated retreat mode. Subai threw a spiritual fruit to his friend and told Han to swallow it quickly so he could restore his energy. The monster woman continued her pursuit and said that none of them would escape her alive today. The first squad did not listen to the monster's words and only increased their speed, running away from danger. The female monster was surprised. Is this really the speed of the gold level? After 3 hours, our heroes continued to move at an accelerated pace. The monster said that they couldn't let these people get away. The female monster did not understand where they could be hiding. This is the forbidden zone of the Falling Sky River. If you go further, you may end up at the Azure Pond. The students hid behind a rock and decided to take a break. It seemed they had shaken off their pursuer. Han Zhan asked what sacred tree they had been talking about and why the monster woman kept mentioning some tree. Subai said it was a long story. The main thing now was to regain their strength and get out of there as quickly as possible. The 9th elder of the platinum rank was nearby and declared that none of them would leave. They would have to identify them personally. Han Zhan grabbed his weapon again and told Subai to leave first. The monster ordered the return of their clan's sacred tree. "In that case, I grant this man a quick death," he added. There was a powerful explosion, and Han Zhan was thrown far back by the shockwave. Subai was surprised. How dare they call this tree of desires sacred? The young man added that he had rid them of this evil. The 9th elder said he would see how long this man could hold out. Hanjan once again said to leave this monster for him. He added that he was not joking. It is better to leave one than to perish all at once. The victory of humanity is what matters most. Subai and Qingshu, running away, said they would wait for Han nearby. The ninth elder rushed after them and asked, "Are these people still trying to escape?" Hanzhang appeared in front of the huge snake and said that he was his enemy today. The ninth elder threw Hanzhang far away and declared that this man was overestimating himself. His life is not worth the life of an insect. Hanjan jumped to his feet and grabbed the snake by the tail. The young man declared that he was not finished yet. The ninth elder swung his tail and threw the man far away again. Hanzhang fell to the ground again, and this time, blood flowed from his mouth. Subai and Qingshu managed to reach the Azure Pond. Subai was surprised. Why is it so quiet here? Is the Azure Dragon not at home? At the edge of the forbidden area, the monster asked its mistress, "Why is it so strange here?" Usually, any living creature that enters the forbidden area is immediately attacked. The monster said that their sacred tree was still in the hands of the fugitives. Under no circumstances can we let them go. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a huge dragon appeared in the air. It was the Azure Dragon, and the monsters decided to retreat immediately. Subai treated his tamed animals to crystals and told them to eat as much as they wanted. Qingshu was surprised. How can Subai eat so calmly? The pursuers could appear at any moment. Subai was surprised. Does Qingshu still not understand? This is our forbidden zone. They wouldn't dare come here. Otherwise, those two elders of Xuanling would have been here long ago. The protagonist noted that in any case, they couldn't stay here for long. They had to decide where to go next. Qingshu suggested returning to the Misty Mountains and joining up with the main forces. Subai replied that they had already caused too much commotion on foreign territory. If they moved back, they might encounter the Xuanling clan. Subai suggested returning to the heart of the 10,000 races and launching a surprise attack. Qingshu decided that the commander of the detachment had gone mad. There would be not 2 platinum masters hunting them, but many more. The protagonist said that this time they would take a different route and make a small detour. Qingshu asked if Subai knew the way. Subai replied that he knew the way. Besides, they could always try to find Hanzhang. Trees die if they stand still, but people live as long as they keep moving. Subai said that they were about to set off and that the assistants should hurry up. Subai told his colleagues that he had recently realized something. If you encounter an opponent of platinum level or higher, you can forget about fighting. The only thing that makes sense is to use your strength to speed yourself up and slow down your enemy. In that case, there may be a chance to escape. Qingshu agreed. The gap between the gold and platinum levels was too great. Moving through the forest, Subai held back his friend and told him to be careful. Movement has been detected on the right. The young men noticed wild beasts leading a captive, and that captive was Hanzhan, his hands tied behind his back. The beasts claimed that no one could save this man now. Subai said that if they rushed in recklessly, Hanzhan would be in serious danger. First, they needed to calculate everything. Qingshu asked what Subai was up to again. The protagonist replied, "One clever move can decide the outcome of the whole day." Hanzhan said that these beasts were behaving like true savages. Their behavior violated all conventions. The beast declared that he was ready to destroy this man right here and now. Suddenly, 2 young men in dark robes appeared in the nearby forest. They demanded that the wild beast stop immediately. "What is he doing here anyway?" they asked. The wild beast reported that he was acting on the orders of the 10th elder and was escorting the man back to the clan's territory. Hanzhan was delighted. "Have they really come for me?" Subai hit the prisoner on the head with his hand and told him to be quiet. Subai clarified. "Is this the escort squad? They are tasked with supervising the transport of the prisoner and collecting military supplies from the Cat clan." The beast said that the supplies had already been delivered. The envoy noticed that the transmission was crackling, so a new batch was needed. Subai was surprised. "Does this guard dare to question the clan's orders?" The beast replied that it was an honor for him to serve the messengers. The guard, the messengers, and the prisoner arrived at the territory of the Ghost Cat clan. Subai said that he would interrogate the prisoner himself, and that the guard should immediately summon the clan elder. The elder arrived and apologized. He had not known about the messenger's visit in advance. Subai stated that they had come for supplies and spiritual materials. The elder was surprised. The last shipment had been delivered only 10 days ago. Why again? The messenger explained that a catastrophe had struck the front. They had suffered enormous losses and needed new materials to hold their positions. Subai was furious. After so many years of war, isn't every single clan out of 10,000 races teetering on the brink? When the king of the 9 circles of hell gave the order, The Diju Xuanmen clan threw all its skilled fighters into battle. Subai continued, "Now the cat clan is unable to spare even a handful of supplies." The elder said that these words opened his eyes. "If so, our clan will give all our supplies, 10,000 units of low-level spiritual materials." The messenger said he would report this to the king of the 9 circles of hell, and the clan would be recognized for its merits and awarded an honorary title. The elder told the messengers to follow him. In addition to the low-level materials, their clan had prepared spiritual stones for the respected messengers. Subai expressed his immense gratitude to the elder and promised to report this to the king. The envoy ordered the elder to prepare provisions. The interrogation of the prisoner would begin right there. Hanzhong demanded to be untied, adding that there were only a few cat demons here that could be easily deactivated. Subai replied that if they did so, where would Hanzhong get the spiritual fruits to heal his wounds? He asked his colleagues if they felt anything strange in this cave. Subai added that he felt as if someone was sucking his energy. Hanzhong agreed. His strength was also fading. The protagonist pointed to a recess in the cave and said that the influence was coming from there. Now it became clear why the Grand Elder had left so calmly. Something was clearly hidden in the depths. The young people decided to go on a reconnaissance mission. In the next room, they discovered statues of ghostly cats. But why were they all kneeling? Inside the barrier, they found the skeleton of the elder of the cat clan. Above the skeleton stood a human statue with a sword in its hands. What could this mean? Subai suggested that this might be a sacred place for the cat clan. He looked back and shouted that there was danger behind them. At the last moment, our hero activated the protective barrier. No one was hurt. The ghost cat ran deep into the cave. The young people were surprised. Had the statue come to life? All the statues came to life and surrounded the people. The students huddled together, forming a circle of defense. Qingshu declared that he would delay these animals, and the rest should retreat immediately. He activated his unique abilities and used his energy to attack the ghost cats. Hanjian noticed that the cats had slowed down, so now they could try to deal with them. Subai warned that even at the highest level of the gold rank, these ghost cats could not be defeated. The cave was too cramped, and it was impossible to move. The statue of a man above the skeleton of a ghost cat reached for the sword. The sword was thrown and fell near Hanjian's feet. Subai said that it was an excellent weapon and perfectly suited to Hanzhong. Han grabbed the sword and declared that he would test its greatness. He swung the sword and prepared to repel the attack of the approaching ghost cat. The cat was struck dead on the spot. Subai noted that the sword possessed incredible power. A real find. Hanzhong said that this alone made it worth coming here. The young man with the sword suggested breaking through and getting out of the cave. Our hero noticed something and ran alone in the opposite direction. The elder of the ghost cats exclaimed that they were unscrupulous thieves. They pretended to be members of the Dizhou clan to deceive him and desecrated the clan's sacred lands. For this, they must pay with their lives. The elder gave the order, "Destroy these 3 people and do not let them leave." The ghost cats rushed at the heroes. The elder shouted that he would tear their bones apart and flood the mountain ridge with their blood. Hanjian said that there were too many of them, and it would be impossible to break through. Qingshu asked what to do. Subai replied that it was his business. Subai called on Xiaobai, and Xiaohong for help. He ordered them to work as a team of 3. The elder of the ghost cats declared that the first thing to do was to deal with the summoner. Subai told his assistants not to hold back and to destroy all the ghost cats. Qingshu was attacked but said he was alive. Subai suggested eating a spiritual fruit to restore strength and acid-alkaline balance. Subai reiterated that everything was up to him. They had managed to escape from the capital of the Dizhou clan, and were certainly not going to get stuck in a tiny village of ghost cats. All the assistants divided up the roles and prepared for a synchronized attack. Subai said he would start with the biggest enemy. He added that he was only facing a gold rank. How dare he be so insolent? The elder's time is up. The elder did not expect this. He declared that his opponent had activated the sacred weapon of the beast. This could not be. Subai told his friends that they needed to leave immediately. Xiaoba and Xiaohong would cover their rear. Hanjian picked up the wounded Qingshu and carried him out of the danger zone. Subai said that first they had destroyed the capital of the Dizhou clan, and now they had crushed the cat tribe. This campaign would be considered legendary, and their blood would illuminate the future of the human race. Qingshu told them to stop their pompous speeches and continue to act. Far away from the cat demon tribe, the monster was surprised. What is that light in the sky? It's coming from the village of ghost cats. Everything must be carefully checked. The leader of the 9 Circles of Hell clan analyzed the information and realized that it was the sacred weapon of the beast. Could this be the work of the human race? The clan elder ordered 2 diamond-ranked warriors to be sent immediately to the Cat Demon Mountains to destroy Subai. The adjutant reported to Lord Nechin that 2 diamond-level experts had been spotted ahead, rapidly moving towards the Ghost Cat clan. Nechin realized that they were talking about the students, Subai, and his colleagues. The elders issued an order to send 2 diamond experts to the Demon Cat Mountains to support Subai. Niching said that the Golden Fire Cavalry must also be sent there immediately. Subai must be saved. They could be surrounded by millions of enemy troops. Our heroes, continuing to flee, finally managed to break away from the pursuit of the demon cats. Subai said that they couldn't stop yet. It wasn't safe here either. Suddenly, the monster woman appeared in the sky again and said that she had finally found them. The monster woman was aggressive and declared that they had nowhere to go now. Today, she would skin them, tear out their veins, grind their bones, and scatter their ashes. The monster woman summoned the giant snake again. The snake attacked the humans and said that this opponent was only gold-ranked, yet he had survived her attack. So he knew how to do more than just run away. Qingshu and Han Zhan were not so lucky. They couldn't stay on their feet and were thrown far back. The monster woman told Lao Shi to release a poisonous mist, blocking the retreat. If these 3 escaped and others found out, they could be ridiculed. She didn't want to lose face. Subai said that he would no longer run away and was ready to fight back decisively. Subai activated his sword and declared that he was not afraid of such enemies. At the same time, wings appeared behind our hero. The female monster noted that this guy was able to activate the sacred beast artifact again in such a short time. However, it was useless. However, the protagonist managed to neutralize the monster's attack. The woman became angry. How was he able to repel her blow? The confrontation continued. Qingshu, watching the fight, said that their friend's gold level was putting pressure on the 2 platinum levels. Han Zhan said that if he had been told about this earlier, he would never have believed it. The woman said that this young man was worthy of being called a sacred beast artifact, the greatest innate technique. But he must not be allowed to become stronger. Lao Shi began to blow poisonous green mist again. Subai wondered what the 2 were up to this time. The monster woman was forced to admit that her opponent was strong, but he was only at the middle gold level. His body had not even been tempered to its limit. The monster woman became even more terrifying and said that today this young man was doomed to die. Subai noticed that she had become very ugly. No one would want her. The female monster said she wanted to see how long this boy's arrogance would last. The young man was attacked, but he managed to activate his protective barrier in time and was not hurt by the blow. The next moment, a scarlet phoenix bird pounced on the monster. It screamed loudly and flapped its wings intensely. The female monster shouted that even the flames of the demonic phoenix were no match for them. Subai declared that the 2 platinum rivals were quite annoying. The protagonist continued to swing his sword. The young man did not believe that they were impossible to destroy. The female monster declared that today they would fight to the bitter end. Humans could not harm them. However, looking back, the monster saw that the diamond expert was approaching them. This was not good. The female monster thought that if she had a little more time, she would wear the young man down to death. The protagonist spat blood, but continued to stand bravely on his feet. The female monster declared that this man had destroyed their clan's sacred tree. Even if she fell today, she would drag the man down with her. The monster woman screamed that this boy would now die along with their sacred tree. Qingshu was surprised. Had this monster swallowed Subai? This would not end well, because she wanted to blow herself up along with him. An explosion did occur, but not the one that was expected. Han Zhan suggested that General Lin had appeared. Could it be that he had saved Subai? General Lin, standing behind a protective barrier, asked the young man if he was okay. Subai replied that he was unharmed. But why was Uncle Lin here? General Lin thought that in order to get the 2 platinum-ranked elders of the Black Python clan to blow themselves up, there must be someone else here. General Lin said that these young people had done a great job forcing their 2 opponents to blow themselves up. Now they had to return to base quickly. They couldn't be late. 2 shadows appeared in the air. One of them said it was already too late. The other shadow added that they had finally found these people. They were the diamond expert of the Black Python clan and the diamond expert of the Great Bear clan. The Bear clan expert was surprised. Could Lin Zhengnan be here too? The battle continued on the battlefield. A huge flash on the horizon was visible from afar. The Supreme Elder said that a mountain of demon cats was attacking them. Reinforcements must be sent to the mountain of demon cats immediately. The assistants reported that reinforcements were already on their way. The diamond expert of the Great Bear clan lifted a huge stone above his head and said that General Lin had destroyed the elder of his clan that day. Today, he would make the general pay with his life. The diamond expert of the Black Python clan said that today they would destroy everyone and sacrifice them to the king of the 9 circles of hell. The diamond experts attacked the people with all means available. General Lin, using his unique abilities, continued to maintain the defensive barrier. General Lin told the students to leave immediately, saying he would take care of things himself. Subai wondered if Uncle Lin could handle 2 diamond-level opponents on his own. The general shouted loudly, "Hadn't they heard?" To leave was his order. Hanjan told Subai to retreat first and bring reinforcements. They couldn't disobey the order of a combat general. Suddenly, the ground shook in front of the students, and cracks appeared on it. The young people stopped in surprise. The diamond expert of the Great Bear clan said that these 3 would not escape him. Subai suggested that his comrades fight this giant. The diamond expert of the Black Python clan said that Lin Zhengnan would not be able to save himself, yet he was trying to save others. The opponent attacked the combat general, releasing magical snakes in front of him. General Lin said that the 3 students would not be able to defeat a diamond-level expert. It was necessary to continue retreating. Subai called on Xiao Bi and Xiao Bai to attack from the flanks. Xiao Hong went on the offensive head-on. They had to give it their all. The diamond expert of the Great Bear clan said that no one could save these kids. Now they would all die. The attack was launched, and our hero and his assistants were scattered in different directions. The protagonist said it was too painful. Hanjin said that diamond experts are truly terrifying. They are capable of controlling nature. How can we deal with them? The giant said that his opponents should tremble. Unexpectedly, the diamond expert of the Great Bear clan was attacked by the Golden Fire Cavalry. Of course, he did not expect this. The Fire Cavalry warriors said that they had come here on the orders of Lord Ni Qing to provide whatever support they could. It was necessary to protect Subai and fight against the myriad races. Qingshu said how good it was that the Golden Fire Cavalry had arrived. Han Zhan agreed. Now they were saved. Subai declared that if reinforcements had arrived, it was time to counterattack. The diamond expert of the Great Bear clan was surprised. Had the humans really sent the Fire Cavalry? The protagonist told his tamed animals that it was time to give a worthy rebuff. The attack on the diamond expert was organized according to all the rules of warfare. Xiao Hong towered over the turtle, activating her unique fire abilities. The diamond expert of the Great Bear clan activated a protective dome, trying to avoid a massive attack. He declared that the Great Bear clan was invincible. The diamond expert of the Black Python clan agreed that General Lin truly possessed impressive power. It was no wonder he was called the future royal level. Lin Zhengnan said that today, all enemies would be destroyed, and no one would leave here alive. The confrontation continued. The diamond expert of the Black Python clan told the old bear that their opponents had the advantage in numbers. What should they do now? The diamond expert of the Great Bear clan turned into a huge animal and roared loudly that he would tear all his opponents to pieces. The diamond expert of the Black Python clan said that the advantage was on their side and that it was necessary to retreat. The huge bear declared that he would cover their rear. The Black Python could retreat. Subai was surprised. Had these 2 decided to just run away? But just a moment ago, they had been walking with their heads held high. The protagonist told Xiao Bai to teach them a lesson. The turtle growled menacingly and released a powerful energy charge aimed at its opponents. The Black Python's diamond expert was surprised. How was this possible? Did this monster really have such abilities? The turtle continued to attack the giant bear, and as a result of this attack, the bear lost its head. The giant white tiger. Xiao Bai knocked the Black Python clan expert to the ground and pinned him down with his claws. The opponent said, "Is this how a shadow attacks?" The battle was also in full swing on the battlefield. The military effectively attacked the beasts, saying that they would destroy every one of the myriad races. The leader of the 9 Circles of Hell clan appeared from the crevice. He assessed the situation with a sharp glance. Ni Qing appeared from the crack opposite. The commander said that if Zhu Yu made even one move, he should not blame him for being merciless. It would be better to admit defeat. Zhou Yu replied that if it weren't for the fact that the 2 clans, the demonic phoenix and the heavenly fox, had retreated before the battle, the human race would have been wiped off the face of the earth today. Even if Nie Qing's power was superior, he should not think that he would have an advantage against the combined might of the 3 royal clans. Nie Qing replied that their race had been gathering strength for 100 years for this counterattack. Zhu Yu calls himself a king, but dares to challenge the heavens. Such insolent behavior will only lead to destruction. The leader of the 9 Circles of Hell clan said that Nie Qing has less than 20 years to live. What right does he have to talk about the heavenly Tao? Nie Qing is almost useless. Zhu Yu issued an order. The troops must immediately retreat to the Lotian River. located near the Demon Cat Mountains. The protagonist, who was near the Demon Cat Mountains, said that they needed to urgently join up with the main army. Han Zhan, riding on a turtle, said that they were moving too slowly. Qingshu told Han to stop complaining. He should be happy that they had a comfortable ride. General Lin climbed onto a high rock and told the students not to move. Military movements had been spotted ahead. Su Bai asked what was happening there. Lin Zhengnan reported that the Luotian River must be ahead. Su Bai asked why there were so many troops from the Myriad clan here. General Lin said that the people had won the battle on the front lines, and their opponents had been forced to retreat to the Luotian River. They needed to quickly bypass them and return to camp. Han Zhan was delighted because the human race had won a great victory. The Myriad race's clans would not last long. Su Bai inquired how much credit they would receive when they returned. Qingshu was surprised. What credit were they talking about? They had not participated in the fighting. The human camp before the battle. The general said that Su Bai had indeed pulled it off. He had even managed to take the Holy Maiden of the ancient Demon Phoenix clan with him. Su Bai objected that he hadn't taken anyone away. Xiao Hong had decided to follow him herself. The girl, holding a chicken leg in her hands, said she wanted to be close to her mentor. After all, the chicken legs he gave her were very tasty. Neiqing said that this was very good. With a single chicken leg, the young man had tamed the Holy Maiden. Su Bai was truly worthy of the title of Luofeng's heir. Neiqing added that they had all done very well. Now they could rest. Tonight, there would be a feast in honor of their victory. Su Bai asked the Grand Elder about their rewards. Neiqing promised not to shortchange anyone. The young people thanked him and said that in that case, they would indeed go and rest. To be added that they should recover their strength well. After all, they would soon have to fight the clans of the Myriad races. Neiqing acknowledged that General Lin's rescue operation had been successful. He had even managed to destroy 2 diamond-level warriors from the clans. The general stated that Su Bai had destroyed these 2. Neiqing was surprised. Could this boy really have destroyed diamond-level warriors? The general explained that chaos reigned on the battlefield, but they were indeed destroyed by this student's beast companion. Neiqing noticed that this child was getting stronger. But the stronger he became, the more danger awaited him. Zhu Yu would be a constant threat. The general promised to protect Su Bai from the shadows, no matter what it took. During the banquet, Neiqing said that the military university students had proven themselves and achieved great merits. He proposed a toast to this great victory for humanity. The students and military personnel raised their beer mugs and said they were drinking to the victory of humanity. Xiao Hong happily acknowledged that she was looking at a divine chicken leg. Han Zhan, with a glass of beer in his hand, said that he had almost died today. However, thanks to Su Bai, he had been saved. He wanted to drink to that. Su Bai said that Han Zhan's life was not worth a single mug of beer. He had already made a list of equipment and materials to be sent directly to Jiangzhou University. Qingshu said that Han had missed his chance again, as Su Bai was a master at seizing the moment. Han Zhan replied that he had tested Su Bai's methods, but gratitude was still necessary, so he would do it. Su Bai laughed and said that Han Zhan did have a conscience after all. Besides, he had turned misfortune into a blessing and obtained a divine weapon. Han Zhan agreed, but added that he had not yet managed to unlock the true power of this weapon. He had not even studied it thoroughly. At first glance, it seemed nothing special. Neiqing stated that it was an ancient divine weapon, but its power was sealed. To remove the seal, the owner of the weapon must reach the level of a king. Su Bai was surprised and said that this was incredibly difficult. Han Zhan agreed to work towards this goal. Now he needed to reach the level of a king as soon as possible. The young people drank to Han Zhan's speedy ascension. The next day arrived, the Great Wall. The student said that Director Zhou had not slept for 3 days. The director noted that the battlefield was not at all like an arena. Su Bai and Hu Qingshu had gained real combat experience. Representatives of the Golden Cavalry returned and reported that humanity had won. 800,000 enemies had been destroyed, and the clans of the myriad races had been pushed back to the Luotian River. It was a great victory for humanity. 3 days passed. The leader of the 9 Circles of Hell clan, Zhu Yu, told Lord Bi Yan that he did not expect him to come in person this time. Under Bi Yan's command, humanity would surely come to an end. Bi Yan, the second royal level, said that he was facing a useless fool. He had sent Zhu Yu here so long ago, but not only had he failed to capture this planet, he had also lost troops and supplies. Zhou Yu replied that the seal was weakening day by day. They had almost no time left. With this battle, he had tested the strength of humanity. Their next target was Shanhai Pass. Zhu Yu added that humans had captured the sacred maiden of the demon Phoenix clan. He intends to go to the ancient royal city of the clan. Bi Yan was surprised. Did humans dare to touch the sacred maiden of the demon Phoenix clan? Bai Yan remarked that he had specially brought a drop of sacred blood for this mission. This time, they would eradicate humanity once and for all. Neching gave a report and said that the armies of countless races were gathering together, but their intentions were not yet clear. What did Huanshan think about this? Han Shan replied that if he were King Zhu Yu, he would send a detachment to capture Tianhe Fortress before humanity finished strengthening its defense systems. He would distract their troops and then break through to Shanhai Pass with all his might. Niqing pointed out that if the Shanhai Pass fortress fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. It was necessary to order the 200,000-strong army to move to a permanent base at Jianzhou to prevent any surprises. General Lin would command all the troops. The general said that by order of Lord Neiqing, he would fight and never retreat. The adjutant reported to General Lin that Subai had arrived. General Lin assumed that the young man wanted to tell him something. The young man reported that the platinum-ranked armor he had received last time had broken. Could he count on another set? Lin Zhengnan said they would discuss that later. Right now, he was interested in another question. Did the young man like his daughter, Yanzhan? Subai was surprised. Why was the general asking about this? Zhengnan explained that Yanzhan was originally supposed to train with the army defending the Great Wall, but her mother had suddenly fallen ill, so the girl had to take care of her. Subai told Uncle Lin not to worry. He would definitely take care of his daughter. General Lin thanked the young man and added that he had not been mistaken about him. Zhengnan noted that the young man would soon be leaving to defend Shanhai Pass. Perhaps a grand battle was approaching. Mr. Niqing had prepared special tasks for the young man. It was necessary to go to him. The secretary informed Mr. Niqing that the student Subai had arrived. Niqing said that General Lin had sacrificed a lot for humanity. The young man should stop emptying his pockets. The young man's armor had been destroyed, so he could take this card and exchange it at the logistics department for a lord-level set. Subai did indeed receive the card from Elder Niqing. Subai was delighted and thanked the respected Lord Niqing, for which he was nicknamed the Shameless One. Subai said he was ready to carry out any errands. Niqing expressed his desire for the young man to accompany him on his journey to Bushuitan. Subai was frightened. It was very dangerous there. Qinglong was terrifying there. Niqing was surprised. Was the young man really afraid? Subai replied that the elder had simply imagined it. Niqing suggested that the young man follow him into the teleportation rift, which would close in a minute. There was no choice, and Subai followed the elder. The young man added that he was ready to fight to the end. Niqing and Subai emerged from the teleportation rift on the other side. Subai was surprised. Why had it suddenly become so quiet? The elder turned to face the lake and said that he, Niqing, had brought Luofeng's descendant to this meeting. Qinglong must appear. Suddenly the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Subai asked if perhaps no one was here now. The next moment, the young man agreed that Qinglong was indeed at home and very angry. A huge water dragon rose above the surface of the lake. The elder repeated his words. Subai was frightened because the dragon was rushing straight at them. What should they do? Niqing said they would have to dodge. The elder ordered the young man to immediately activate the resonance of the source and not show fear. Subai concentrated, gathered his thoughts, and said that he would try to do it now. The protagonist succeeded. Qinglong stopped nearby and looked at these people with surprise. Was this really the resonance of the source? But where was Luofen? Niqing told Qinglong that Luofen had already fallen. This was his heir and successor, Subai. The young man greeted them. Qinglong said that he had already sensed this young man's aura earlier. Subai assumed that he was looking at Luofeng's former beast companion and asked if he could help with anything. Qinglong said that the young man was not strong enough. He was not yet worthy. Subai admitted that he was still very weak and was no match for the respected Luofen. Qinglong said, 3 drops of blood essence, and at the decisive moment, he will lend the young man his power once. Niqing asked if Qinglong could withstand it. The dragon said that blood essence is different from the rest. If the essence of his blood protects the soul, then he will most likely endure. Qinglong added that perhaps one day the young man would be able to open Bushuitan and the ancient tomb below. In that case, Subai would fulfill his master's last wish. Niqing asked Subai to give him some blood. The young man complied. Qinglong received 3 drops of blood and asked in surprise what was wrong with this blood essence. The dragon did not expect that 3 drops of his blood essence would actually restore his consciousness. Who was this Subai really? The young man repeated his name again and added that he was currently studying at a military university. Qinglong said that it didn't matter anymore. If he had accepted the young man's 3 drops of blood, then he would repay him. The protagonist received information that a powerful beast had been spotted nearby. Did he want to try to tame it? Subai couldn't believe it. Could he really tame an azure dragon? However, this beast was too strong, so taming it was impossible. Subai was surprised. Why notify him about this taming if it was impossible? Neching told the protagonist that it was time for them to return. Subai agreed, because he still needed to go to the logistics department and get his armor. The Great Wall Garrison Fortress. Those present were surprised. Even in the ranking of generals, Subai would be in the top 10 for combat merit. This is phenomenal. Despite the fact that the generals defeated many high-level beasts, Subai had accumulated so many merits. That's what it means to turn quantity into quality. His strength was only at the gold level, but he broke through and achieved the level of a lord. Han Zhan wondered if he would be able to spend it all. Qingshu remarked that this guy would manage. Logistics department. The protagonist said he would like to exchange a set of lord-level armor. The manager in the logistics department was surprised. The young man was only gold level. How could he want to wear lord-level armor? Even among the lowest of the 12 lords of Longguo, there were those who still wore diamond-level armor. Subai handed over the card and asked if it would be enough. The girl saw that it was a genuine token from Lord Niqing. Could it be that the elder had really allowed him to obtain lord-level armor, even though he himself wore gold-level armor? The manager said that even with Lord Niqing's token, a set of lord-level armor still cost 1 billion merits. Subai agreed. If it wasn't enough, he could deduct it from Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu. He had their IOUs and fingerprints. The manager checked and said that everything was in order. The 1 billion merit points were accepted. The lord-level armor set would be delivered later, when it was ready. Everyone noticed that the university's rating had changed. What could Subai have bought if he spent so many merits? But why did Qingshu and Han Zhan's merits suddenly drop to 0? They had never encountered this before. In the logistics department, the manager showed the young people their receipts and added that she had checked everything. The young people received their receipts, complete with fingerprints, as proof that everything had been done without any violations. That was why Subai had used all his combat merits for personal gain. Qingshu said he knew it all along. When powerful enemies of other races were chasing them, Subai did not treat them out of the goodness of his heart. It turns out he had planned everything. This guy is very calculating. Qingshu added that they still had a lot to learn from Subai. The students looked at the protagonist and his armor in surprise. This is lord-level armor and Subai is gold level. He walks around in lord-level armor. That's too much. Few generals can afford such a thing. Maybe it's worth trying to rob this student? Subai saw his friends and ran up to them. He boasted that he had received the armor. What would they say about it? Subai, boasting, noticed that the armor was actually a little loose and not very comfortable to wear. Qingshu and Han could barely restrain themselves from swearing. The young men said they weren't feeling well, so they needed to leave. Subai was surprised by what was happening to them. Shanhai Guan. Zhou Yu informed Lord Biyan that 300,000 Phoenix Clan warriors were ready to join the battle at any moment. Bai Yan said, 1 million from the Alliance forces, plus 300,000 from the demonic Phoenix Clan. That's a force to be reckoned with. But they would only have one chance to attack Shanhai Pass. Bai Yan added that to make sure everything went perfectly, he would send another 100,000 barbarian bulls to help. Zhou Yu noted that in that case, victory was theirs for the taking. Bai Yan waved his bloody weapon and told them to answer his call. 100,000 armed barbarian bulls emerged from the bloody trail and prepared to attack their enemies. This was the fierce and bloodthirsty clan of the barbarian bulls, ready to do anything for profit. Zhou Yu thanked Lord Biyan for his generous help. With the additional strength of the ferocious bull barbarian generals and beasts, victory was assured. Bai Yan said that they would storm Shanhai Pass and called on everyone to follow him. It was necessary to devour people and put an end to their legacy. The bull barbarians swore by the will of the king to follow Lord Biyan. In the war against humanity, they would crush everyone. Zhou Yu ordered his army to advance on Shanhai Pass. The Great Elder said that after the fall of their great king, the Demon Phoenix clan had not waged war against humanity for 100 years. However, humans are holding their Holy One captive. This insult cannot be overlooked. The clan will not forget the feud and will not rest until humanity is destroyed. The warriors must return the Holy One and destroy humanity. All of them moved in unison towards Shanhai Pass to destroy humanity. Subai was surprised. Why did General Lin suddenly start talking about the wedding? Zhengnan said that at this age, it was already time. The date should be set for the 16th of this month. It was a good day. Yanjian blushed with embarrassment, but told her father that she was not yet ready for marriage. Subai admitted that his future father-in-law was rushing things a little. General Lin asked if Subai wanted to marry his Yanzun. Subai replied that he very much wanted to. Jungnan declared that in that case, everything was settled. The wedding was set for the 16th of the current month. Suddenly, an aide burst into the office and reported that there was bad news from the troops. Thousands of Rasa had attacked Shanhai Pass. The general said that, as expected, their target was this place. The assistant told Elder Ni Qing to give the order. Ni Qing ordered everyone in the defense corps to immediately fortify Shanhai Pass. General Lin declared that the Lin family would not allow the 1,000 RAs to win and would defend their identity. Lin Zhengnan noted that his soldiers were the most elite fighters of humanity. It was necessary to attack the enemies with weapons at the ready, not letting them advance a single step. The elite warriors of the human race, brandishing their weapons, shouted that they would not allow it and would not let it happen. Lin Zhengnan ordered the energy cannons to be brought to full combat readiness and to open fire when ready. At this time, the protagonist was meditating in the lotus position to make a breakthrough and raise his level. After a short time, there was a powerful release of excess energy. The young man shouted that he had finally broken through. The people outside were extremely surprised. What was going on here? Had someone just raised their level? Subai declared that he had reached the platinum level. Now he would definitely show his enemies who was the strongest here. Han Zhan noted that the breakthrough had occurred in Subai's room. Qingshu suggested that it was he who had broken through to the platinum level. Mr. Ni Qing received an urgent report. Student Subai had reached the platinum level. Elder Ni Qing noted that this young man might have even more potential than Luo Feng. The best training for Subai would be the battlefield. It was time for him to go. The elder ordered all the students of the military university to gather. The Forbidden Lands. The Endless Sea. The elder of the Demon Phoenix clan asked Mr. B. Yan why they had brought their main forces to the Endless Sea. The leader replied that as soon as they crossed the sea, they would be able to bypass Shanhai Pass and launch a surprise attack on the people directly on their territory. The elder said that her clan was ready to guard the fortress at the Great Wall and confront the people directly. Juyu noted that there was a reaper in this sea. There were rumors about it. Bai Yan said that there was no need to worry about that. With the help of the crystal, they would be able to cross the sea safely. At that moment, Bi Yan was holding the blood crystal in his hands. Bai Yan declared that it would not fail them and added that everyone should follow him. Juyu thought that if he had this treasure, he too could invade Shanhai Pass. The elder of the Phoenix clan noted that the water was already parting. Bai Yan told his minions to hurry up. Juyu ordered the troops to close ranks and stick together. Thanks to the blood crystal, the enemies could move through the water without discomfort. The Phoenix clan elder said she felt nothing at all. In her clan's ancient records, there was a warning. Beware of what lurks in the depths of the sea, and never enter the abyss. Juyu drew Mr. B Yan's attention to what was happening in the depths. The Phoenix clan elder asked what it was. Creatures appeared that exuded incredible danger. The sea monsters were armed and extremely dangerous. Juyu felt that these sea monsters were watching them. The elder of the Phoenix clan suggested that there really was a reaper living in the Endless Sea. Juyu asked Mr. B Yan what they should do now. The leader told them not to be afraid and to move forward, following him. Bai Yan noticed an unexpected danger ahead and warned that they could not go any further. The Phoenix clan elder said that these were the forbidden lands of the gods. They could not withstand this power, so they had to go around it. Juyu ordered all forces to pass by the maze and not approach it. A day later, an order came for all troops to stop here for a rest. Juyu reported to the Supreme Commander that in 2 days, their army would reach Shanhai Pass. Bi Yan replied that this was good. No one had yet managed to invade Shanhai Pass, as it was protected by mountains, thousands of ridges, and the endless sea. But Lin Zhengnan did not expect them to bypass the pass and attack him from the flank. Bai Yan noted that after victory in this operation, humanity would have no strength left to resist. Juyu added that by that time, humanity would already be seeking reinforcements. In that case, he and Bi Yan would deal with Neiqing. The Phoenix clan elder said she would follow this plan. All this was for the sake of bringing back the saint. Bai Yan declared that in 2 days, humanity would come to an end. Night fell. Shanhai Pass. The enemies arrived at the outskirts. Juyu noted that it was now the darkest hour before dawn. At this time, people feel most tired. Now is the best time to attack. Bai Yan ordered the attack to begin, and Shanhaiguan to be destroyed. Juyu ordered all armies to listen to his command. Shanhai Pass must be destroyed. Hordes of enemies rushed at the peacefully sleeping people with the aim of destroying Shanhai Pass and all of humanity. The guards were surprised. This was not their army. Was it just their imagination? The guards determined that thousands of creatures were approaching them. How was this possible? The beasts broke into the garrison and began to destroy everything around them. The alarm sounded. Enemy attack. This must be reported immediately to General Lin Zhengnan. Thousands of RAs are attacking from the pass. The officers said it was necessary to remain calm and not panic. The artillerymen had to adjust the positions of the energy cannons. It was also necessary to beware of attacks from above. The wounded should be taken to shelter. The warrior looked up at the sky and wondered, "What is that?" The elder of the Phoenix clan demanded the return of their saint. There was a powerful explosion. The shockwave scattered many soldiers in different directions. The soldier, helping the wounded, shouted that the situation must be reported to the general immediately. Juyu laughed and said that the result was worth the long journey across the endless sea. "It's just amazing." Juyu asked Mr. B. Yen whether it was worth destroying some of the diamond-level experts defending the fortress while they still had reinforcements. The leader replied that there was no need to rush. The bigger fish hadn't taken the bait yet. The trap he had set was not only aimed at taking Shanhai Quan. The big fish was Nie Qing. General Lin Zhengnan ordered all units to prepare for defense and bring the energy cannons to full combat readiness. The military reported that 1,000 RAS had launched a surprise attack from the pass, and all the shells for the energy cannons had been destroyed by the ferocious creatures. General Lin saw that the King of the Nine Circles of Hell had come in person. He approached the enemies and asked if they agreed to fight him personally. Lin Zhengnan said that the King of the Nine Circles of Hell was afraid to fight him face to face and had resorted to such shameful tactics. Juyo declared that all means were acceptable in war. Without the support of this fortress, the people would not be able to hold out. Zhou Yu activated his enormous energy sword and said that humanity's defeat would be sealed today. Zhengnan could prepare for his demise. The general was attacked, but managed to use his sword to block his opponent's attack. Explosions rang out everywhere. Lin Zhengnan strained with all his might and shouted that humanity would not lose. The enraged general ordered, "You scoundrels from the 1,000 races, get out of here!" Juyu was surprised. Did the general use a bloody energy explosion against him? Juyo wondered. Was General Lin going to take him with him to the grave? Bai Yan noticed that this man did not know his own mind. The leader of the villains said that if the general was tired of living, he would send him to his grave. General Lin Zhengnan was treacherously attacked. Huge clouds of smoke rose from the site of the explosion. The soldiers were worried. What was happening to their general? When the smoke cleared, it became clear that the general was wounded. Lin asked Bi Yan who he was. Juyu apologized to Mr. Bi Yan. His dereliction of duty had forced Mr. B to intervene personally. The leader said he was waiting for a bigger catch, so he would leave this small fry to Juyu. The head of the Nine Circles of Hell clan said that Shanhai Pass would be the place of death for General Lin. However, Juyu's attack did not reach its target. A huge green turtle appeared in front of the wounded general. A protective barrier formed around it. The general was surprised. This was Subai's beast. How did it get here? Subai and his friends came to the general's aid. Subai asked how Uncle Lin was feeling. Zhengnan replied that these young people had arrived just in time. Subai said that he would not allow anyone to harm his future father-in-law. Today, he would take the life of the King of the Nine Circles of Hell. Qingshu noticed that Subai was seriously angry. Han Jian said in his usual mature tone that the warriors should leave this battle to them, and they themselves should take the general and go defend the city. Subai, spewing streams of excess energy, prepared to face the powerful enemy. His assistants were ready to provide whatever support they could. Bi Yan was surprised. Did this young man really have such abilities? Subai spread his wings and said that he would make the King of the Nine Circles of Hell pay for what he had done. Qingshu noticed that the phenomenon in the sky was even stronger than before. Subai had raised his level again. The warriors saw the young man in the sky and rejoiced. Could it really be Subai? He had become much stronger. With such power, he could split the heavens and the earth. Subai declared that the King of the Nine Circles of Hell would be destroyed and rushed to attack him. Juyu said that the young man had a high opinion of himself. The weapon of the sacred beast was powerful, but he could not defeat the king. Han Jian admitted that there was nothing that could be done against such power. Qingshu said that there was no time to waste. They had to surround the others and destroy them. Juyu was forced to admit that he had underestimated this young man, but now he had even more reason to destroy Subai. The young man had become an enemy who had been counterattacked. Subai asked, "Is that all the king is capable of?" Juyu replied that the young man was boasting in vain. He himself would now be destroyed. Su Bai received a powerful blow, lost control, and hit the ground as he fell. Han Zhan stopped fighting and asked if Su Bai was alive. Zhu Yu said that even if Luo Fan himself were here, he would not be able to stop the destruction of humanity. However, at that moment, Zhu Yu was attacked. His body was pierced by an energy beam. Elder Ni Qing, the author of the blow, appeared near our hero. He said, "How ashamed I am to strike this weak young man, and he still bears the title of King of the 9 Circles of Hell. Shame on him." The warriors saw that Lord Ni Qing had appeared. This meant they were safe. Zhu Yu said that Ni Qing had caught him off guard. Ni Qing noted that Zhu Yu himself had just said that all means are acceptable in war. Thousands of demons were able to cross the sea and attack Shanhai Pass from an ambush. It turns out that a dangerous person was making these plans behind the scenes. Bai Yan rejoiced. Finally, the human king Nie Qing had appeared. The villains added that in fact he had come for only one purpose: to take the old man's life. Bai Yan asked in surprise, was Nie Qing really wasting his energy by moving their battle into a vacuum? Did the old man really think that he alone could save humanity? Nie Qing replied that humanity never needed his help. The enemies would not be able to destroy him. As long as there was even one person left, he would fight to the end. Nie Qing attacked the villain and delivered a devastating blow. Bai Yan remained standing and counterattacked the elder, piercing Nie Qing's energy body with his hands. Nie Qing did not stand on ceremony in response, and pierced Bi Yan's energy body with his huge sword. The people on Earth who were watching the battle did not understand why the opponents were suspended in the air. Bai Yan was forced to admit that the power of the human king was great. But that meant nothing. Bai Yan began to threaten and declared that He Qing would definitely not return home today. Nie Qing felt that his opponent had pierced him with his devil's hand. Painful red clots appeared on his back. The old man felt that this substance was sucking out his life force. Bai Yan laughed and said that he had just placed the seed of the devil in the man. Even the human king would be consumed by the blood of the deity. Su Bai was frightened. What had happened to Mr. Nie Qing? Qing Shu suggested that he had been caught off guard. Han Zhan suggested getting up and helping the elder. Nie Qing, gasping for breath, asked, "Did Bi Yan bring the blood of the deity specifically to destroy him?" Bi Yan replied that this was a correct assumption. After that, humanity would come to an end. Nie Qing smiled and said that he had to disappoint his rival. Bi Yan was frightened. Was this the seal of the blade? In the next moment, a huge sword pierced Bi Yan's body. The villain exclaimed,